At this moment, it was not only Liu Yang who sensed it. All the mortals, chi-refining cultivators, and even Foundation establishment real persons across the world also felt it and looked toward the sky above their heads. Immediately after, a wave of sorrow suddenly overwhelmed everyone's hearts. Mortals almost uncontrollably burst into loud wails. Chi-refining cultivators couldn't help but shed tears. Only Foundation establishment real persons merely felt a sting in their eyes. Right after, they saw the entire sky turning crimson. The rain fell with a loud patter. Every drop was crystal clear. Before hitting the ground, it was a torrential downpour. After hitting the ground, it transformed into rolling red jade stones, merging into the earth veins, merging into the chi, merging into all things of this heaven and earth. Heaven and earth wept blood, all things mourned together. Patriarch Ting Yu couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. A golden core true lord has fallen, the fruit position responds. Even heaven and earth are mourning the fall of the true lord. However, Liu Yang didn't think so. Something's wrong. As a real person of the Primordial Saint Sect, he had always been unrestrained in considering the worst possibilities. Liu Yang glanced around. After the blood rain fell and merged into the world, it didn't cause any damage to heaven and earth. On the contrary, it was greatly beneficial. In other words, this blood rain after the fall of the Golden Core True Lord was actually a good thing for heaven and earth. Heaven and earth mourning the death of a Golden Core True Lord. Could it be just for show? Despite this thought, Liu Yang didn't dare to voice his guess. After all, what if he provoked heavenly punishment? Disaster comes from careless words, after all. At that moment, another loud boom echoed. But this time, it was not in the present world. Neither mortals nor chi-refining cultivators felt it. Only Foundation establishment real persons could perceive it. Liu Yang immediately entered the Foundation establishment realm. Looking up, he saw a region of the Foundation establishment realm collapsing on a massive scale. What is this? The sky was falling. Liu Yang stared dumbfounded at the collapsing region, only to realize that it wasn't the Foundation establishment realm itself collapsing, but rather something above it. The environment of the Foundation establishment realm was extremely special. It had a clear upper and lower boundary. Below was like a dim sea, where Bifeng blew endlessly all year round. Above was vast and ethereal, with no visible end. However now, the collapsing area revealed a boundary. At that boundary, countless splendid lights mixed with auspicious chi slowly fell toward the Foundation establishment realm. This gave Liu Yang an extremely familiar feeling. It was just like heaven collapse. Beside him, Patriarch Ting Yu also showed the same confusion, which made Liu Yang suddenly realize. That's right, it's exactly like heaven collapse. This feeling is exactly the same as heaven collapse. Heaven collapse was a technique he had learned from Patriarch Ting Yu back when he was still in the chi refining stage. First ascending to the Foundation establishment realm, then voluntarily falling back down, thereby unleashing terrifying destructive power. And now, the countless splendid lights falling from the sky felt exactly the same as when heaven collapse happened. Something was falling. Liu Yang strained his eyes to look. Within the myriad splendid lights, he saw jade towers and palaces. He saw mountains, rivers, the sun, and the moon. But he also saw a vast sea of corpses and blood. Such a scene reminded him of the small world seized by various true lords during the battle for Tao. What exactly is that? Liu Yang couldn't help but murmur softly. In the next second, a response sounded in his ear. That is a paradise. The speaker intoned solemnly. The Chengxian Zheng true lord has fallen, his soul has entered reincarnation, and the Yukibao Gui paradise has fallen, leaving the fruit position vacant. At this moment, Liu Yang felt his hands and feet turn cold. However, upon recognizing the speaker's voice, his tense body relaxed all of a sudden. He turned back helplessly and asked, "Martial uncle, are you doing this on purpose?" "Hehata." True person Chang Guang laughed heartily. "Scared you, did I?" "No." Liu Yang stubbornly denied, then turned to continue looking at the collapsing myriad splendid lights, sighing. So that sword pavilion true lord has already fallen. As if it were that easy. True person Chang Guang shook his head. A golden core true lord, refining gold nature to ascend to a blessed land, transforming a paradise to attain the true fruit. The collapse of the paradise is only the first step of falling. Just like that Hong Yun, after the paradise collapses, a wisp of gold nature guards his reincarnation. Although the soul doesn't perish and is forever unaffected by the mystery of the womb, he also loses the power of a true lord and cannot immediately reclaim the fruit position after reincarnation. He can only wait endlessly for a chance to return. Of course, he wasn't going to live much longer in this life anyway. Lu Yang sighed upon hearing this. So he chose to leave Sword Pavilion and engage in a life-and-death battle with true Lord Feixu, because he didn't want to die on his bed. Is that what you think? True Person Chang Guang glanced at Lu Yang with a strange expression. Looks like you still don't quite understand those sword-wielding lunatics from the south. In the end, he was seeking karma. Saying this, True Person Chang Guang also glanced at Patriarch Tingyu beside him and said, after all, this Chengxian Zheng True Lord didn't have great talent. 1,000 years have passed, and he was still in the early golden core stage. In this case, even if he didn't fight and chose to hide, he still wouldn't have been able to support the Yuki Bao Gui paradise after death. The result wouldn't have been any different. So he took the initiative to fight, hoping to cripple true Lord Feixu by sacrificing his paradise and himself, thereby exchanging for a share of karma from the other true lords of Sword Pavilion, giving himself a chance to be guided back in the future and reclaim his fruit position. I reckon that's his true intention. True Person Chang Guang's evaluation was merciless. The Jiangnan region emphasizes karma. 9 out of 10 disciples there are reincarnations. Just wait, in a few years Sword Pavilion will produce an unparalleled genius. At this moment, a bell-like laugh suddenly rang out. With just that, he wanted to hurt me. As the voice fell, Lu Yang subconsciously turned his head. What entered his eyes was a pair of autumn water-like pupils, still tinged with traces of crimson. Using self-destruction of the paradise just to escape from my hands, carrying a sliver of gold nature along with his soul into reincarnation. Read complete version only at net. Before he left, I even took a bite and devoured a third of his gold nature. He won't be reincarnating for another 30 to 50 years. As expected, the gold nature of an imposition true lord tastes the best. After finishing, the newcomer even stuck out her tongue and licked her lips with a look of deep satisfaction. It was the clear snow true Lord Feixu. This true lord, who was known to outsiders as the Crazy Lady, appeared serene and elegant as long as she restrained her initial madness, looking just like a refined noble lady. True lord, these are the treasures I gathered for you. Lu Yang didn't hesitate at all. He directly presented all the spiritual treasures he had just looted, including the Imperial Palace Golden Seal Daoshuai True Decree. He. Clear Snow True Lord covered her mouth and chuckled, then waved her hand cheerfully. Keep them for yourself. You don't need to report such trivial matters to me in the future. This time, I've taken on all the karmic ties for you. Whether it's the Pure Land or the Tao Court, as long as I don't speak out, they shouldn't trouble you before you reach the late foundation establishment stage. Thank you, True Lord. Only then did Lu Yang put away the storage pouch, feeling relieved in his heart, though he didn't take Clear Snow True Lord's courteous words seriously. This time he had offered them willingly, so she said that to appear magnanimous. But if he hadn't offered them, she probably would have shown a different attitude. After all, she could choose not to accept the things, but he couldn't choose not to offer them. Once the offering was made, she could return them again. If he didn't offer them, it would be a question of absolute loyalty, and the iron fist of the Saint Sect would inevitably come crashing down. Right after, Clear Snow True Lord turned around and looked at True Person Chang Guang. Chang Guang, Hong Yun has already been killed by me. He didn't expect that I had already broken through to mid-golden core stage. Without the protection of the paradise, a mere wisp of gold nature was not enough for him to reincarnate and escape from my hands. Everything is ready, prepare for the enthronement. After saying this, Clear Snow True Lord disappeared on the spot. On the other side, True Person Chang Guang, who had always been calm and steady, finally showed an expression of indescribable excitement. He immediately turned to Lu Yang and said, Yuan too, return to the Sea of Clouds at once and come with Yinshan to meet me at Sacred Fire Cliff. I have a great task to entrust to you. Sky-reaching Sea of Clouds, Sacred Fire Cliff. Up to this day, very few in the Primordial Saint Sect knew what had really happened. They only thought that their own true lord had gone mad, which was why he came out to fight with the true lord from the Sword Pavilion. The only ones who truly understood the situation or the grand true persons at the peak of foundation establishment. For example, Hangju. Pooh! Inside a quiet chamber, Hangju suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling a mysterious power rooted in his bloodline dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Impossible! Hangju stared blankly at the blood he had just coughed up. There should have been a faint golden hue in the blood, yet now it had turned into a glaring crimson. True Lord is dead. Hangju was utterly bewildered. He was Hong Yun Taoist, or rather in the past, when the true Lord of heavenly fortune and bright radiance had still held his position. He had been created through the refinement of his own blood essence, molded and cultivated to finally achieve the peak of foundation establishment as a grand true person. Thus, there had always been a trace of golden essence lingering in his bloodline. Small cap R letter 1D07 letter 1D00 letter 1D05. Small cap L letter 1D00 letter 1D1B letter 1D07S letter 1D1B. Letter 1D04 small cap H letter 1D00 letter 1D18 letter 1D1B letter 1D07 small cap RS. Letter 1D00 letter 1D1B. Novel fire, net. But now that golden essence had vanished. For such a thing to happen, there was only one possibility, the source of that golden essence. True Lord of heavenly fortune and bright radiance, Hong Yun Taoist, had perished with both soul and spirit scattered. But how could this be possible? How hard was it to kill a true Lord? With their souls protected by golden essence, even if they fell from their position, they could easily escape through reincarnation, slipping away from the hands of other true lords. Unless the two sides were not on the same level. But how could that be? As far as he knew, the mid-stage and late-stage gold core true lords in the Saint Sect had no enmity with his true lord. Moreover, for gold core true lords, companions of the same path were extremely important. Even when true person Chang Guang had tried to compete with Hong Yun Taoist for the position, most of the other true lords had only stood by and watched, not daring to intervene directly. Except Zhu Feiheng. Hangju did not dare to speak this name out loud. After all, this was sacred fire cliff. If he said it aloud, Clear Snow True Lord would definitely sense it. However, he was already certain of his suspicion. There was only this one possibility: Zhu Feiheng, that wretched woman. Once just a junior true lord, after her last reincarnation and regaining her position, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, within just a few hundred years, she had already broken through to the mid-stage. It was simply unbelievable. At the mid-stage gold core level, with a permanently stabilized cave heaven, there would be no risk of its collapse unless a nascent soul Tao Lord took action. Reclaiming the position after reincarnation would also be greatly accelerated. It sounded simple, but in reality, how many true lords had gone through countless cycles of reincarnation, spending thousands or even tens of thousands of years without breaking through to the mid-stage, always facing the danger of cave heaven collapse. This step was not so easily taken. That wretched woman, she must have used some underhanded means. Hangju suddenly stopped the furious roar in his heart. Because at some point, the quiet chamber where he was meditating had already begun to show traces of water, and yin energy was rising. This was heaven and earth responding to the resentment in his heart. In the next moment, Hangju suddenly vomited a mouthful of water. The spring water was cool, seemingly manifesting out of thin air, churning his internal organs into complete chaos. Cough, cough, cough. Hangju coughed while hastily circulating his divine powers, severing the karmic ties. Then he quickly took out the talisman of shared fate and altered fortune, and began writing rapidly. I have never harbored any great disrespectful thoughts. As the words settled, another wave of meritorious fortune flowed into the talisman, finally stopping Hangju's vomiting and halting the disintegration of his Dharma body. I must not hate, I must smile. At the mid-stage gold core level, things had already changed drastically. With the cave heaven stabilized and the position blessed, the connection to heaven and earth had become unbelievably close. Even the fleeting thoughts of mortals would receive a response. Hangju let out a bitter laugh. Of course, it was not for Hong Yun Taoist that he laughed bitterly. As a true person of the Saint Sect, the only thing that could make him despair and laugh bitterly was his own fate. I am a being formed from the blood essence of a true Lord, my entire path tied to the true Lord. Even though I have reached the peak of foundation establishment, I have no chance of ascending to a position. Now that the true Lord is dead, I have little time left. In just a few short years, my Dharma body will collapse and I will follow the true Lord in death. I don't even have a soul. Without a soul, there would be no reincarnation. If Hong Yun Taoist had still been alive, the connection through golden essence would have kept his lifespan worry-free. But now, at most, he could only struggle to survive for another 2 or 3 years. How could he possibly accept this? Thinking of this, Hong Ju began calculating again, his fingers almost striking sparks as he desperately tried to find the culprit behind Hong Yun Taoist's fall. A moment later, Hong Ju fell silent. On his chiseled face was an expression full of confusion, his fingers nearly rubbed raw. How could this be? No, this isn't right. No matter how he calculated, it all pointed to him being the one who killed Hong Yun Taoist. It had to be a miscalculation. The inherently evil Chang Guang and Yuan too. It must be them who obscured the heavenly secrets and karma, preventing me from finding the truth. I share an irreconcilable enmity with them. Hong Ju lowered his hand, his eyes full of hatred yet helplessness. He knew very well that the only reason he had not yet been slapped to death was purely because he still had some value. After all, as a grand true person at the peak of Foundation establishment, the true lords of the Saint Sect still wanted him to die on the battlefield. Almost at the same time, a stream of light flew into the hall. Hong Ju looked over dispiritedly and saw the spiritual light unfold into a handwritten note with only one line. Help me ascend, and I will grant you a lifetime of glory. Chang Guang. Hong Ju was stunned for a moment upon seeing this, then suddenly sat upright. That's right, if he ascends and takes charge of the overturning lamp flame, perhaps he could also preserve my life. At this thought, Hong Ju instantly felt as if the sky had cleared. Inside another hall on Sacred Fire Cliff, True Person Chang Guang sat at the head seat, while True Person Yinshan stood by his side. At that moment, True Person Chang Guang suddenly opened his eyes as if he had received some kind of reply. His eyes narrowed slightly, showing a hint of satisfaction. The current situation was far better than he had expected. With Hong Yun's death, his biggest obstacle had been removed, allowing him to lay out his plans with even greater ease. His hope of ascending had increased several times over. Thus, when divine light flickered in the hall and Lu Yang emerged from within, True Person Chang Guang immediately burst into laughter. He took the initiative to step down from his seat and warmly approached Lu Yang, patting him on the shoulder. This time you've worked hard, Yuan too. For the sake of Uncle Master, it is not hard at all. Lu Yang shook his head and said earnestly, Uncle Master mentioned before that there was a great task to entrust to me. I wonder what it might be. As long as it is within my power, I will not hesitate to give my life 1,000 times over. See, this was what true loyalty looked like. How reliable. True Person Chang Guang was not the least bit annoyed at being interrupted by Lu Yang. On the contrary, his smile grew even broader. In that case, I won't be courteous with you, Yuan too. With that, the three of them sat down facing each other. Speaking of which, I haven't yet discussed this with you, Yuan too. Chang Guang spoke casually. Yuan too, you probably don't yet know how to ascend and seek the golden fruit, do you? Lu Yang's heart stirred upon hearing this. Finally, the real content was coming. As for seeking the golden fruit, he was not entirely ignorant. After all, there was still the ancestor Ting Yu inside the myriad spirits banner. However, ancestor Ting Yu was considered a rogue practitioner. Or rather, except for the 4 major powers of the East, South, West, and North, all other sects were considered rogue paths. The difference was merely in who was more rogue and who was less so. For example, some sects with long-standing legacies also had true lords overseeing them. Such sects could barely be considered respectable in the eyes of the Saint Sect, but only just. Compared to them, as the direct descendant true person of the Saint Sect, Chang Guang undoubtedly had a more systematic and precise understanding of how to ascend and seek the golden fruit. Thus, Lu Yang immediately straightened his posture and cupped his hands, saying, Please instruct me, Uncle Master. The so-called ascension to seek gold has different interpretations among various factions, but to sum it up in one sentence, refine the golden nature to ascend the blessed land, transform the grotto heaven to obtain true attainment. True Person Chang Guang spoke with a smile, explaining eloquently. The so-called blessed land refers to something transformed by a grand true person who has achieved foundation establishment perfection. using their own life essence as the foundation, and supplementing it with innate divine abilities to expand their Tao foundation. When the blessed land soars, it becomes a grotto heaven, and only the grotto heaven can align with the position of heaven and earth. As for how to transform the blessed land into a grotto heaven, the key lies in the golden nature. The golden nature is the essence of the soul. A grand true person who has achieved foundation establishment perfection must extract the indestructible golden nature from their own soul to propel the blessed land and transform it into a grotto heaven. Speaking of this, true person Chang Guang glanced at Lu Yang again and smiled, saying, "If the attempt to seek gold fails and the blessed land cannot withstand the Tao transformation brought by the fruit position, it will merge with the golden nature, giving rise to a Tao calamity. The Tao calamity inherits all the knowledge of the original body, and its strength might even surpass foundation establishment perfection by one level. However, the Tao calamity is ultimately not a cultivator. Its existence itself defies common sense, and it delights in devouring cultivators, so it is generally eradicated by the joint effort of the true lords. For example, if I fail this time, it will be true Lord Feixu who will eliminate the Tao calamity I become." True person Chang Guang even used himself as an example, but before he finished speaking, Lu Yang stood up with a solemn expression and declared firmly, "Martial uncle, please do not speak such nonsense. This time, martial uncle seeks gold with full preparation, protected by true lords above and with our lives below. There is certainly a tenfold chance of success. Martial uncle, do not let your Tao heart waver." "Haha, you are right, I misspoke." True person Chang Guang squinted his eyes slightly. Although he knew Lu Yang was flattering him, the words made sense, so he still found them pleasing. Seeing this, true person Yinshan, who had been silently watching from the side, could only sigh in his heart. 100 years had passed. Back then he was the revered senior in Lu Yang's eyes, but now it seemed Lu Yang was closer to senior brother Chang Guang. He himself had been relegated to the lowest seat. Thinking back, it was still because he had been too tongue-tied. Why hadn't I thought of saying such words just now? That said, true person Yinshan didn't harbor any negative emotions. He quickly adjusted his mindset and said calmly, "Senior brother has prepared all the internal factors. As for internal tribulations, senior brother is fully capable of overcoming them. New small cap N letter 1D0F letter 1D20, letter 1D07 small cap L letter 1D04 hapters are published on Novel Fire. Net. The only concern is the external tribulation." True person Yinshan's word made Lu Yang's expression turn serious. External tribulation. Does senior brother mean that on the day martial uncle seeks ascension, there will be an external attack? Not might, but definitely. True person Chang Guang chuckled softly. After all, I cannot break through within the Primordial Saint Sect. In fact, to seek ascension, I must travel to another territory. Lu Yang frowned. Which territory? That place lies southwest of Jiangbei. It is called Kingdom of Qing. True person Chang Guang explained. This place is a marvel left behind when our Saint Sect lost to the Tao Court in a past Tao-seizing war, struck into Jiangbei by the Tao Court's Son of Heaven. The cultivation within it differs greatly from Jiangbei. It was modeled after the Tao Court and is located at the border between Jiangxi and Jiangdong. It serves as the Tao Court's stronghold for entering Jiangbei. I intend to take it as the resource for my ascension. As his words fell, the energy around true person Chang Guang suddenly shifted. Like a spark at first, it quickly surged into a raging blaze. Do you know the nature of the overturning lamp flame? Inside the grand hall, true person Chang Guang's voice became ethereal. Lu Yang's expression turned solemn. He had once witnessed the manifestation of the overturning lamp flame through the miraculous power of treading danger from the Abhena sword. The overturning lamp flame is actually the light of a golden lamp, illuminating places the sun and moon do not reach, bringing light to times when heaven and earth remain unlit. Yuan too was right. True person Chang Guang nodded upon hearing this. To seek ascension, one's words and actions must align with the imagery of the fruit position itself. Only then can resonance with the fruit position be drawn. The overturning lamp flame illuminates where the sun and moon do not, bringing light to unlit heaven and earth. I take from it the concept of inversion, so I must verify it by reversing the rules of other fruit positions. And the kingdom of Qing, Being the marvel the Tao Court's Son of Heaven struck into Jiangbei, naturally contains the rules of the Tao Court's fruit position. This is my opportunity to attain the Tao. At this point, true person Chang Guang finally laid out his plan. I intend to reincarnate into the kingdom of Qing and reverse its Tao Court order from within. As he spoke, radiant brilliance emerged behind him. It was as if a lamp had been lit, its weak flame gradually spreading a bright glow. I have cultivated the 6 harmonies bright essence Tao Qi through the heart fire illuminating the divine pill scripture, built the Xianxia Sun Pavilion Tao Foundation, and refined my innate divine ability, bright scenery flight diagram. Combining the heavenly gang and earthly fiends, I have transformed them into innate divine abilities. With the everlasting spring tree, yin dragon water, dread of felling and rigid flame furnace, I have completed my life essence, thus forming the Dengyang blessed land. As his words fell, the brilliance behind true person Chang Guang fully condensed, vaguely revealing pavilions and towers, with the rising sun and flying scenery illuminating the entire grand hall. Once I reverse the kingdom of Qing, I shall surely earn the favor of the fruit position and ascend to seek gold. Bathed in the radiant light, Lu Yang's expression grew heavy. He understood true person Chang Guang's meaning. This so-called seeking of gold was actually a massive ritual to attract the attention of the fruit position. With the fruit position's guidance, the direction of the blessed land's ascension could be ensured. Otherwise, if the direction was wrong and the blessed land flew to the wrong fruit position's domain, at best the blessed land would fall, at worst it would shatter, resulting in failure. True person Chang Guang was at this stage now, his cultivation perfected, his golden nature complete, fully capable of breaking through. All that remained was the final step, gaining the favor of the overturning lamp flame to point him to the location of the fruit position. Once successful, the ascension of the blessed land into the grotto heaven would be certain. I am willing to give my life for martial uncle. Without hesitation, Lu Yang declared his commitment. True person Yinshin followed closely behind, and seeing this, true person Chang Guang finally retracted his energy slowly. Naturally, I trust you, otherwise I would not have entrusted this matter to you. However, reversing the rules of a fruit position is no small matter. To succeed, external help alone is useless. There must be cooperation from both inside and outside, attacking together. Only under such pressure can the rules of the fruit position be broken. My reincarnation into the kingdom of Qing is to act from within. Therefore, I also need you to gather the cultivators of Jiangbai and march south to attack the kingdom of Qing, applying external pressure to create the opportunity for my reversal. As his words fell, Lu Yang let out a heavy breath. No wonder when he had picked up the corpses overseas this time, even after gaining immense benefits, neither true Lord Feixu nor true person Chang Guang had minded. It turned out they wanted him to risk his life. March south to attack the kingdom of Qing. There was no need to think twice. As the marvel left behind by the Tao Court's Son of Heaven in Jiangbai, this would inevitably pit them against the Tao Court. Moreover, marching south meant that the Sword Pavilion would likely get involved. Under such circumstances, Lu Yang naturally needed to be as strong as possible. That was why true person Chang Guang was eager for him to gain more benefits. How could he possibly compete with him for those benefits? After all, nothing was more important than Chang Guang's ascension to seek gold. In other words, Lu Yang had already gained so much. How could he refuse to take action? With this thought, Lu Yang immediately cupped his hands and declared loudly, I am willing to follow martial uncle's will. Please instruct me when to march south, I shall not decline. Seeing this, true person Chang Guang finally let out a hearty laugh. Yuan too, you may rise. I have already received true Lord Feixu's decree. Before marching south, Yuan too may visit the manifestation pavilion at the sacred fire cliff to acquire 1 or 2 techniques for self-protection. After speaking, true person Chang Guang exchanged a glance with Lu Yang, and the two smiled at each other. It was clear that true person Chang Guang understood perfectly. Lu Yang's prior declaration was a matter of loyalty. However, loyalty could not fill the stomach. As true persons of the Saint Sect, no one took empty promises seriously, so true person Chang Guang did not speak of illusions. Lu Yang had just agreed to take action, and in the next moment, Chang Guang offered real benefits. This was the true tradition of the Saint Sect. Sacred Fire Cliff, Manifestation Pavilion. This place was a loft built leaning against the cliff face, neither reaching the sky above nor touching the ground below, where the pure clear qi and the heavy turbid yuan of earth intertwined into a splendid radiance. Its name was Pure and Turbid Unified Yuan Qi. Within the range covered by this qi, the clash of upper clarity and lower turbidity constantly collided. If a qi refining cultivator mistakenly entered this place, they would immediately be ground into dust by the merging of heaven and earth. Even a foundation establishment true person, if touched by this yuan qi, would have their dharma body shattered. This showed how strict the defenses of this place were, for the Tao methods and techniques qualified to be placed here were all highly useful to foundation establishment true persons. Cultivation methods and great divine powers could not even compare to them. As for great divine powers, they were only limited to qi refining cultivators. And the nature of these cultivation methods was very special, because strictly speaking, the Primordial Saint Sect, the Sword Pavilion, the Pure Land, and even the Tao Court did not worry about their methods being leaked. Because the fruit position corresponding to the cultivation methods was always in their own hands. For example, the 9 transforming dragon art, although Liu Yang had learned it, the Pure Land still remained calm, because the corresponding city head soil was always trapped in the Pure Land. Therefore, the confidentiality of cultivation methods was not that high. On the contrary, Tao methods and techniques useful to foundation establishment true persons, which could produce effects in true person battles, were all extremely precious. Though up until now, I actually haven't properly fought anyone in a spell duel. Liu Yang showed an awkward expression. Let alone spell duels, he usually only crushed his opponents. The only recent duel with someone of the same realm had been against Wu Kang. Wu Kang, being a rogue cultivator in his past life, had only joined the Primordial Saint Sect after reincarnation. His strength in the sect, though not exactly peerless, was at least considered weak enough that anyone could bully him. This was evident from how so many people had gathered outside Mending Heaven Peak back then, waiting to ambush him when he came out. However, this time was different. Kingdom of Qing, known as a Northern Wonder, was located between the Tao Court and the Primordial Saint Sect, and was also close to the Sword Pavilion. Once war broke out, both sides would inevitably send reinforcements. Moreover, the matter of Chang Guang seeking gold might not be completely hidden from others' calculations. Even with clear snow true lord present, while golden core cultivators wouldn't interfere, it was still possible for some foundation establishment true persons to be dispatched to stop Chang Guang's quest for gold. After all, the prerequisite for Chang Guang seeking gold was to reverse the fruit position rules within the Kingdom of Qing. So they didn't need to do much. They only needed to find a way to guard this Northern Wonder, or identify the reincarnation of true person Chang Guang. The latter depended on Chang Guang himself, but the former would rely on them. If one side failed, the entire plan would be lost. In other words, this time, it seems I really have to fight desperately with strong opponents of the same realm. Liu Yang sighed deeply, unwilling but helpless. Looking on the bright side, at least this time I get to witness the full process of Chang Guang seeking gold with my own eyes. This could help me accumulate some experience for my future. In case there are any big traps on the path to seeking gold, Chang Guang can help me step on them first. That way I won't lack experience and fall into the same traps in the future. While thinking, Liu Yang had already stepped into the manifestation pavilion. In the next moment, his vision suddenly turned black. The formation spirit of Sacred Fire Cliff, which he had seen many times before, emerged and gracefully walked up to him. True person Yuan Tu, it is my pleasure to serve you. Liu Yang clicked his tongue in amazement. Although he had studied it privately many times, he still found this formation spirit astonishing every time he saw it. Next, the formation spirit lightly opened her vermilion lips and respectfully spoke. Please state your request. I will select a suitable Tao method for you based on your personal conditions. Liu Yang pondered for a moment after hearing this, and then said, I need a Tao method capable of soul-searching cultivators of the same realm or even higher realms, and the memory must not be incomplete. This was naturally for the sake of the Great Ascension Grade, 1 True Qi. However, since the innate Tao offspring could not be soul-searched at all, Liu Yang had never been able to extract from its sea of consciousness the memory left by the innate true person about the Great Ascension Grade, 1 True Qi. He could not even perform harvesting dual cultivation. Because the innate Tao offspring was essentially a monster without gender, it naturally lacked any organ that could be used for harvesting. The innate conditions were simply not met. Thus, he could only turn to the manifestation pavilion for help, searching for a suitable Tao method for you. Soon after Lu Yang stated his request, the formation spirit's beautiful eyes flashed brightly as if searching for something. After a long while, she finally raised her hand. A usable Tao method has been found for you. As her words fell, a white light emerged from the formation spirit's hand. There really is one. Lu Yang's face immediately showed joy. He hurriedly moved closer and swept his divine sense over it, then froze. Taiyan Celestial Human Transformation Mystic Art. Lu Yang activated his divine sense and soon grasped the entire Tao method. Afterward, his expression turned strange. Taiyan Manifestation, Celestial Human Transformation. This method can be used internally and externally, capable of altering flesh and blood, reversing yin and yang. Those affected by this technique will become the body of the Celestial Mother, possessing the virtue of nurturing all things. Looking at this Tao method, Lu Yang's entire face wrinkled and twisted. What kind of thing was this? By cultivating this method, one can refine a divine light called Celestial Mother Transformation. As long as this light covers someone, regardless of their original gender or attributes, they will all transform into the Taiyan Mother body. In simple terms, it was gender transformation. At the same time, the formation spirit explained. The soul of a foundation establishment true person is solid, and their sea of consciousness is immune to all evils, so soul-searching is impossible. But I detected that your attainments in dual cultivation are extremely high. The strength of your mending heaven scripture is such that even during dual cultivation, when your partner reaches their peak, you can relax their sea of consciousness and extract their knowledge, even from a foundation establishment true person. So I specifically recommend this Tao method and technique for you. You just need to use this divine power to turn the other party into a woman, and then... Stop. Lu Yang quickly interrupted the formation spirit's lewd words. His face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. What kind of method is this? Isn't there something more reliable? The formation spirit immediately shook her head. There is. Are you really not choosing this Tao method? Follow current small cap N letter 1D0F letter 1D20 letter 1D07 small cap LS on. The formation spirit tilted her head in confusion. Based on the simulation, this is the only method that allows you, with your current cultivation, to soul-search a true person of the same realm. This ugh. Lu Yang's hands trembled, and he let out a helpless sigh. Fine, I still trust the formation simulation results. Looks like there's no other way. You've really made me suffer. Half an hour later, at Luofeng Mountain. Lu Yang wore an expression of helplessness. He silently recited the incantation, and then formed a Celestial Mother transformation mystic light. It fell on the collapsed innate Tao offspring on the ground. In the next second, the originally handsome young form of the innate Tao offspring immediately transformed. Its flesh and bones shifted. In the blink of an eye, it actually grew organs suitable for harvesting. Unfortunately, Lu Yang's skill was insufficient, causing him to fail at making it beautiful. Instead, its appearance turned into an awkward mix, somewhat grotesque. For the sake of cultivation, I've truly sacrificed too much. Lu Yang sighed, then summoned Chen Zinan, who had also cultivated the mending heaven scripture to a high level and even used it to reach foundation establishment. I'll leave it to you, go. Chen Zinan. The next morning, Lu Yang walked out of the closed-door cultivation chamber. The innate Tao offspring had already been completely harvested and dissipated. At the same time, he had thoroughly understood its current state. Actually, even without harvesting it, it didn't have much longer to live. The reason it could remain in the world with strength surpassing foundation establishment was essentially due to the golden attribute left behind when the innate true person failed to seek gold in the past. However, that golden attribute had already been taken away by Clear Snow True Lord back then. Aside from that, there was also the information about the Great Ascension Grade 1 True Chi. The good news was that the innate true person had indeed left behind a method to cultivate the Great Ascension Grade 1 True Chi. The bad news was that Lu Yang no longer had the conditions to cultivate it. To think that cultivating the Great Ascension Grade 1 True Chi actually requires golden attribute. Lu Yang's face turned dark. The so-called Great Ascension Grade 1 True Qi was not a complete inheritance, but rather one of the innate true person's mad simulations. Using golden attribute to cultivate true Qi. Using golden attribute to build the Tao foundation. Using golden attribute to refine divine powers. And the craziest part was that, according to the innate true person simulation, the Tao foundation achieved through the Great Ascension Grade 1 True Qi would not point to any fruit position. To prove the Tao with this method, one had to achieve empty proof. Just like the body transformation ascension path, the heavens patrol path, the path of silent bliss. In the eyes of the innate true person, these were all cultivation paths that each sect's nascent soul Tao masters had proven out of nothing. Thus, only empty proof was the true path to nascent soul. In his descriptions, the innate true person felt immensely proud of his conclusion. He was convinced that his speculation had undoubtedly glimpsed a hidden corner of the nascent soul Tao master's secrets. A peerless genius, but what use is that to me? After reviewing the memories concerning the grand completion Grade 1 True Qi, Lu Yang gave his own evaluation, feeling quite dejected for a moment, thinking it had all been nothing but empty joy. There was no doubt that the innate true person was indeed an extremely rare genius in the world. He had even conducted verification during his lifetime, confirming that the method he developed must be the pinnacle of true Qi, impossible for anyone to surpass. Isn't this nonsense? You used metal essence to refine Qi. What was metal essence? It was a rare treasure that only a great true person who had achieved perfect foundation establishment could refine a trace of from their soul, which would then condense over time. Even true lords found it highly useful. And you used that to refine Qi. No wonder true Lord Feixu had no interest in this so-called innate Tao abomination, nor cared about the Grade 1 True Qi. He must have already soul-searched and learned all the details. At this thought, Lu Yang sighed again. Because honestly, if the only difficulty lay in the metal essence, he actually had a way, or rather, the innate true person had already left a way. According to the arrangement of the innate true person, all I need to do is bring the myriad spirits banner, which carries his karmic remnant, to the beyond cultivation world, and then use the banner to summon the Tao abomination. The Tao abomination would have no choice but to become the spirit of my banner, and by then, I could use its metal essence to cultivate the grand completion Grade 1 True Qi. The key to this was the myriad spirits banner, but not the one in Lu Yang's hand that had already been cleansed by the Book of 100 Lifetimes, but the one still held by Liu Xin, which retained the innate true person's karma. However, these were not real problems. With the Book of 100 Lifetimes in hand, Lu Yang could easily regress again to retrieve the original myriad spirits banner, or even repeatedly regress to extract the metal essence from the Tao abomination. Using metal essence to refine Qi, establish foundation, and even refine divine abilities, he could do all of it. It was merely a matter of regressing a few more times. The problem lies with the empty attainment. Lu Yang's gaze turned solemn. In the innate true person's account, this empty attainment was completely vague, as if shrouded in mist, and it was obvious the innate true person himself hadn't figured it out. How to attain the empty attainment? What was the method? There was nothing. This single issue alone basically severed the path of the so-called grand completion Grade 1 True Qi. Without achieving a fruit position, without attaining gold core, what use was a strong foundation? How vexing! Lu Yang pondered for a long time and finally made a decision. At this point, it seems I have no choice but to rely on my peerless wisdom to perfect the innate true person's cultivation method. With that, he took out the myriad spirits banner. Master Ting Yu. At Lu Yang's call, Master Ting Yu leisurely emerged. Since the fall of the true Lord of bearing heaven's true virtue, from the sword pavilion, he had been in a particularly good mood. What is it? Without wasting words, Lu Yang immediately sent over the contents of the grand completion Grade 1 True Qi. Disciple has newly acquired a cultivation method that is said to be beyond anyone's comprehension. To me, it seems like reading the Heavens book, so I wish to request Master's guidance. A clumsy provocation. Master Ting Yu smiled slightly upon hearing this. How could there be a cultivation method that no one can comprehend in this world? It's just your lack of insight. Taking the divine sense Lu Yang handed over, Master Ting Yu focused his attention. At first, Master Ting Yu's expression remained relaxed, But as he delved deeper, his brows gradually furrowed, and finally he slowly closed his eyes. "How is it, Master?" Lu Yang asked curiously. "First of all, it's not that I can't understand it, Master Ting," you replied calmly. "It's mainly because the author of this method was far too audacious, and their thinking is so peculiar that it goes beyond the scope of normal people. I need to study it further." After speaking, Master Ting Yu turned and instantly vanished into the Myriad Spirits banner, clearly entering seclusion. The most update N0 vels are published on N0 vel Fire, small cap NET. Seeing this, Lu Yang also revealed a look of delight. "Excellent, my peerless wisdom is beginning to bear fruit." Lu Yang had great confidence in his exceptional talent. Perhaps he might really find a way to solve the problem of the empty attainment. With this thought, Lu Yang felt reassured. Next, he took out another jade slip. Since it was rare for him to visit the Xianxia Pavilion, such an important place of the Primordial Saint Sect, of course, he wouldn't just come out with a single cultivation method. That said, because his 10,000 chariots dragon riding Dao foundation was extremely rare, and the corresponding Chengtu Earth was not under the sect's control, the Xianxia Pavilion didn't have any methods that perfectly matched him. After much selection, he finally chose a barely suitable method. Mountain Command Moving Mountain True Method. This was a Wu Earth method, reputed to be capable of moving mountains and shifting peaks, somewhat related to Guardian of the Mountain, and was quite handy to use. More importantly, this divine ability suited Lu Yang's preferences very well. As the name implied, this divine ability could move mountains and rivers, shifting distant peaks across 1,000 miles, using the landscape to suppress his enemies. It didn't sound like much. After all, a single mountain was nothing to a foundation establishment true person, who could easily dismiss it with a wave of the sleeve or at least escape from it. However, the Mountain Command Moving Mountain True method was different. This method shared similarities with Guardian of the Mountain, emphasizing both the mountain on the body and the mountain in the heart, usually advancing in unison during casting. The casting involved 3 steps: chanting the incantation, forming the seal, and pointing the profound. Though seemingly cumbersome, there was hidden profundity. If an enemy heard his chanting, they would immediately bear the weight of mountains and rivers, their dharma body becoming immobile. If they saw his sealing gestures, they would immediately feel the burden of great mountains, their thoughts unable to turn. And if they were finally struck by his finger point, goodness, their dharma body would collapse, turning into soil, and they themselves would become a great mountain, crashing to the ground, instantly forming a mysterious connection with the Earth's meridians below. In this way, would they still hope to escape? Not impossible. Breaking the connection with the Earth's meridians would allow escape, but the price would be causing damage to the meridians and possibly suffering some heavenly punishment. Thus, the evaluation of this method in the Xianxia Pavilion was sinister and disgusting. To have earned such a reputation among the sect's true persons showed how devious it was. Such a method should naturally be mine to wield. With the great battle approaching, Lu Yang dared not slack off in the slightest. After leaving the Xianxia Pavilion, he immediately went to mending Heaven Peak and devoted himself entirely to cultivation. 3 days later, Lu Yang was sitting cross-legged on a gauze bed in Lady Ryu Xiang's boudoir, discussing the Mountain Command Moving Mountain True method with her, when he suddenly looked toward the sky. A streak of spiritual light flew over. It was a flying message. The message contained only a few words. "Tonight at midnight, I shall pass away and be reborn. I hope that on the day you succeed and attain gold position, you will retrieve the Chengtu Earth and pave the way forward." In an instant, Lu Yang's expression turned solemn. The big event was about to begin. Lu Yang looked up at the sky, activating the destiny inspecting instrument between his brows. However, the normally clear and distinct web of karma under the light of Bing fire was now completely obscured. A true lord was concealing the karma. Almost simultaneously, inside and outside the Primordial Saint Sect, in the Jiangdong Dao Court, Jiangxi Pure Land, and Jiangnan Sword Pavilion, all reacted, with mysterious divine senses resonating with heaven and earth. Changguang is seeking gold. Hong Yun is dead, so it's about time he sought it. Can he succeed? He must not be allowed to succeed. Ignore him. Under the watchful gazes of many divine senses, midnight soon arrived. In the great hall of Sacred Fire Cliff, true person Changguang sat quietly, silently calculating something with his hands. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes. Heavy. With a light chuckle, true person Chang Guang's figure shattered like a bubble, silently dissipating on the spot. His disappearance rippled through the void like a stone dropped into a calm lake, immediately sending waves across the stillness and alerting all those who had been watching. True person Chang Guang had already reincarnated. His goal was to seek gold. Almost on the very next day after Chang Guang's reincarnation, King Cheng Feixu True Person personally came out of seclusion to oversee the situation and summoned Yinshan True Person and Lu Yang to Sacred Fire Cliff. This time going south, Yuan too will take the lead. King Cheng Feixu True Person sat at the main seat, speaking calmly. I will personally oversee this and ensure that no Golden Core True Person will interfere in this southern expedition. Besides that, most of the great True Persons at the peak of Foundation establishment will not participate either. Everyone has their selfish motives. With Chang Guang leading the way, they would rather see him take the risks and would not seriously try to stop him. As for the late-stage Foundation establishment great True Persons, most of them seek perfection and will not get involved either. Moreover, Chang Guang already made arrangements. Even if a great True Person really joins the battle, you don't need to worry. Someone will handle them. Your opponents will only be those at the middle or early stages of Foundation establishment. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang let out a breath of relief. Disciple accepts the order. Chang Guang True Person's arrangements were indeed reassuring. Without forcing him to challenge beyond his level and only facing middle and early stage opponents, he did have some confidence. Very good. King Cheng Feixu True Person nodded, and between her embroidered brows, a hint of killing intent suddenly emerged. This time, I want you to invade Kingdom of Qing, destroy their sects and strip away their spiritual veins. This content belongs to Nov Ifire Net. Kingdom of Qing is the nail driven into Jiangbei by Dao Court. It governs 5 major Foundation establishment forces: the Zhao Zia clan, Yuan Chen clan, 5 Elements Sect, Pannion Sect, and Upper Qian Sword Sect. Among them, Upper Qian Sword Sect holds dominance, and their sect master has received support from the Sword Pavilion, now reaching the peak of the middle stage of Foundation establishment. King Cheng Feixu True Person gave a brief explanation. To a true person, the background of a mere Foundation establishment power was as clear as looking at the lines on her palm, and since she spoke of it, there would not be the slightest mistake. Finally, King Cheng Feixu True Person spoke decisively. This concerns Chang Guang's pursuit of the Golden Core, so once you go south, do not hold back. Kill, plunder, and destroy. I've long disliked that so-called wonder of Kingdom of Qing. Lu Yang did not say another word, and immediately bowed low. I will strictly follow True Person's decree. Moments later, Lu Yang and Yinshan True Person rode their escape light and left the sky-reaching sea of clouds. Of course, Chang Guang True Person could not have dispatched only the 2 of them to go south. In fact, they were more like the ones in charge. And with King Cheng Feixu True Person personally issuing the order this time, the scale far exceeded the past extermination of Divine Martial Sect. With a single order from the True Person, all of Jiangbei responded. It was obvious that Chang Guang True Person had been preparing for this long ago. Now, Kingdom of Qing had already been surrounded airtight by various large and small sects from Jiangbei. The 2 sides had been in a standoff for several months, like a powder keg waiting for someone to ignite the situation. On the way, Lu Yang did not forget to consult with Yinshan True Person. Although True Person ordered me to take charge this time, I am still young and lack sufficient experience, far inferior to senior brother Yinshan in steadiness and wisdom. Therefore, I ask senior brother to give me more guidance and help me fill in the gaps. Yuan too, you speak too seriously. Yinshan True Person waved his hand, but judging by his expression, he was clearly quite pleased. Obviously, Lu Yang's respectful attitude made him feel honored. Moreover, the 2 of them were already like branches from the same root, so Yinshan True Person did not hold back. Returning the favor, he said, Junior brother, do not underestimate this Kingdom of Qing. Senior brother Chang Guang and I once divined the heavenly secrets and studied it carefully. This so-called wonder is truly operated by Dao Court like an iron bucket. Or rather, this is how Dao Court's system works. They might fall short in external expansion, but when it comes to defending their own territory, Kingdom of Qing is like an eternal kingdom whose rules are hard to overturn. Dao court system acts as heaven's hunting law. Liu Yang frowned slightly. Until now, he had not truly visited territories under other powers' rule. In fact, he had not even properly explored Jiangbei. This was indeed an opportunity. Thinking of this, Liu Yang looked at Yinshan True Person again with curiosity and asked, "Senior brother, please explain further. What exactly makes this kingdom of Qing or Dao court different?" Yinshan True Person fell silent for a moment before continuing. "In a word, it is a cultivator's purgatory, a mortal's paradise. Words on paper always feel shallow. If I just tell you here, you won't fully grasp it. You'll understand once you see it with your own eyes after we arrive. Jiangbei Kingdom of Qing. This wonder spanned 5 provinces, governing over 1,000,000 people. Beyond this place was the Great Long River that divided the 4 great regions of East, South, West, and North. Liu Yang and Yinshan True Person quietly arrived here, riding their escape light. However, they did not immediately meet with the various forces of Jiangbei gathered here. Instead, they first went to a sparsely populated city, which was currently under the control of a demon sect from Jiangbei, the Xianxia Sect. This place was originally under Kingdom of King S rule. Yinshan True Person explained, although they have been driven out now, the influence of Kingdom of Qing still lingers, and it has not fully recovered to this day. Ha ha. Liu Yang showed a look of surprise. Then he suddenly reached out his hand, retrieving a book from a household in the city. The book had only 2 large characters on its cover, Dao Canon. Dao Court governs the world by using the Dao Canon to select scholars. Mortals must pass the imperial examinations to become cultivators. If they do not have scholarly titles, they are nothing more than wild fox Zen. Therefore, the first step in cultivation is to study the Dao Canon and take the child scholar exam. Next comes scholar, recommended man, and presented scholar. However, these are all just preparatory titles for cultivators, in name only, without real cultivation. Only by obtaining the title of presented scholar, and then networking with masters and friends, finally receiving a Dao court appointment and being granted an official position, can one be considered truly stepping into the path of cultivation. Yet even so, under Dao court's rule, these titled mortals are not to be trifled with. This is because Dao court forbids all unauthorized cultivation. Below foundation establishment, if a cultivator does not have a title or official status from Dao court, even if they have reached the peak of qi refining, they cannot display any supernatural abilities. Because in Dao court, even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has an owner. Every bit of spiritual energy belongs to Dao court. Any cultivator without a title who absorbs heaven and earth's spiritual energy is committing theft of public property and will be executed along with their entire clan. In such circumstances, even a titled mortal's angry shout can cause an illegal cultivator to collapse helplessly on the ground. The Dao Canon even specifically described such a case. It told of a 9th-rank county magistrate in Kingdom of Qing who was once hated by an illegal cultivator. That cultivator had refined a flying sword with the intent to assassinate the magistrate. However, the magistrate subdued him with a single shout, causing his magic to dissipate. In the end, the cultivator was beaten to death by government soldiers. What a Dao court! Seeing this, Liu Yang finally understood Yinshan True Person's earlier description. Such governance truly deserved to be called a cultivator's purgatory. As for a mortal's paradise, I don't think so. Liu Yang's gaze deepened. Admittedly, under Dao court, the common people lived in peace with favorable weather. However, their social classes had completely solidified, with almost no room for advancement. At its core, it was still the same as herding livestock. It's just that Dao court's methods look more refined on the surface. Does feeding livestock until they are fat and round make them any less livestock? In the end, they were still to be slaughtered. In fact, when it came to the slaughter, the people under Dao court's rule couldn't even resist. One must know that even in Jiangbei, under the Primordial Saint Sect, there had been major sects that produced true persons. If the people of Jiangbei were herded like livestock, they would resist. However, in Jiangdong, such things would never happen. With just a single decree from the Dao court emperor, no matter how many people died, there would be no resistance. Under Dao court's rule, the highborn held absolute power over the life and death of the lowborn. In Jiangbei at Mount Geizhu, the wood element's spiritual vein here thrived with vitality, teeming with life as everything competed to flourish. Lu Yang and true person Yinshan rode their light escape technique and soon landed outside the mountain. Previously, the Primordial Saint Sect issued an order for all cultivators in Jiangbai to gather here. True person Yinshan did not disturb the mountain's formation. Instead, he took out a flying message, ignited it with his magical power, and lightly tossed it, letting it transform into spiritual light that flew into the mountain. After a brief moment, a graceful figure walked out from the mountain. The person had charming, water-like eyes, delicately painted brows, and a skirt that barely extended past her hips, revealing just enough to stir curiosity. She carried a faint, intoxicating fragrance on her body. The lower sect disciple, Han Xiang, greets the high true persons of the Saint Sect. As soon as the woman appeared, she bowed gracefully. Her posture was dignified, yet there was an undeniable allure, creating an intense contrast. However, Lu Yang dared not be careless. This woman named Han Xiang was no simple figure. She was the current leader of Xianxia Sect in Jiangbai. She was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. It was said that her sect also had a late-stage foundation establishment true person sitting in command, making them a notable demonic faction in Jiangbai. The two high true persons have come from afar. Why not come inside and have a chat? Han Xiang giggled foolishly, then took the initiative to step aside. On the surface, it sounded like a simple invitation, but the tone seemed to carry another implication. However, who was Lu Yang? He had always prided himself on having a heart of iron, immune to female charms. How could he be affected by such fox-like seduction? He immediately put on a serious expression. "Are you alone?" Lu Yang scanned with his divine sense. To his surprise, the vast Mount Geiju seemed to have only Han Xiang present. Where were the other foundation establishment true person summoned by the Saint Sect? Reporting to Lord, they have gone elsewhere. Han Xiang revealed a somewhat awkward expression. They heard that high true persons from the Saint Sect were arriving and that a great battle was imminent, so they went to conduct some private trades. Lu Yang was stunned for a moment before realizing the situation. Anyone who managed to make a name for themselves under the rule of the Saint Sect, becoming a foundation establishment true person, surely had a few hidden trump cards. Naturally, they would have some unused items as well. With the great battle approaching, they needed to find ways to exchange those useless items for combat power. However, Lu Yang was still puzzled. Shouldn't such matters be conducted here at Mount Geiju? Moreover, if our Saint Sect hosted it, wouldn't the trading efficiency be much higher? Upon hearing this, Han Xiang slightly parted her red lips but remained speechless. True person Yinshan beside them also seemed to realize something, showing a strange expression. In the next moment, Lu Yang heard true person Yinshan's voice transmission. "Junior brother, you may not know this. Due to the nature of our Saint Sect, we are not very trusted by others. And such trades inevitably require revealing some real treasures." Lu Yang immediately understood. Why wouldn't they let the Saint Sect host the trades and instead conduct them privately? It was because they feared that the true persons of the Saint Sect might covet their goods and forcefully seize them. Thinking even further, there might have been incidents where Saint Sect true persons disguised their identities, ambushed the traders, and later blamed it on external enemies. Have we done such things before? Absolutely not. True person Yinshan declared with absolute confidence. Lu Yang immediately caught the underlying meaning. They definitely had, and likely more than once. At this realization, Lu Yang couldn't help but feel helpless. He had underestimated the shamelessness of the Saint Sect's true person. How could these beasts act like this? Where are they trading? Take me there. Upon hearing this, Han Xiang immediately showed a troubled expression. Seeing this, Lu Yang's expression turned serious. Do not misunderstand. I, Lu Yang, am different from the other true persons of the Saint Sect. I would never do such things as ambushing traders. You've already thought of it, and you're telling me you won't do it. However, with the words already spoken this far, how could she dare refuse? Living under the Saint Sect's rule is like walking on thin ice. And Xiang secretly cursed in her heart, but dared not show any sign of it on her face. She could only sigh and say, "Allow me to lead the high true person there now. I hope the high true person will not take offense." Upon hearing this, Lu Yang slightly curled his lips into a gentle smile. Previously, I obtained a few magical tools overseas that are useless in my hands. It would be better to trade them away. Not only can this enhance the combat strength of Jiangbei's cultivators, but it can also help me exchange for some more useful treasures. Oh! Upon hearing this, Han Xiang's beautiful eyes lit up. After all, magical tools from the Saint Sect, even if useless to Lu Yang, would still be treasures to them. However, Mount Geiju still needs a true person to guard it. I'll stay here. True person Yinshin volunteered. Yuan too, you go with her, leave this place to me. Then I'll trouble senior brother. Lu Yang exchanged a glance with true person Yinshin, as if they had reached some agreement, and then nodded. A short while later, in a forest outside Kingdom of Qing, Lu Yang and Han Xiang both used their light escape techniques, concealing their figures, and landed in the forest. They finally stopped in front of a cave, releasing their auras. Entering the cave, they saw several figures already gathered inside. A rough count showed more than 10 people, all looking toward them. However, everyone had concealed their auras and appearances. Clearly, they did not intend to reveal their identities at this trading meeting. After all, the major forces in Jiangbei could not possibly be united. Among the summoned Foundation establishment true persons, there were even those with deep-seated grudges. Naturally, they dared not act too openly. Moreover, anonymity made it easier to offload stolen goods. In this regard, Jiangbei's cultivators had clearly been influenced by the Saint Sect. They were all cunning and crafty. However, this actually made it easier for Lu Yang to blend in. Small cap N letter 1D07 letter 1D21. Small cap N letter 1D0F letter 1D20 letter 1D07 small cap L. Letter 1D04 small cap H letter 1D00 letter 1D18 letter 1D1B letter 1D07 small cap RS. Letter 1D00 small cap R letter 1D07. Letter 1D18 letter 1D1C small cap B small cap L small cap IS small cap H letter 1D07 letter 1D05. Letter 1D0F small cap N Novi Fire small cap N ET. The time has come. With a low shout, a yellow earth-colored light shone in the center of the cave. An old man with white hair and white robes emerged from the light. Almost at the same time, Han Xiang transmitted her voice to Lu Yang, introducing. This person is called Fishing Dragon Elder. He is a rogue cultivator from Jiangbei. He likely obtained the inheritance of a great sect or had some other fortuitous encounter. Thus, he is also at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. He was the first to propose this trading event. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang narrowed his eyes. Among the Foundation establishment true persons present, only this Fishing Dragon Elder did not conceal his appearance or aura. This showed that he had full confidence in his strength. He was completely fearless. Next, they saw Fishing Dragon Elder smile slightly in the center of the venue. Since this trading event was proposed by this old man, I shall begin first. After speaking, he waved his hand. In the next second, the temperature in the cave suddenly rose. Rolling blood energy spread like a blazing sun. A mighty and ferocious flood dragon corpse appeared. Some time ago, a true lord of the Saint Sect was fighting overseas, causing chaos there. This old man had some luck and managed to fish up a flood dragon at the early stage of Foundation establishment. Its tendons and bones can be used to refine treasures. Its blood can be used to enhance yang energy. There's even half a dragon horn. This old man only seeks one bottle of lifespan-extending spiritual pill. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. If it were just ordinary lifespan-extending pills, many here had them. But what Foundation establishment true persons referred to as lifespan extension actually meant methods to counteract the bifeng. For example, the wind-avoiding pill once gifted by the head of Mending Heaven Peak to Arhat Fulong was such a treasure. Unfortunately, that seemed to be the personal fortune of the peak head, unrelated to the peak itself. Thus, after Lu Yang took over Mending Heaven Peak, he did not obtain the pill or its formula. After a moment, a light suddenly flashed at the original spot. When the light faded, the flood dragon corpse Fishing Dragon Elder had displayed vanished. It was clear someone had completed the trade with him in secret. Using light to conceal the trade obviously indicated they did not want others to know who had obtained the treasure. Next, soon more Foundation establishment true persons stood up to trade. The items they presented were diverse, including spiritual treasures, pills, and cultivation methods. Even Han Xiang participated once. However, what left Lu Yang speechless was that Han Xiang disguised herself as a burly man during her trade, with an incredibly rough voice. Was such caution really necessary? At this moment, another light shone in the cave. A youthful-looking, yet old-mannered Dao child stepped out. Another one who did not conceal their appearance. He's the sect master of Treasure Distributing Cliff, the mid-stage foundation establishment true person known as Multi-Treasure Dao Child. He actually came as well. He's a fat sheep, even Saint Sect true persons have robbed him before. For a moment, many foundation establishment true persons stared at him intently. However, when the Dao Child looked back, most of them didn't dare meet his gaze. After all, most present were at the early stage of foundation establishment. A mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator was already quite intimidating to them. Only Lu Yang narrowed his eyes at the sight. Interesting. He glanced at the Dao Child, who radiated treasure light from head to toe, as if the words big target were written on his forehead. Suddenly, Lu Yang revealed a bright smile. I have a Dao technique in my hand, as everyone already knows. Duabao Tongzi stood on the stage, holding his head high as he declared. Its name is 10,000 Treasures River, which allows multiple magical treasures to be combined into a stronger magical treasure. 3 mid-grade spiritual treasures can be combined into 1 high-grade spiritual treasure. 9 low-grade spiritual treasures can be combined into 1 mid-grade spiritual treasure, and 18 high-grade magical treasures can be combined into 1 low-grade spiritual treasure. In other words, if you have 500 high-grade magical treasures, you can refine 1 high-grade spiritual treasure. Moreover, the more magical treasures you have, the stronger the power of 10,000 Treasures River. As his words fell, the crowd erupted in commotion. Duabao old monster, are you really bringing out the trump card Dao technique of your Fenbao Cliff? Honestly, aren't you just trying to make a big profit and run? Is this Dao technique of yours truly authentic? Could this be a scam? Several foundation establishment true persons questioned him directly, but Duabao Tongzi remained completely unflustered, smiling lightly as he replied, since I am willing to trade it, I naturally have my reasons. To be frank, I am seeking a strand of Earth Fiend Qi. The moment he said this, the voices of doubt immediately disappeared. Although the 10,000 Treasures River, Dao technique was indeed precious, compared to Heavenly Gang and Earth Fiend, compared to the path of foundation establishment true persons, it was not worth mentioning. But we don't have Heavenly Gang or Earth Fiend to trade with you. Heavenly Gang and Earth Fiend, without enough fortune they are unattainable, without enough Dao attainment they are impossible to obtain. How could they possibly be taken out for trade? Duabao, have you gone mad? Duabao Tongzi shook his head upon hearing this and said, I said I am seeking a strand of Earth Fiend Qi. As for where the Earth Fiend Qi is, I have already investigated clearly. However, it is a perilous place filled with dangers, so I need a high-grade spiritual treasure that can ward off misfortune and a spiritual treasure for killing. You want to trade for 2 high-grade spiritual treasures? Someone questioned. Duabao Tongzi waved his hand. Not necessarily. If 1 high-grade spiritual treasure possesses both the wondrous abilities I require, then it can also be exchanged. Wishful thinking. In an instant, many foundation establishment true persons spread out their divine sense. If not for the suppression array in the cave dwelling, it would have immediately affected the outside world. Duabao Tongzi, however, remained calm and composed. The 10,000 Treasures River is my trump card. Its value is well known. In the past, even when a true person from the Primordial Saint Sect tried to rob me, I protected it with my life. Now that I am selling it, naturally I must fetch a good price. Of course, if anyone can offer the high-grade spiritual treasure I seek, I am willing to add more to the deal. As his words fell, Duabao Tongzi waved his hand. Whoosh whoosh. In the next moment, a wisp of yellow smoke appeared before everyone, and upon seeing clearly what it was, almost all the foundation establishment true persons took a step back. Earth Vein Qi, Duabao old monster, where did you get this? Don't bring that thing near me. What if I accidentally shatter it? Go away, go away. To foundation establishment true persons, Earth Vein Qi was like a pile of dung, absolutely untouchable. After all, no one wanted to have their fortune cut by heavenly punishment. However, Lu Yang narrowed his eyes at the sight. Earth Vein Qi seems to be fated with me. Lu Yang had previously used Heavenly Corpse Fiend to craft one, but it had already dissipated along with the Heavenly Corpse Fiend, when he used it to kill blood demon true person. Now, the more Liu Yang looked, the more he felt that the earth vein qi in Duabao Tongzi's hand looked exactly like the one he had used. Moreover, he had just cultivated the mandate of moving mountains true method, and if this Dao technique could be paired with earth vein qi, its power would definitely increase significantly. What do you say? Duabao Tongzi looked around and loudly declared. This earth vein qi is an excellent tool for harming others, and in critical moments it can also be used for self-protection. Back then, when I was robbed by a true person of the Primordial Saint Sect, if it weren't for this earth vein qi making him hesitate, I would have been dead. Upon hearing this, a few Foundation establishment true persons immediately reacted. That's right. Earth vein qi might be like dung, but if you cover yourself with dung, most people wouldn't dare approach you. It really was a life-saving item. Especially with a great war approaching, having earth vein qi for protection would provide an extra layer of security. With that thought, some people were tempted. However, wanting and having are two different things. They simply didn't have the high-grade spiritual treasure Duabao required, especially since Duabao Tongzi's attitude was extremely firm. On the other side, Liu Yang watched him with great interest. Although this seemed like an ordinary transaction, the more he thought about it, the stranger it felt. Because strictly speaking, this man intended to trade his trump card and life-saving item in exchange for someone else's killing treasure and danger-sensing treasure. This was practically baiting someone to attack him after the deal. At least the true persons of the Primordial Saint Sect would definitely make a move. Could this be a trap? Yet he should be the only true disciple of the Primordial Saint Sect present. If this was a trap, who exactly was Duabao trying to bait? The more Liu Yang thought about it, the more intriguing it became. Read full story at smallcapenOVELFIRE.net. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yang suddenly used divine sense to transmit a message to Duabao Tongzi. I have the high-grade spiritual treasure you seek, but that alone is not enough. Oh, is that so? Duabao Tongzi's eyes lit up, but he maintained his composure and replied through voice transmission. You're being too greedy. That's already my bottom price. I also want a ready-made, 10,000 treasures river. Liu Yang showed no courtesy, immediately making a sky-high demand. What bottom price? Who would offer their real bottom price at the start? And he had good reason too. Even if 10,000 treasures river can combine magical treasures into a high-grade spiritual treasure, where am I supposed to gather over 500 magical treasures with the Great War looming? This is acceptable. Duabao Tongzi paused for a moment, then haggled with Liu Yang for a while longer before finally agreeing to add over 100 high-grade magical treasures. 162 high-grade magical treasures, enough to combine into a mid-grade spiritual treasure level 10,000 treasures river, Duabao Tongzi said with a bitter face. That's all my stock. Without them, even maintaining my own 10,000 treasures river at high-grade spiritual treasure level would be difficult. Still fishing, still fishing. Liu Yang felt more and more that Duabao Tongzi had ulterior motives. How dare he fish for him? These local gangs were just too rude. Thinking of this, Liu Yang directly took out the abyssal sword. This spiritual treasure has two wondrous abilities. One is slaughterer of men and the other is peril walker. It perfectly meets your requirements. You can try refining it. A spiritual sword. Duabao Tongzi looked delighted at the sight, hurriedly taking the abyssal sword and examining it closely before nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, indeed very good. Deal, Liu Yang smiled gently. Duabao Tongzi nodded, deal. Both parties were very pleased. Soon after, several other Foundation establishment true persons came forward to trade, but the response was lukewarm. After about half an hour, all the Foundation establishment true persons had taken their turn. It was only then that the host of the trade, Dao Longwang, came out again to announce the end of the transaction. Afterwards, just like when they arrived, the Foundation establishment true persons quietly left one by one. Before long, the spacious cave dwelling was left with only Dao Longwang and Duabao Tongzi. Seeing this, Dao Longwang spoke solemnly, "Are you certain?" "Certain." Duabao Tongzi examined the abyssal sword, while replying in a deep voice, "To give away such a spiritual sword so casually, who else could it be but a true person of the Primordial Saint Sect?" "That wasn't given casually," Dao Longwang shook his head. "With the conduct of those true persons from the Primordial Saint Sect, would they easily trade away such a high-grade spiritual treasure? I fear that after leaving, They've already gone back to gather reinforcements and will soon return to strike and reclaim everything. HMPH, he has reinforcements, but don't we as well? Duabao Tongzi sneered coldly. Han Xiang thought she hid herself well, but she doesn't realize that the stench of fox on her body couldn't escape my smelling dog. She stationed herself at Geizhou Mountain and showed no interest in the transaction until now, when she suddenly appeared with a stranger. I knew something had changed right then. Primordial Saint Sect true person, huh? Dio Longwang sighed. Originally, we just wanted to use the pretext of this transaction to lure a few cultivators from Jianbei as tokens of allegiance, but we ended up hooking a big fish instead. Big fish has value. Duabao Tongzi's expression turned fierce as he said in a deep voice, "Send word to the Dao court for reinforcements. I will pursue him now. We absolutely cannot let that man get away." Dio Longwang hesitated upon hearing this. Shouldn't we wait a bit longer? At these words, the new and old grudges against the Primordial Saint Sect surged in Duabao Tongzi's heart. He immediately stood up with a flick of his sleeve. "The longer we wait, the greater the risk. I'll go ahead." Jianbei Kingdom of Qing. An old man with white hair and beard was strolling leisurely in a fragrant courtyard full of birdsong, playing with an armored scaled bird in an iron cage. Immediately afterward, a beam of radiant light descended first. Old Freak Hua, even the true person of the demon sect, has personally given orders to mobilize, and nearly half of Jianbei has been stirred up. Yet you seem to be in high spirits, still in the mood to take your bird for a walk here. From within the radiant light, a middle-aged man stepped out leisurely. This so-called old freak Hua actually had some reputation in Jianbei. He was the sect master of the Five Elements sect, with cultivation at the mid-foundation establishment realm, known as the true person of the Five Elements. At this moment, the true person of the Five Elements, carrying the birdcage, laughed and said, "When soldiers come, we block them. When water comes, we cover it with earth. Summer Wyming, have you finished relocating your family? The entire Xiaoxia clan has already moved into the kingdom of Qing. The Five Elements sect should be the same, right? No matter what, we can only walk this single path to the end." After speaking, the middle-aged man seemed to show a hint of melancholy. "HMPH, so what if we walk this single path to the end?" At this moment, another voice rang out. This time, the one who stepped out was a young man. "Under the rule of the demon sect, we already have no path of survival. Joining the Dao court, at least we have a chance to fight for our future." Old Freak Chen. Summer Wyming sighed when he saw the person. The other was named Chen Ans, also the ancestor of an immortal clan like him. Moreover, the reputation of the Yuan Chen clan was far greater than that of the Xiaoxia clan. After a moment, a fragrant breeze suddenly arrived. Next, wisps of mist floated within the courtyard, then condensed into human form and quickly dispersed again. From within walked out a lady in palace attire. Fairy Yun He of the cloud climbing sect has come as well. What about the upper profound sword sect? Before the words of the true person of the Five Elements had even finished, a sharp sword cry suddenly echoed from the sky. Then a beam of sword light swiftly descended, transforming into a human figure who stepped out. At a glance, it was a young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, his expression cold and stern. A golden sword on his back continuously radiated sharp sword energy. The true person of the Five Elements clicked his tongue in admiration. It said that the upper profound sword sect has received support from Jiangnan and possesses 3 superior magical swords. It truly lives up to its reputation. Golden Sword Master of the upper profound sword sect greets Senior Hua. The young man cupped his hands toward the true person of the Five Elements. "Our sect master is currently still in seclusion, striving to break through to the late foundation establishment realm, so he couldn't come to meet you, Senior." No matter, no matter." The true person of the Five Elements waved his hand, his eyes brightening. "If your fellow Taoist from the upper profound sword sect can break through to the late stage and attain the rank of great true person, it will greatly aid our war effort." Next, everyone settled themselves within the courtyard. 5 foundation establishment cultivators stood there, clearly led by the true person of the Five Elements. After all, he alone had reached the mid-foundation establishment realm, while the others, Summer Wyming, Chen Ans, Fairy Yun He, and the Golden Sword Master, were all at the early stage. Just then, all 5 suddenly felt an indescribable sense of oppression in their hearts. With each breath, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth which had previously flowed freely at their command, suddenly slipped from their control. The spiritual energy abandoned them like worn-out shoes, rushing toward another direction. They saw a handsome young man walking toward them. Top Scholar, the true person of the 5 elements, was the first to cup his hands in greeting. The other 4 hurriedly followed suit. The handsome young man appeared quite friendly and returned the salute to each of them, one by one, with sincerity. Junior Zhangzhen greets all the seniors. No need to be so polite. The true person of the 5 elements shook his head. Top Scholar Zhang is the current top scorer in the imperial examinations and is deeply trusted by His Majesty. So young, yet already holds the position of a third-rank official. As he spoke, the true person of the 5 elements glanced at Zhangzhen. He had cultivated a divine eye technique that allowed him to see things invisible to ordinary people. At this moment, when he looked at Zhangzhen, he could see the dense official aura around him. It had condensed into cloud cranes and fierce tigers, circling and guarding his body. Above his head floated a distinct official title, Prefect of the Shun Dao Heavenly Office. This title ranked third in the Kingdom of Qing, overseeing all affairs of the capital. It showed his high status and authority. With the blessing of his official position, he had achieved the early foundation establishment realm. And this was only in the small land of the Kingdom of Qing. After all, the Kingdom of Qing had modeled its system after the Dao Court. However, due to its limited territory and small population, it could not truly reach the scale of the Dao Court. If this were the Dao Court in Jiangdong, a third-rank official would truly be a heavenly official, typically starting at the late foundation establishment realm as a great true person. How could they only have early-stage cultivation? In fact, throughout the entire Kingdom of Qing, only the current King Qing had managed to condense an official position comparable to a late foundation establishment great true person. Nevertheless, such easily attained cultivation was still something many envied. In the next moment, this third-ranked top scholar of the Kingdom of Qing, Zhangzhen, asked curiously, "Seniors, may I ask what major matter requires our discussion this time?" "It concerns the incoming enemy from Jiangbei. And letter 1D07W small capen OVELCH a PT letter 1D07RS are published on N0VI FIRWENet. The true person of the 5 elements collected his thoughts and solemnly took out a flying message. "My 2 friends in Jiangbei, whom I have recruited, have sent word that they encountered a true person from the demon sect. This friend of mine has invited us to go there together. My friend is no weakling, also at the mid-foundation establishment realm. For him to seek help in besieging someone, that person is most likely also at the mid-stage. Not to mention, they come from the demon sect. I suspect that this person might very well be the one leading the demon sect's campaign against our kingdom." The true person of the 5 elements had fully aligned himself with the Kingdom of Qing. Though he was also from Jiangbei, his words now clearly placed himself on Qing's side. Seeing this, Zhangzhen revealed a look of temptation. "Senior means to say, I intend to go and besiege them." Latest chapter first released at 69 books bar. The true person of the 5 elements raised his eyebrows and said loudly, "With the Great War approaching, if we can first kill a true person of the demon sect, we will surely deal a heavy blow to the enemy's morale." Zhangzhen showed hesitation at these words. After thinking for a long time, he shook his head. "The Dao Court Star Observation Platform has sent orders. They say that true person Chang Guang of the demon sect has already reincarnated. Our top priority should be to locate Chang Guang's reincarnation. Senior, your side just needs to hold the defense." "Top Scholar Zhang, you are mistaken." The true person of the 5 elements shook his head. "Hold the defense. How could one gain merit by merely defending?" He had led the entire 5 elements sect to join the Kingdom of Qing and submit to the Dao Court in hopes of securing a future for himself. He had to achieve some merits, and killing a true person of the Primordial Saint Sect would undoubtedly be a great merit. Otherwise, if they won the war and someone else captured Chang Guang's reincarnation and claimed the greatest credit, while they were seen as mere passive defenders, they might be branded as freeloaders. Therefore, the true person of the 5 elements was eager to fight. He wished he could rush out immediately and slay a few true persons of the demon sect to let the Dao Court see his hard work and contributions. And he was not the only one thinking this way. The other 4 foundation establishment true persons, who had also joined the Tao court and come to assist the kingdom of Qing against the Primordial Saint Sect, shared the same intention. Seeing this, Zhang Xin could only nod helplessly. I understand. I can agree to this. But since you will be going deep into enemy territory, I ask that you all be extremely cautious. If things go wrong, retreat quickly. Do not let yourselves fall into the demon sect's territory in Jiangbei. Rest assured, top scholar. Having received Zhang Xin's permission, the true person of the five elements immediately showed an excited expression. He turned to the others and declared, Everyone, our chance to make a name for ourselves has come. After leaving the trading fair, Lu Yang flew toward Gai Bamboo Mountain. However, he was in no hurry and instead flew slowly with his light, looking relaxed and at ease. By now, they should be catching up, right? If they truly harbor ill intentions and come after me to kill me, then it wouldn't count as me ambushing them halfway, but as legitimate self-defense. No matter how you put it, I would be in the right. That's right, Lu Yang was fishing. These Jiangbei rogue cultivators are still too young. These tricks might fool someone like Wu Kang, who is also a rogue cultivator and a true person of the Primordial Saint Sect. But trying to fool me is still too naive. Let alone me, even true person Yinshin wouldn't be fooled. Before long, he saw a beam of light appear in the distance, flying straight toward him. Lu Yang revealed a smile and simply clasped his hands behind his back, standing still in place. The fish has taken the bait. You actually didn't run. Seeing Lu Yang standing there with his hands behind his back, Duobo Tongzi dispersed his escape light, his face turning iron blue as he instinctively released his divine sense to scan the surroundings. Something's not right, no ambush. Duobo Tongzi looked confused. To be fair, seeing Lu Yang with no intention of escaping at all, he thought he had been lured into a trap and had fallen into an ambush, but it turned out not to be the case. On the other side, Lu Yang also furrowed his brows. Why are you alone? Wasn't there also that old man dragon fisher? Didn't come together, not allies. Or perhaps... The next second, Lu Yang relaxed his expression. If the other party truly had ties to the Tao court, they probably went south to Kingdom of Qing to find reinforcements. If that was the case, was there an even bigger fish? Thinking of this, Lu Yang's expression became even calmer. As expected of a countryside rogue cultivator, utterly without morals, you make a deal one moment and come to rob and kill the next. This statement immediately struck a nerve in Duobo Tongzi, making his expression extremely ugly. You, a demon sect true person, dare to preach to me about morals. Surface-level deals, backstabbing robberies, collecting countless rare treasures without paying a single coin. Aren't these exactly the things you demon sect true persons excel at? You can even recognize me. Lu Yang deliberately furrowed his brows, then suddenly put on a stern expression. You really have guts, knowing I am from the Primordial Saint Sect and still daring to chase me down to kill me. Die demon sect. Duobo Tongzi suddenly let out a furious shout, and a round mirror appeared behind his head. The mirror light shone down, revealing a flying message light. Hadohasa. In the next moment, Duobo Tongzi waved his hand, intercepting the flying message light. Sweeping it with his divine sense, he immediately burst into laughter. So it was just a bluff. The flying message turned out to be a distress signal. In Duobo Tongzi's eyes, it was clear that this demon sect true person was merely pretending to be calm while secretly trying to call for reinforcements. However, he hadn't expected Duobo Tongzi's superior methods to intercept it. With this thought, all suspicion left Duobo Tongzi's mind. Today, you won't even dream of escaping. As his words fell, dazzling treasure light burst forth behind Duobo Tongzi. The treasure light gathered into waves, surging like a tidal river, instantly transforming into a long river. 10,000 Treasures River. This river was entirely composed of treasure light, with countless artifacts floating within. Blades, spears, swords, halberds, towers, bells, cauldrons, and furnaces, seemingly endless. Then the long river swept downward. Lu Yang immediately felt a massive force descending upon him. For a moment, he couldn't steady himself, stumbled and fell into the river, after which the artifacts in the river pounced on him one after another, bombarding him. Boom, boom, boom. The bombardments of countless magical treasures struck Lu Yang, but only produced dazzling sparks. Lu Yang remained unmoved, like a reef under crashing waves. What a fine 10,000 treasures river. Lu Yang looked on with intrigue, observing the hundreds of magical treasures within the river. These weren't just randomly selected artifacts, each was crafted with great care. Individually, these treasures weren't particularly rare. However, they complemented each other, and when combined and activated with secret techniques, they could indeed harness the power of the stars and earth, displaying superior mystical effects. Unfortunately, it was still too conservative, like a small workshop. Named 10,000 treasures, it should truly contain 10,000 artifacts to be worthy of being called a river. A mere 500 pieces can only be considered a stream. Of course, this was understandable. After all, Duabo Tongzi was merely the sect master of a small sect in northern Jiang. Having 500 artifacts was already impressive. Possessing 10,000 would be asking too much. However, the Primordial Saint Sect was different. The Saint Sect had a specialized artifact refinement department, filled with talents, working around the clock without rest, easily capable of fulfilling the demands of a true 10,000 treasures river. And with only a few hundred pieces, the flaws are too obvious. Lu Yang shook his head, then took out the wasp pouch, opened its mouth, and instantly a swarm of black chi-eating insects poured out. Lu Yang had always kept in mind the legend of the chi-eating insects mentioned by Elder Yu, never ceasing their cultivation. Now, he released them all at once. Billions of chi-eating insects, like starving tigers pouncing on prey, swarmed the treasure light of the 10,000 treasures river, heedless of casualties, biting relentlessly. Seeing this, Duabo Tongzi's expression changed drastically. What kind of demonic insect is this? Although his 10,000 treasures river could refine countless artifacts into a superior spirit treasure, at its core, it was still composed of hundreds of individual artifacts. Thus, flaws still existed between the artifacts. The chi-eating insects, being able to slip through any gap, targeted these flaws and gnawed at the treasure light, although a single insect's damage was negligible. There were simply too many of them. Realizing this, Duabo Tongzi hastily performed a hand seal. The 10,000 treasures river trembled violently, countless artifacts clashing together, producing a mystical sound. Treasure chime sound. With the activation of this mystical effect, the sound of chimes echoed unceasingly throughout heaven and earth. This sound was generated by the collision of the hundreds of artifacts within the 10,000 treasures river, carrying a peculiar resonance force. Wherever it passed, the chi-eating insects could not control their bodies, bursting apart from within. Interesting. Seeing this, Lu Yang showed a curious expression. Through his divine sense, he knew that besides the mystical properties of the artifacts, the opponent had likely also used an innate divine ability. However, the specific divine ability had been deliberately concealed by Duabo Tongzi. Unfortunately, this matter concerns the success or failure of true person Chang Guang's pursuit of gold, and true Lord King Cheng Feixu personally took action to conceal the heavenly secrets. Even a foundation establishment true person is powerless to calculate causality. Lu Yang pondered in his heart, yet his hands did not slow down. With a wave of his sleeve, a purple-golden official seal hovered in the air. It was the Purple Star Official Descending Supreme Gold Seal, a magical treasure gifted to him by Ying Tangshu when he was overseas, particularly effective in suppressing metal artifacts. Set. Lu Yang performed a seal and pointed, and the Purple Star Official Descending Supreme Gold Seal came crashing down with the might of Mount Tai, pressing directly on the raging 10,000 treasures river. In the next second, the 10,000 treasures river suddenly froze. All artifacts, being made of metal, were severely suppressed by the Purple Star Official Descending Supreme Gold Seal. With one strike, the mystical effect was instantly lost. Seeing this, Duabo Tongzi narrowed his eyes. Demon Sect. His eyes showed both greed and hatred, but soon after he revealed a joyful expression, looked up at the sky and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, your death is at hand. As his words fell, several more escape lights broke through the sky. When the lights landed, Old Man Dragon Fisher, true person of 5 elements, and others stepped out one after another. A total of 6 Foundation Establishment true persons, including 2 at Mid-Foundation Establishment. Including Duabo Tongzi, that made 3 at Mid-Foundation Establishment. In an instant, a massive force locked down the void, firmly trapping Lu Yang in place, ensuring he had nowhere to escape, not even into the Foundation Establishment realm. Fellow Taoist Duabo, this time you've truly rendered great merit. True person of 5 elements laughed heartily, and Duabo Tongzi looked equally relaxed. Even the most cautious old man dragon fisher couldn't help but sigh in relief. No matter how one looked at it, victory was assured. 7 foundation establishment true persons, 3 mid-stage and 4 early stage, almost half of Kingdom of King S foundation establishment forces, surrounding a single Primordial Saint Sect true person. Even if the Saint Sect true persons were renowned for their strength, the power disparity was 7-1, the advantage was ours. Yet just as everyone believed the outcome was sealed, Lu Yang suddenly laughed. Indeed, fellow Taoist Duabo, you truly have rendered great merit. Duabo Tongzi was stunned. What? Before the words had fully fallen, an even greater force suddenly erupted outside the encirclement formed by the 7 foundation establishment true persons, reversing the situation and encircling them instead. In the next second, among the 4 early-stage true persons, ancestor of the Xianxia clan, Xia Weiming, let out a miserable scream as his chest was violently pierced by a massive hand. Xia Weiming's reaction was not slow. His Dharma body shattered, transforming into countless streams of light, swiftly reassembling beside true person of 5 elements. However, his expression was filled with extreme terror. That strike had not only pierced his Dharma body but also shattered his Tao foundation. This nearly crippled 90% of his strength, almost killing him outright. Quite good at escaping. Among the crowd, true person Yinshan's expression was gloomy, his tone devoid of any emotion as he shook his hand. Forget it. Severely injuring one is enough. On the other side, Lu Yang laughed heartily. Senior brother, why did you take so long? True person Yinshan finally curled his lips into a smile. Wasting a bit of time finding people, but we've truly hooked a big school of fish this time. As his words fell, outside the encirclement of the 7 foundation establishment true persons from Kingdom of Qing, several figures stepped out, their auras erupting. They were the foundation establishment true persons who had just left the trading conference. Besides the mid-stage foundation establishment Han Xiang, there was also a valiant woman in battle gear. Small cap is chapter is UPD a T letter 1D07D by Nov IF IronNet. From the very start, Lu Yang and true person Yinshan had sensed something was wrong. Or rather, they had suspected something. And in true Saint Sect fashion, they drew the bow before painting the target, ensuring they had contingencies in place. Thus, while Lu Yang served as bait, true person Yinshan secretly gathered cultivators from northern Jiang, setting up a hidden ambush, just waiting for the fish to take the hook. A bunch of Jiangdong rats, daring to play tricks with my Primordial Saint Sect. Overestimating yourselves. Seeing this, true person of 5 elements' face instantly turned deathly pale. Recalling Lu Yang's earlier words, he abruptly turned around, glaring viciously at Duabo Tongzi. You betrayed me. I did not. At this moment, Duabo Child felt extremely wronged and hurriedly turned to look at old man Dragon Angler beside him. Fellow Taoist Dragon Angler, you know me. You can testify for me. This. Old man Dragon Angler opened his mouth upon hearing this, then lowered his voice and said, Fellow Taoist 5 elements, I think no matter what, Duabo Child wouldn't betray you at this moment. As soon as these words came out, the originally furious true person of 5 elements also snapped back to his senses. Not to mention that Duabo Child had once been robbed by a true person of the Primordial Saint Sect in the past, bearing a deep blood feud that could not be faked, making it highly unlikely he would betray them. Even if he truly had betrayed them, this was not the time to expose it and shake the army's morale. It was my slip of the tongue. True person of 5 elements let out a long breath and quickly regained his composure. This time it must be the Primordial Saint Sect's cunning scheme, deliberately setting a trap to lure us in. I miscalculated for a moment, which led all of you into danger. But everyone, rest assured, since this is my fault, I will naturally make amends. Later, when we break out, I will stay behind to cover you all, and I will definitely bring you back safely. With just a few words, true person of 5 elements quickly stabilized the crowd. After that, his gaze swept around and immediately grasped the key point. The true person of the demon sect who is now surrounded by us should be the one in charge of this operation. He used himself as bait to lure us into the trap. But by doing so, he has also fallen into our encirclement. At this point, the only option is to strike him first, using overwhelming force to pressure the other true persons of the demon sect to come to his rescue, thereby creating a chance for us to break out. From this perspective, true person of 5 elements still showed the insight of a seasoned veteran. In fact, things were just as he had anticipated. Although Lu Yang was indeed using himself as bait this time, true person Yinshan would never sacrifice him in exchange for victory. If Lu Yang truly faced a life-and-death crisis, Yinshan would certainly abandon the encirclement and rescue Lu Yang first. However, true person of 5 elements had only misjudged one thing: Lu Yang's strength. Boom! In an instant, the mono-collision of more than 10 Foundation Establishment true persons, even in the high sky, caused the ground below to crack as if an earth dragon was turning over. Almost all the Foundation Establishment true persons felt their vision go dark. Their released divine senses were completely shattered by the impact, making it seem as if time had come to a standstill. They could hear nothing, see nothing, and only after a long while did their senses gradually return. One by one, they focused their eyes on the scene in the field. What surprised them, however, was that both sides were completely unscathed. On the side of true person of 5 elements, a large umbrella floated in midair. 5 colored lights swirled on the umbrella's surface, with the 5 elements rotating, firmly protecting the people beneath it. What a superb spiritual treasure! Seeing this, even true person Yinshan showed a trace of surprise. Although it's a small sect, it's not entirely without merit. However, on the other side, true person of 5 elements secretly cried out in his heart. That was close. This mixed yuan 5 elements umbrella was the supreme treasure passed down through generations in the 5 elements sect. Not only was it a superb spiritual treasure, but it also contained 2 mysterious abilities. Standing under the umbrella, it was said to overcome all 5 elements, making all methods ineffective. Yet after just one strike, cracks had already appeared on the umbrella. The originally continuous 5 element radiance had developed significant flaws. If they were struck 2 or 3 more times, the treasure would shatter, and they would die with it. At this thought, true person of 5 elements looked toward Lu Yang again, full of expectation. After taking their combined full power strike, Lu Yang should have been seriously injured by now, right? And then he saw a scene that made his eyes nearly burst. As the smoke and dust cleared, Lu Yang stood calmly in his black robe, smiling as he said, "Is that all you've got? Did you skip breakfast before coming out?" "Impossible." True person of 5 elements pupils shrank on the spot, and the others also widened their eyes in disbelief. They knew that apart from true person of 5 elements defending against other attacks, the remaining 6 of them had already gone all out without holding back in the slightest. This content belongs to N0V3L, FI Artep E-Net. Not to mention that among them were Old Man, Dragon Angler, and Duabao Child, both mid-foundation establishment cultivators. How could anyone possibly withstand such a combined strike? Even if the opponent was also at mid-foundation establishment, their magical bodies should have been damaged at the very least. But looking at Lu Yang, he appeared completely unscathed. On the other side, Lu Yang casually brushed the dust off his black robe. 100-fold calamity-resisting black robe. This was the spiritual treasure that Yi Feng had given him before dying overseas. Its mystical ability, 100-fold resistance, could block any attack 100 times. This was the benefit of being obscured by the heavenly secrets. Because the strengths and weaknesses of this 100-fold calamity-resisting black robe were very clear. Its strength was that no matter how powerful the attack, it could block it 100 times. Its weakness was that even the weakest attack could consume one of those defenses. In other words, the best way to break this treasure was not a single full-power strike, but thousands of small attacks in a short period. However, with the heavenly secrets obscured, even Foundation establishment true persons could not calculate the causality. Naturally, no one could figure out the flaw of the 100-fold calamity-resisting black robe. At most, they could suspect something was wrong and would need time to slowly probe and find the flaw. But how could Lu Yang possibly give them that chance? In the next second, Lu Yang spoke in a deep voice, "Rogue cultivator dragon angler, colluding with Jiangdong Dao Court to harm a true person of the Primordial Saint Sect. Latest novel first published at. This is no longer an ordinary rogue cultivator, but a lawless demon. Against such a demon, my Saint Sect must strike with full force." Upon hearing this, Old Man Dragon Angler nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Heavens, a true person of the Saint Sect called me a demon. And what does this have to do with me? The one chasing you was Duabao Child. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but glance at Duabao Child again. Both were traitors, so why did Lu Yang name Dragon Angler and not him? Duabao Child's face immediately turned beet red. This is the demon sect's scheme to sow discord. I am not a traitor. Everyone quickly averted their eyes. That's right, they all understood the reasoning. But who knew if this was a counter-scheme? Their lives were on the line. What if it was true? Wouldn't they all be dragged to their deaths? At this thought, even old man Dragon Angler, who was closest to Duabao Child, silently distanced himself, not daring to let him get too close. Seeing this, true person of 5 elements couldn't help but look at Lu Yang and sigh. The demon sect truly lives up to its name. Such an open and blatant scheme. Even when seen through, understood, and exposed, no one could escape its effects. Even he himself could not suppress the doubt in his heart at this moment. On the other side, Duabao Child was utterly furious. For a moment, he seemed to recall the humiliation of being robbed midway by a true person of the Primordial Saint Sect in his youth, stripped of all his clothes. In an instant, he lost all reason. Beast! With a furious roar, Duabao Child could no longer hold back and charged out from the crowd. The myriad treasures river surged, rushing toward Lu Yang. Almost at the same time, true person of 5 elements' expression changed drastically. Careful, come back. In fact, before he even shouted, Duabao Child had already regained his senses. He felt a chill in his heart as his eyes met Lu Yang's smiling gaze. Divine ability. He used a divine ability to lure me just now. Resolution of suspicion. For those standing at the edge of a cliff, sometimes all it took was a gentle push to make them fall into the abyss, never to return. At this moment, everyone clearly sensed the killing intent permeating the heavens and earth. And Duabao Child felt it most acutely. He wants to kill me. At this moment, when he met Lu Yang's smiling eyes, the sense of crisis in Duabao Child's heart soared violently, as if he had seen his own end. However, the first emotion he felt was not fear. It was mockery. Just you trying to kill me. How could a Foundation establishment mid-stage true person be so easily killed? Not to mention, although Duabao Child came from a small sect, he was still a true person with a lineage. Ordinary rogue cultivators without orthodox inheritance would immerse themselves in bitter cultivation upon gaining some incomplete techniques, regardless of flaws. For original chapters go to novel Fire.net. As a result, their innate divine abilities and life-bound divine abilities would often specialize in a single domain. Though strong, they had more weaknesses. Once someone discovered them, it would be easy to suffer destruction of body and Tao. The typical example of this was Wu Kang. Yet Foundation establishment was without regrets. Once the Tao path was set, it could not be changed. So most rogue cultivators could only roam for a while and could never compare to disciples of prestigious sects. After all, who could start over again? In contrast, Duabao Daoist was different. He was the direct descendant of Fen Bao Cliff, having climbed to the position of sect master. The divine abilities he cultivated naturally could not be as flawed as those of rogue cultivators. In the next second, Duabao Daoist twisted his body on the spot. Universal Walk. This innate divine ability belonged to the Zhejiang position in the Tiangong constellation. It was a gooey water divine ability, also a divine escape technique, capable of borrowing the energy of earth and wood to flee. At this moment, as Duabao Daoist activated it, he was about to escape. However, in the next instant, his movements suddenly stalled. In a trance, it was as if he saw a great mountain pressing down from the void, rapidly extinguishing the divine brilliance on his body. Mountain Embrace Seal. This profound technique could unconditionally seal one innate or life-bound divine ability. Almost instantly, it threw Duabao Daoist into an even more dangerous situation. Between Lu Yang's brows, a glimmer of spiritual light had already appeared. Star River Sword Pill. This was likewise a relic left to him by Yi Feng of the Sword Pavilion. Though severely damaged, with only the barrier-breaking function remaining, it was still incomparably sharp. Under the sword light, Duabao Daoist could not help but squint his eyes. His eyes stung and teared up from the sword light. His skin felt as if pricked by needles. And this was only from looking directly at the sword pill. If Lu Yang truly slashed with this sword, Duabao Daoist would undoubtedly die. In that split second, Duabao Daoist could only think of one thing. In the next instant, a crimson spiritual sword appeared in his hand. Brilliance flickered on it, blocking the sword light Liu Yang unleashed. Abai sword. Ha demon in the end, man proposes but heaven disposes. At this moment, Duo Baochild's heart was full of joy. You never expected that the spiritual treasure you originally intended to trap me with would turn around and save my life, did you? With this spiritual sword in hand, what was there to fear? Even if Liu Yang slashed with all his might, he could slash back as well. Even if he fell into a disadvantage and was no match, he would not be decapitated in one strike. With this thought, Duo Baochild immediately poured all his mana into the sword. And the Abai sword transformed into a devouring beast, crazily consuming Duo Baochild's mana, while the sword light it emitted grew grander and mightier. All of this happened in an instant. In the next moment, the five elements true person once again opened the primordial five elements umbrella, blocking Yinshin and the others, while the rest came to aid Duo Baochild. Kill! In an instant, the six true persons joined forces once more. The surging divine brilliance flooded everything, shattering divine senses, and the surroundings once again plunged into dimness. However, when everything became clear again, everyone was stunned. Liu Yang had disappeared. Immediately after, they saw Fairy Yun He of the Panyan sect staring in astonishment at Duo Baochild. Duo Bao, why didn't you strike just now? Everyone looked over. Only then did they realize that just now, when everyone had joined forces to attack, Duo Baochild, who should have struck the most decisively, had stood dumbly in place. The Abai sword in his hand shone brightly, yet he had not swung it, instead stuck there stiffly. No, I can't control it. They saw Duo Baochild sweating profusely, desperately trying to suppress the Abai sword in his hand. And they watched in horror as a third profound pattern emerged on the sword. Named Artifact. From the very beginning, the ownership of the Abai sword had always belonged to Liu Yang. Unless he willingly relinquished it, no amount of refinement was more than an illusion. Duo Baochild suddenly realized the truth. The Abai sword had merely been toying with him all along. Everything had been under the master's command. Beast! Duo Baochild let out an unwilling roar. Yet more than half of his mana had already been poured into the Abai sword, leaving him powerless to resist. In the next moment, they saw the Abai sword reverse its blade and pointed it toward Old Man Dragon Fisher. At this moment, Old Man Dragon Fisher's spiritual perception and logical thought became severely disjointed. By all reason, having a sword pointed at him should be dangerous. However, his spiritual perception kept insisting that there was no issue, no danger, that he was perfectly safe, and that it was all just an illusion. Until a sword light pierced through the crown of his head. /SFX note left in Chinese website's watermark format, /. The sword light silently passed through his skull. It cut through his brow, nose bridge, lips, teeth, neck, chest, abdomen, and down to his lower body. Almost simultaneously, the Abai sword was fully unsheathed. The crimson sword light flashed and disappeared, becoming the final straw that broke the camel's back. Old Man Dragon Fisher didn't even have time to summon his spiritual treasure or use his divine ability. At this moment, there was only one thought left in his mind. Why me? I had been cautious enough. I wasn't the first to pursue him. I wasn't the one who had uttered harsh words. From beginning to end, I had kept the lowest profile. Yet it was me who was killed. Why? I refused to accept this. Countless grievances and resentments surged in Old Man Dragon Fisher's heart, only to be slashed away by a single sword strike. Liu Yang's figure emerged, surrounded by divine brilliance flowing all over his body. It was a brand new divine brilliance. Even Yinshin true person, upon seeing this divine brilliance, revealed a look of shock and stared at Liu Yang with disbelief. The second innate divine ability. Star-concealing radiance. Strictly speaking, it was not a second innate ability. It was simulated using the Imperial Palace Golden Seal Daoshui True Command, yet at the critical moment, it had become Liu Yang's killing move. Star-concealing radiance. At the moment when Yang fire was born and Yin fire retreated, when the rising sun emerged and the stars hid. Causality became obscure, hard to reveal its light. It could conceal causality, chi flow, and mask the crisis sense of foundation establishment true persons. Thus, Duo Baochild sensed killing intent, but Old Man Dragon Fisher had no reaction at all. From the start, Liu Yang's target had been him. Old Man Dragon Fisher was confused, but to Lu Yang it was the simplest choice. Because among everyone present, only he was a rogue cultivator. Rogue cultivators were the easiest to kill. If not you, then who? Even so, just to be safe, Lu Yang had used the Imperial Palace Golden Seal Daoshui True Command to temporarily raise his cultivation to the peak of Foundation Establishment mid-stage. In addition, he had activated the Abai Sword S hidden trick. It looked effortless on the surface, but in reality, he had gone all out with a two-pronged strategy, allowing him to slay Old Man Dragon Fisher under everyone's watchful eyes with a single sword strike. In the next moment, a loud explosion rang out. Boom! Old Man Dragon Fisher's Dharma body exploded with a thunderous roar. The sword light shredded every drop of his flesh and blood. Even his Tao foundation was devoured clean by the Abai sword. Nothing was wasted. Bathed in the myriad streaks of divine light from his opponent's fall, Lu Yang squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Sure enough, crushing the weak is still the most enjoyable. Without star-concealing radiance, masking the enemy's perception, he really might not have been able to kill Old Man Dragon Fisher. But with star-concealing radiance, everything had fallen into place. In the end, it was because of the blessing of the Imperial Palace Golden Seal, Daoshui True Command, that his realm had been elevated. Bullying the weak with superior strength, how could he not be invincible? Challenging across realms should naturally be unstoppable. In the broad daylight under a cloudless sky. Or rather, there should have been clouds, but they had all been swept away by that earlier sword strike, revealing the vast spectacle above the dome of heaven. However, at this moment, no one cared. Compared to the bright sky, all eyes were focused on the sword light of Abyss Sword in Lu Yang's hand, feeling nothing but bone-chilling cold. As Lu Yang's gaze swept across the surroundings, everyone unconsciously held their breath. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Even the previously furious Duabao child, who had wished to kill him on the spot, now showed only wordless panic on his face. Lu Yang did not speak. Everyone remained silent. Splash, splash. The clear sound of rain broke the silence. Each drop transformed from the shattered Dharma body of the Dragon Hook Elder, merging completely into the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Looking around, one could see the spiritual tides surging. It felt as if even heaven and earth were cheering, surrounding the cloaked young man holding the sword, making all the other true persons seem dim in comparison. Swish! A streak of light flashed across the sky, shimmering in 5 colors. It was the figure of the 5 elements true person. Yet he turned his head not even once and disappeared from the battlefield. It was only then that the others understood why the 5 elements true person had dared to volunteer to cover the retreat. It turned out he had a special talisman for escaping. However, facing Lu Yang's gaze, he was so terrified that he didn't even dare to engage in combat and immediately activated the talisman to flee. What is there left to fight for? The 5 elements true person knew his own limits. If he had taken the Dragon Hook Elder's place just now, the best outcome would have been leaving behind only a remnant soul. Mid-stage Foundation establishment at its peak, possessing superior spiritual treasures, gifted divine powers that seem to seal others' abilities, and a life-bound divine ability that appears to manipulate hearts and minds. The demon sect is truly shameless. How could they let someone like this out? Whose direct disciple has come to Kingdom of Qing to gain merit. What a beast! The 5 elements true person cursed furiously in his heart while fleeing at top speed. As for his earlier claim of covering the retreat, it had long been thrown to the back of his mind. I am a demonic cultivator from Jiangbei, under the rule of the Primordial Saint Sect. It is well known that I never keep my promises. As the 5 elements true person fled, it was like pressing a switch. In the blink of an eye, Duabo Child and the others who had been huddled together scattered like startled birds and beasts. Everyone began to flee. However, the true person of Yinshan had been waiting on the outskirts for a long time, along with Han Xiang and another heroic woman at the mid-stage Foundation establishment realm. They struck together to block the fleeing enemies. The other early-stage Foundation establishment true persons of Jiangbei also charged in with joy, as this was clearly a heaven-sent opportunity for merit. At the same time, Lu Yang let out a deep breath, finally recovering his strength. He had not refrained from attacking earlier just to show off. In truth, He had expended too much energy in his full-powered strike that killed the Dragon Hook Elder, and had yet to recover. He had no choice but to stay silent and act like an expert. To be honest, he had even prepared to use the 100 refinements danger-avoiding cloak to endure a siege. Yet he never expected this group to be so frightened by him. Eastern young rats. Lu Yang shook his head. The abyss sword in his hand let out an extremely excited sword cry. Countless sword lights rose from within, manifesting a profound mystery. Butcher of men. The death of the Dragon Hook Elder had greatly enhanced this mysterious power. As the sword's master, Lu Yang could clearly feel that, since the Dragon Hook Elder's Tao foundation was of the water element, from now on, the Abyss Sword would have an additional threefold restraint against all water element beings. Just the right time to test it. Lu Yang's gaze shifted, locking onto a fleeing streak of light. Judging by its aura, that person's Tao foundation was also of the water element, making them perfectly restrained by him. With that thought, Lu Yang immediately raised the Abyss Sword. A sword is not only for stabbing or slashing in combat, but it can also serve as a medium for casting spells. Using the Abyss Sword to cast Tao techniques actually provides some enhancement. In the next second, a brilliant light radiated from the sword. Mountain-moving true method of commanding peaks. Lu Yang uttered the incantation, his voice like rolling thunder, heard by almost everyone present. Yet in the next moment, all the fleeing lights suddenly sank. It felt as though a great mountain had pressed down upon them. The characteristic of the mountain-moving true method of commanding peaks was that upon hearing the incantation, one would immediately feel as if bearing the weight of mountains and rivers, rendering their Dharma body immobile. Among them, the most miserable was Fairy Yunhe from the cloud climbing sect. For some reason, she felt that the spell's weight was especially heavy on her. Clearly, her heavenly union cloud and water Tao foundation was of the softest yin nature, best at using force to overcome force and resolving disasters. Yet now facing Lu Yang's spell, it was like soft silk encountering hardened steel, leaving her with no way to respond. Thinking of this, she could not help but sweep her divine sense toward Lu Yang's direction. And then she saw Lu Yang slowly forming a hand seal. In the next moment, Fairy Yunhe's beautiful eyes froze at the instant of her rising terror. Her red lips parted, wide enough to fit an egg. The characteristic of the mountain-moving true method of commanding peaks was that upon seeing the hand seal, one's heart would bear the weight of a great mountain, leaving their thoughts paralyzed. Finally, Lu Yang pointed with his sword. Fairy Yunhe's body was instantly covered in a layer of earthy gray. Mud gushed from her 7 orifices, and in an instant she was transformed into a lifelike clay figurine. Boom! The clay figurine fell, took root upon landing, and countless stones gathered around, turning into a small mountain connected to the earth vein in the blink of an eye. Only a muffled groan from Fairy Yun, he remained in the heavens and earth. Upon seeing this scene, the other true persons fled even faster, not daring to linger for fear that they would be the next to be sealed. Lu Yang, on the other hand, reversed his grip on the Abyss Sword, and lightly landed atop the small mountain formed from Fairy Yunhe. Half an hour later, the grand chase finally came to an end. The true person of Yinshan was the first to return, dragging a disheveled, spiritless middle-aged man behind him. He was the patriarch of the Xiaoxia clan, Xia Weiming. He had been the first to be ambushed and wounded by the true person of Yinshan, marked with a seal, leaving him with no way to escape, and was captured alive. In addition, another patriarch of the immortal clans, the foundation establishment true person of the Yuan Chen clan, Chen Ans, had also been caught. What about the others? That's all, 3 escaped, the true person of Yinshan replied with a smile. Especially that Duabao. I deliberately let him go and didn't let anyone chase after him. Lu Yang nodded. That one's rather foolish, he should indeed be let go. Such fools on the enemy side were actually their own good allies. They must not be killed lightly, otherwise, what if the enemy replaced him with someone smarter? And the other 2. One was the 5 elements true person, who fled quickly. The other was a sword cultivator, probably from the upper profound sword sect, with backing from the Jade pivot sword pavilion. He had a life-saving item, making it difficult to pursue. At this point, the true person of Yinshan chuckled. But regardless, this can be considered a great victory. Shall we press the attack while we have the upper hand? No rush. Lu Yang shook his head. This time they came to attack us, and we were defending on our home turf. If we pursue them, it will turn into us fighting on their territory. This update is available on Novel Fire Net. Bring the captives over. I want to personally interrogate them. Interrogate. The true person of Yinshin was stunned when he heard this. There are 2 men and 1 woman among the captives. The woman is understandable. I know the Mending Heaven Peak has secret arts for harvesting essence. But the men, don't worry, I have my own methods. Lu Yang waved his hand, then brought Fairy Yun-He and the 2 patriarchs of the immortal clans back to Gai Bamboo Mountain, where he prepared in a great hall. He took out the All-Spirit banner and summoned Chen Zinan. Immediately after, Lu Yang picked up Fairy Yun-He and said, I'll trouble myself a bit and personally interrogate her. After speaking, he pointed at the 2 patriarchs of the immortal clans on the ground, formed a hand seal, and cast the Heavenly Mother transformation mysterious light. Then he said to Chen Zinan, These 2 are yours. Chen Zinan. 1 day later, Lu Yang, feeling refreshed and energetic, walked out of the secret chamber. He glanced at Chen Zinan, whose face was pale as if he was about to vomit, and with a shake of the All-Spirits banner, he put him away. Outside the chamber, true person Yinshin had already been waiting for quite some time. Sorry to keep senior brother waiting. Not at all. True person Yinshin gave Lu Yang a strange look and sincerely said, Uncle Master truly didn't misjudge you back then. You are indeed a pillar of the sect. You carry the style of a patriarch. Overpraise, overpraise. Lu Yang waved his hand humbly and quickly got to the point. I've already investigated the details of Kingdom of Qing. There are both pros and cons. The good side is that Kingdom of Qing is but a tiny land, with a population of no more than 1 million. Therefore, the highest official position offers extremely limited cultivation support. Even with the nation's full resources, they can only sustain a single late foundation establishment great true person, and the cost is that all other officials lose their corresponding supernatural abilities. The bad side is that they have already learned about Uncle Master Chang Guang's situation. Hearing this, true person Yinshin shook his head. It wasn't exactly hidden when senior brother sought the golden path. Reversing the fruit position rules is a major event, and it was never going to stay secret for long. Fortunately, senior brother's reincarnated body has not been exposed. With senior brother's cultivation, there won't be any fetal confusion this time. He can awaken his divine memory upon reincarnation and hide in the shadows to cooperate with us inside and out. Speaking of which, at this point, Lu Yang suddenly lowered his voice. How exactly does Uncle Master seek the golden path and reverse Kingdom of Qing's fruit position rules? This was something true person Chang Guang hadn't explained back then, and Lu Yang hadn't dared to ask more. Only now did he carefully ask. After all, he had just risked his life killing enemies without holding back. His loyalty could be said to be as clear as the sun and moon. Seeing this, true person Yinshin chuckled. To put it plainly, it's actually nothing complicated. It was originally meant to be told to Yuan too. You've seen Kingdom of Qing as well. Governed by the Tao court, following the lineage of 10,000 generations, to reverse its rules is naturally to overthrow Kingdom of Qing's existing rule. That's it. Lu Yang was stunned. If that's the case, why would Uncle Master need to reincarnate? Wouldn't it be better to just attack directly? If Kingdom of Qing is destroyed, wouldn't it still succeed? True person Yinshin shook his head. Overthrowing by force is useless. Only by letting their system collapse and disintegrate on its own counts as a true reversal. You mean? Lu Yang seemed to grasp something. Uncle Master must act as a leader and let the people of Qing overthrow their own court for it to be considered a success. In other words, it was an uprising. You're right. True person Yinshin nodded. To overturn the Tao court system, it must either be from the bottom up or from the top down. There is no third way. And what we need to do is apply as much external pressure as possible to intensify Kingdom of Qing's internal contradictions, while pinning down those who could threaten senior brother on the battlefield, preventing them from leaving, so that senior brother's reincarnated body can stir up the people in secret. Therefore, this war is likely to continue for a long time. I understand. After that, Lu Yang cross-checked the information he had obtained about the Foundation establishment forces within Kingdom of Qing with true person Yinshin, and only then saw him off. However, he didn't fully trust true person Yinshin's words. After all this information must have come from true person Chang Guang. But as a true person of the Saint Sect, would Chang Guang truly reveal all his plans for seeking the golden path? Would he really reincarnate without leaving any backup? Lu Yang narrowed his eyes, gazing into the distance in the direction of Kingdom of Qing. His instincts told him that there was definitely something wrong with Chang Guang's reincarnation. Kingdom of Qing, Jia Long Pass. Zhang Xin, the current top scholar of the Kingdom of Qing, was in his study reviewing official documents. As an official under the Dao court system, they did not need to cultivate. All supernatural abilities were granted by the Son of Heaven. Absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, there was no need. Once you attained the official position, the spiritual energy would willingly enter your body, letting you refine it at will. Practicing divine abilities. Also unnecessary because all divine abilities came with the official position. Practicing was just a waste of time. As long as you had the position, you would naturally master them. At that moment, Zhang Xin suddenly raised his head, then flicked his sleeve and walked out of the study. He saw a stream of fiery light descending from the sky, quickly forming into shape. The next second, earth generated from fire, metal from earth, water from metal, wood from water, and fire from wood. Under the cycle of the 5 elements, a staggering figure fell out, clutching a tattered umbrella full of holes. It was none other than the heavily injured, with his magical body on the verge of collapse, 5 elements true person. Senior Hua. Zhang Xin hurried forward to support 5 elements true person, only to see him give a bitter smile. I regret not heeding the words of top scholar Zhang. I have returned in utter defeat. Please sit down first. Zhang Xin did not blame him. Instead, he immediately helped 5 elements true person sit, then quickly took out a pill and fed it to him, helping to stabilize his wounded magical body. A moment later, 2 more streaks of light descended from the sky. It was none other than Du Baochild and the pale-faced Xuan Jin sword master, both of whom had narrowly escaped death. Only you all returned. Seeing this, Zhang Xin couldn't help falling silent. After a long while, he finally spoke. What exactly happened? Though I didn't agree with you going, I never expected such heavy losses. Could it be that a great true person of the demon sect shamelessly took action? Not a great true person. 5 elements true person's expression grew even grimmer, and without explaining further, he simply split off a strand of divine sense and handed it to Zhang Xin, imprinting all their previous experiences into it. Zhang Xin took the divine sense and skimmed through it roughly. A long time later, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, speaking in a low voice. What a fierce sword! What a ruthless person! Whose direct disciple of the Saint Sect is this? Unknown. 5 elements true person sighed. I bear the blame for causing the downfall of 3 fellow Taoists. That's not true. Zhang Xin shook his head. Though the loss is great, didn't you bring back a mid-foundation establishment reinforcement? It's not entirely a loss. Moreover, after this battle, we finally probed the demon sect's forces. Knowing about this person now is better than finding out later. In this way, not only are you not at fault, but you have actually done a great service. I will report this to the king on your behalf. Please do not belittle yourself. Is that really appropriate? Although 5 elements true person put on an embarrassed look, his expression clearly brightened, showing he did not disagree. Soon after, Zhang Xin comforted everyone. Only when everyone's injuries and mood had stabilized did he have them led away. Then he turned around and walked back into the study, quietly closing his eyes. Useless trash. Zhang Xin cursed coldly, then pulled out a golden imperial edict from his sleeve. With a flash of light, he disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he had already arrived inside a magnificent palace. Inside the spacious hall, layer upon layer of curtains hung high. Each step was guarded by armored soldiers, exuding an aura of coldness and killing intent. Zhang Xin lowered his head and quickly entered the hall. Soon, a tall, heroic figure came into view. The man wore royal robes and a ceremonial crown, standing with his back to Zhang Xin. Suddenly, he sighed softly. Beloved Minister Zhang, what happened at the front lines that made you so hurried? Your servant pays respects to your majesty. Without another word, Zhang Xin knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice, this servant failed to defend the border, resulting in the loss of 2 foundation establishment true persons. I await your majesty's punishment. Is that so? The atmosphere in the great hall instantly grew oppressive. Th small cap is chapter is UPD a T letter 1D07D by Nov I Firenet. After a long while, a voice finally drifted down. Beloved Minister Zhang, you were personally chosen by us as the top scholar, your talent recognized by the entire court. I ask you, what do you think of our performance on this throne over the years? Your Majesty possesses unparalleled talent and extraordinary wisdom. Zhang Xin replied without hesitation. In the early years of your Majesty's reign, you eradicated long-standing corruption, bringing renewal to the land. Even the Son of Heaven of Jiangdong praised your Majesty greatly. If that is so, the young man in royal robes stepped down from the platform and stood before Zhang Xin, his voice cold as ice. Then, why is Great Qing on the verge of destruction? Inside the spacious grand hall, silence filled the air. A gust of cold wind blew in from an unknown direction, chilling one to the bone, even forming a thin layer of frost on the floor of the hall. Your Majesty has overstated things. Facing King Qing's inquiry, Zhang Xin remained calm and spoke solemnly. It is still uncertain who will prevail. How could your Majesty speak lightly of life and death? Halata. The next moment, King Qing suddenly burst into laughter. Beloved Minister Zhang, you are overthinking it. I was merely joking for the moment. Let's speak of the front lines instead. Which foundation establishment cultivators have died? Zhang Xin continued. One was a rogue cultivator from Jianbei. Besides that, Fairy Yunhe of the Pannion sect, the ancestor of the Zhaozia clan, and the ancestor of the Yuan Chen clan were all captured alive. Small cap R letter 1D07, letter 1D00, letter 1D05. Small cap L letter 1D00, letter 1D1B, letter 1D07S, letter 1D1B. Letter 1D04, small cap H, letter 1D00, letter 1D18, letter 1D1B, letter 1D07, small cap RS. Letter 1D00, letter 1D1B. Novel / F Cyrillic letter 456 RE net. The ones who managed to escape returned with injuries, all looking as if they had been terrified by the demon sect. Given time, I fear Zilong Pass may no longer be defensible. Zhang Xin gave a detailed explanation of the causes and consequences. Upon hearing the full account, King Qing immediately showed a furious expression. Incompetent fools, bringing shame upon the nation. It seems I must personally step forward. Send the decree, I shall lead the army myself. With my strength, gathering the power of the entire nation on the battlefield, assuming the position of grand true person, no demon can stand before me. They are nothing but heads waiting to be severed with a single sword. Your Majesty must not act on impulse. Seeing this, Zhang Xin quickly stepped forward and said, Your Majesty is of invaluable worth, the very foundation of the nation, not like ordinary men. How could you personally set foot in such a dangerous place? This must not be done. Then let it be. King Qing smoothly sat back down, chuckling to himself. He was, after all, of imperial blood, different from those lowly peasants. How could he possibly risk his life battling formidable enemies? But if not him, then who could take the field? Thinking of this, he once again grabbed Zhang Xin's hand, sighing deeply, Beloved Minister Zhang, if I do not lead the army, who else can shoulder this burden for me? I am willing. Zhang Xin did not hesitate in the slightest and solemnly said, If your Majesty would bestow upon me the heavenly sword and the imperial token, allowing me to assume the position of grand true person in your stead, I shall lead the expedition. This way, even if the battle turns dire and misfortune occurs, it will be I who perishes, while your Majesty remains safe and may appoint another worthy minister in my place. Would this not be too costly for you? King Qing spoke with apparent kindness. With your merit and destiny, temporarily holding the position of grand true person will surely consume a great deal of fortune. The backlash afterward may ruin the rest of your life. To share your Majesty's burdens, I would gladly endure it as if it were sweet honey. Hearing these words, King Qing nodded in satisfaction. Good, good. Among all the civil and military officials of the court, only you are a truly loyal, virtuous, and capable minister. Your Majesty flatters me. Zhang Xin shook his head and said, I am but a forthright minister. King Qing smiled and then shifted the topic. Since you are a forthright minister, then tell me plainly, how should we deal with that Chang Guang of the demon sect? The Jiangdong Dao court is unreliable. That old fool at the Xitian platform even claims that my heavenly mandate has come to an end, that enemies press from without and traitors lurk within. He suggests surrendering sooner rather than putting up futile resistance. At this point, King Qing glanced at Zhang Xin again. Though he spoke with disdain, he actually believed it somewhat, otherwise he wouldn't have tested Zhang Xin earlier with talk of personally leading the army. Your Majesty, Zhang Xin continued, in my humble opinion, the most urgent task is to thoroughly investigate within the nation. All infants less than 1 year old must be strictly screened. After all, according to the message from the CTN platform, that Chang Guang is a reincarnated individual. At present it is still early, he is but an infant. Even if he possesses some supernatural abilities, he would be easier to deal with. The longer we wait, the greater the danger. King Qing nodded, of course I know this. I have already gathered many capable men and hidden talents among the people, determined to find his reincarnated self. Forgive my frankness, but this approach is unlikely to yield results. Zhang Xin shook his head. That Chang Guang true person is said to be a grand true person of the demon sect, backed by a true lord. Finding him would be exceedingly difficult. At this point, Zhang Xin's tone suddenly turned cold and murderous, so instead of wasting time searching, it would be better to simply issue an order: drown all newborn infants. No matter how powerful that true person may be, even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. Drown all newborns. As the words fell, King Qing narrowed his eyes. He was no fool and had considered this cruel strategy himself, yet he could not act on it, because it would make him universally hated. Moreover, drowning newborns would undermine the foundation of the Dao court system. Without newborns, the population would dwindle year after year. What rule would there be to speak of then? However, if a minister proposed it, that would be another matter. Thinking of this, King Qing could not help but smile. Beloved minister, this suggestion is excellent, but it must be carried out by someone loyal, reliable, and meticulous. Why not have you do it? What do you say? Without hesitation, Zhang Xin bowed and said, I accept the command. Very good. King Qing nodded. During this period, I shall feign illness and remain in the palace, ignoring all external affairs. I leave this matter entirely in your hands, beloved Minister Zhang. I trust you will not disappoint me. As his voice fell, King Qing sighed inwardly. Such a useful talent, but he knew he could not keep him afterward. Feigning illness was also to avoid being implicated in the drowning of infants. Once Chang Guang was eliminated, he would recover and emerge to set things right. At that time, he would still be the wise and heroic ruler. As for Zhang Xin, he would become the great traitorous minister who had abused the trust placed in him, bringing chaos to governance and harming the people. His value as a talent would have reached its end. However, just then, latest novel first released at. Report. Suddenly, a report came from outside the palace. A fully armored soldier rushed in, holding a memorial in his hands, his expression panicked. Your Majesty, they have found it. Found what? King Qing raised his eyebrows slightly, then swiftly snatched the memorial from the soldier's hands. Upon reading it, he stood frozen in place, then looked at Zhang Xin in confusion. Seeing this, Zhang Xin also showed a curious expression. Your Majesty. I have found it. The next moment, King Qing burst into laughter, his face filled with ecstasy. The people I sent have returned with news. They have found that reincarnated Chang Guang true person. Sky-reaching sea of clouds, sacred fire cliff. On a gauze-draped canopy bed, true Lord Qingcheng Feixu lay reclining, twirling strands of hair around her fingers, casually gazing below. There lay a map. A great river divided east, west, south, and north. Bright stars were scattered across the map, one of which was positioned right over Qing Kingdom. However, up until now, this star remained extremely dim. At this moment, a clear and melodious voice suddenly rang out. If Chang Guang breaks through and joins forces with the three of us, there may be hope in the later stages. Actually, City Head Earth could work too. True Lord Qingcheng Feixu smiled and looked at the map. That young man called Yuan too, I quite like him. He carries the demeanor of an ancestral master in his conduct. Better forget it. City Head Earth is in the Pure Land. Just the three of us cannot bring it out. Over there, they treat it as a treasure, waiting to establish a Buddhist kingdom on Earth. Hearing this, true Lord Qingcheng Feixu also snorted coldly. Just that bunch of bald donkeys. A Buddhist kingdom on Earth, and they dare to covet the position of Tao Lord. Just then, the dim star on the map gradually began to emit a faint glow. Though it was far less bright than the other stars, it finally began to shine. It has finally begun. Seeing this, true Lord King Cheng Feixu stopped speaking, her face showing anticipation. Her red lips parted, and a voice directly reached Jiangbei. It entered Lu Yang's ears, as he was in seclusion on Gai Bamboo Mountain. The message contained only 4 words. Immediate departure to the south. You are saying this child is the reincarnation of Chang Guang. In the kingdom of Qing, inside the grand hall, King Qing stared darkly at a fair-skinned child who appeared to be 7 or 8 years old. Are you trying to fool me? Reporting to your majesty. The eunuch in charge of delivering the message hurriedly replied. Although this child appears large, he was actually born just 8 days ago, and he possesses extraordinary divine abilities far beyond ordinary mortals. This thing is 8 days old. King Qing's expression grew even more suspicious. When he heard the eunuch mention that the child possessed divine abilities, he immediately glanced at Zhang Xin beside him, and Zhang Xin understood his intent. In the next second, the top scholar unhesitatingly extended a finger, gathering official qi at his fingertip to form a sharp arrow that shot directly at the child. However, to everyone's surprise, when the sharp arrow landed on the child, it didn't even leave the slightest scratch on his skin. This is everlasting tune tree. Zhang Xin's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke. Jia wood severed at its roots and branches, turning into deadwood. When combined with the waters of rivers, ponds, and marshes, deadwood and dead water merged to form the everlasting tune tree. This should be a talent divine ability from the extinguished lamp flame lineage. It is mainly for longevity and indestructibility, a supreme defensive and protective Tao art. King Qing was somewhat pleasantly surprised upon hearing this. So, you are saying this child really is Chang Guang, but he has not yet broken through the mystery of the womb, possessing only a single protective talent divine ability. Reporting to your majesty, this humble servant with mortal eyes cannot discern it clearly. Zhang Xin revealed a troubled expression and said, in this humble servant's view, this is just an ordinary infant, without any divine soul anomalies, merely possessing some inexplicable divine abilities. King Qing shook his head and then pointed at the child. Regardless of whether it's true or not, kill him. As soon as the words fell, several eunuchs immediately stepped forward. Although the everlasting tune tree was formidable, it was, after all, just an infant with little to no magical power. Thus, the eunuchs merely conjured 2 balls of spiritual fire with their magical power and threw them onto the child. Before long, the child was burned into a pile of ashes. King Qing then personally stepped forward to carefully examine the remains, confirming that the infant was indeed dead. But before he could even breathe a sigh of relief. Report! Another armored guard rushed into the hall, kneeling and loudly declaring, Your Majesty, spies from all regions have returned with reports. 3 more Chang Guang have been discovered. King Qing nearly laughed from anger. 3 Chang Guang. Why don't you just say the entire Primordial Saint Sect has reincarnated into my little Qing kingdom? This content belongs to Smallcapen OVELFIRE net. My Qing kingdom must be truly blessed. Moments later, 3 more infants were brought in. Zhang Xin stepped forward to examine them one by one, then shook his head. Just like the one before, each carries only a single talent divine ability from the extinguished lamp flame lineage. Hidden dragon water, fear of felling, sturdy flame furnace. Zhang Xin spoke cautiously, then shook his head again. Your Majesty, this humble servant's limited knowledge may not suffice for accurate identification. Perhaps others should be summoned for verification. There was no need for him to suggest it. King Qing had already intended to do so. He immediately nodded and summoned several senior officials from the Imperial Academy to examine the infants together. However, the result was the same as Zhang Xin's conclusion. The infants did not seem like reincarnations, yet the divine abilities they possessed did not appear to be fake either. At that moment, yet another guard reported the appearance of another divine child. A 5th one. King Qing was stunned. This child also bore the everlasting tune tree. But hadn't the infant with the everlasting tune tree already been reduced to ashes? How could this be? King Qing could hardly believe his eyes. Finally, an old official stepped forward and spoke in a deep voice. Your Majesty, this servant believes there is more to this than meets the eye. Of course I know there is more to this. The problem is, what exactly is it? King Qing lost his composure and cursed loudly. After finally thinking they had found the reincarnation of Chang Guang, it turned out to be a farce. Such a roller coaster of emotions left him unable to control his temper. The servant believes these are all decoys. Although these infants possess talent divine abilities from the extinguished lamp flame lineage, none of them carry their innate divine ability. This, I believe, is the key. They must be used as cover for the true reincarnation of Chang Guang. Therefore, until the real Chang Guang is found, killing these infants is meaningless. Even if they are killed, the soul would simply reincarnate into another infant. Useless, all of you are useless. King Qing cursed furiously and waved his hand. Zhang Xin, I'm weary of this. From now on you will handle this matter. Be decisive. The implication was clear, kill them all. Better to kill by mistake than to let one slip by. Zhang Xin did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately bowed. This servant obeys the decree. Just then a third guard rushed into the hall, making King Qing irritated again. Another infant, from now on all such matters. Before he could finish, the guard's panicked shout echoed throughout the grand hall. The demon sect is moving south. Kingdom of Qing, outside Zhelong Pass. This place is called Zhelong Pass because it divides the kingdom of Qing and Jianbei. A single pass severs the flow of spiritual qi into two parts. Because the spiritual qi within the pass is completely bound by the Tao Court's rules, not even a speck belongs to anyone else. Those below the Foundation establishment realm cannot use any divine arts or spells inside. Our only way to enter the kingdom of Qing is to break through Zhelong Pass and disrupt the Tao Court's spiritual qi monopoly. In front of the Grand Pass, true person Yinshan, Han Xiang, and a valiant woman stood side by side. Below them was a swarm of cultivators, like an army of ants. These were all disciples summoned from the various sects of Jianbei, ranging from mid to peak qi refining stages. At this moment they each rode their escape lights, flying toward Zhelong Pass. Meanwhile, the soldiers stationed at Zhelong Pass stood in defense, clashing head-on with them. The two forces battled fiercely, instantly staining the ground red with blood. Taoist Yinshan, what use are these qi-refining disciples? Seeing this scene, Han Xiang couldn't help but ask. The formation of Zhelong Pass cannot be broken by anyone below Foundation establishment. Aren't these qi-refining disciples just throwing their lives away? True person Yinshan glanced at Han Xiang and replied calmly. Taoist friend, your thinking is still too narrow. Although they are only qi refining, they are not entirely useless. Long before the battle began, I had already distributed cultivation spiritual pills to all the qi refining disciples. I added a special medicinal lead to those pills. While retaining their cultivation effects, I infused them with a taint of blood corruption. If these qi refining disciples die at Zhelong Pass, their blood and qi will merge into the spiritual veins, polluting the spiritual qi and indirectly weakening the formation of Zhelong Pass. Before he could finish speaking, Zhelong Pass suddenly trembled. As the spiritual qi was corrupted, the originally smooth-running formation faltered slightly, revealing numerous flaws in the eyes of Foundation establishment realms. True person Yinshan nodded when he saw this. You see, they are not useless after all. Han Xiang remained silent. In the next moment, true person Yinshan turned to look at Han Xiang and the valiant woman beside her. Taoist Han Xiang, Taoist Yu Chan, this time we must give it our all. The other two nodded in agreement. However, before they moved, the valiant woman named Yu Chan glanced around but did not see Lu Yang's figure. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. High above the sky, true person Yinshan stood with his hands behind his back. In his palm, he held a black mountain-shaped magical treasure. With a surge of his magical power, he threw it into the sky, and in an instant it transformed into a real mountain. Boom! The mountain crashed down, directly smashing into Zhelong Pass. The earth shook and the mountains trembled. Outside Zhelong Pass, the spiritual qi surged violently, and the formation's glow flickered dimly. With the spiritual qi polluted and its power greatly reduced, facing such a violent attack from true person Yinshan, the pass actually began to show signs of collapse. However, at that moment, do not panic, hold the line. Amidst a wave of spatial fluctuations, a tall and imposing figure appeared on the city wall of Zhelong Pass, immediately stabilizing the formation. It was none other than Zhang Xin, who had just been urgently recalled through spatial transference. In the next instant, the eyes of Zhang Xin and true person Yinshan met, both radiating intense killing intent. At Zhelong Pass, true person Yinshin had already unleashed his full power. Although Lu Yang's performance had drawn too much attention, causing few to notice Yinshin's strength, this did not mean Yinshin was weak. At least Lu Yang would never think so. After all, before Lu Yang appeared, Yinshin had been the most trusted subordinate of true person Chang Guang, and with Chang Guang's discerning eye, he would never favor a mediocre talent. Boom, newest update provided by Novel Fire Net. Another loud rumble sounded as a black mountain peak smashed down. This time, however, it shrank to the size of a basin, yet its weight remained unchanged. As the seal fell, Zhang Xin was forced to summon his own official position to resist. Yet Yinshin's combat style was vast and overwhelming. The Black Mountain seal continuously pounded down, displaying the art of size manipulation to its peak, sometimes like Mount Tai pressing from above, sometimes piercing a point to break the hole, making it hard to defend against. On the other side, two more beams of brilliant light rose within Zhelong Pass. When the light faded, the figures of the two were revealed. It was none other than 5 elements true person and Duabao child. However, their faces were filled with caution at this moment. Did he come? Could he be ambushing us? For a moment, the two did not dare to aid Zhang Xin, hiding cautiously within the formation of Zhelong Pass, scanning every inch of the outer space. They couldn't help it, they were truly terrified. With the previous example of old dragon fisher before them, how could they still trust their divine senses? They feared Lu Yang might suddenly jump out from the void and slaughter them. Seeing this, true person Yinshin shook his head and chuckled. Zhang Xin, however, wore a helpless expression and hurriedly transmitted his voice. "Seniors, hurry and come assist me." Since Zhang Xin had spoken, 5 elements true person and Duabao child had no choice but to grit their teeth, take out all their protective magical treasures, and charge out. Yet 2 beams of brilliant light flew in from nowhere, intercepting them midair. It was none other than Han Xiang and the valiant woman Yu Chan, who had come to fight alongside Yinshin. Looks like he really didn't come. Though these two were only at the mid-foundation establishment stage, formidable opponents to 5 elements true person and Duabao child, they suddenly showed a relaxed expression. That fiend doesn't seem to be here. To them, Lu Yang's sword strike that killed old dragon fisher had left an overwhelming impact. Even during meditation, they could not help but recall that day's scene. Now that Lu Yang was absent, they immediately regained their confidence. Very soon, 6 mid-foundation establishment true persons engaged in combat above Zhelong Pass, yet remained locked in a stalemate, unable to determine a victor. Meanwhile, foundation establishment, early stage, true persons from both sides began to show themselves as well. Just like that, more than half an hour passed. When 5 elements true person and Duabao child began struggling to hold on, a sword light suddenly flared in the distance. Zheng zheng. The sound of sword cries shook the heavens. Where the sword light passed, sword intent surged, chilling to the bone. The sword's edge aimed unerringly at true person Yinshin at the top. A fellow Taoist from Upper Profound Sword Sect has arrived. Seeing this, 5 elements true person was overjoyed. A mid-foundation establishment sword cultivator, carrying sword intent, this must be the Blackyearn sword master. This person is enough to break the stalemate. With 6 already engaged in pairs, their side now gained 1 more, giving them the upper hand. Zhang Xin also showed a smile upon seeing this. On the other side, true person Yinshin frowned slightly but did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, before the sword light could arrive, he ordered a retreat from Zhelong Pass. This sudden withdrawal immediately confused many. Taoist Yinshin. Outside Zhelong Pass, Han Xiang was the first to approach, speaking softly. "We have suffered heavy casualties this time. Why did you choose to retreat?" "Taoist friend, though your blood filth technique is indeed exquisite, it can only be used temporarily. We paid such a heavy price to weaken the formation of Zhelong Pass. However, if we give them time to catch their breath and repair the formation, all these sacrifices will be meaningless." At these words, true person Yinshin froze. Today was merely a small test to probe the enemy's strength, not a full-scale battle. No foundation establishment true person has died. How can this be considered heavy casualties? Saying this, a trace of coldness appeared in Yinshin's eyes. Or is it that some true persons are afraid to continue fighting for the sacred sect? Don't forget, the true Lord is watching over us from above. Cowards on the battlefield, do they wish to taste the sacred sect's iron fist? This humble woman was referring to the Qi refining disciples. Han Xiang, startled, quickly explained. Although the true persons are unharmed, many Qi refining disciples have died. That's why I came to inquire. What? Qi refining disciples count as people too? Yes. At these words, Han Xiang broke out in cold sweat. Yet she saw Yinshan looking at her with genuine confusion, filling her heart with both horror and helplessness. Damn it! They say the sacred sect treats people as resources, ignoring what the Qi refining disciples think, often using them for artifact refining, pill refining, and cultivation practices. I thought it was exaggerated, but it seems it was understated. No wonder they're called the Northern Demon Sect. Thinking of this, she quickly bowed and said, "This humble woman misspoke." At this moment, the valiant woman Yu Chan, who had been silent, stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, "Where is Yuan Tu? Where has he gone?" Hearing this, Yinshan glanced at Yu Chan and said indifferently, "Taoist Yu Chan, this matter concerns the sacred sect's grand strategy and cannot afford any mishaps. The true Lord is overlooking the entire battlefield. What we do, the heavens see. Stop bringing up those old grudges between your Zoyu lineage and Dao court." Yu Chan was a true person of Zoyu lineage within the sacred sect. Before this battle, she had been assigned by the sacred sect to monitor the kingdom of Qing, for as a descendant of Zoyu, she bore a blood feud with Dao court. However, things were different now. With the matter concerning true person Chang Guang's ascension to gold status, there was no way Yinshan would allow a mere declining Zoyu descendant to stir up trouble. Naturally, I understand. Yu Chan remained calm and continued. But just now, if Yuan Tu had acted, we would have had at least a 70% chance of breaking through Zhelong Pass. Zhelong Pass is not important. Yinshan shook his head. The sacred sect has always ruled the world through human effort. Putting people first is the sacred sect's principle. Zhelong Pass is just a dead place. What truly matters are the people guarding the pass. You just said it yourself. If Yuan Tu were here, we'd have a 70% chance of breaking through. In other words, these people alone cannot hold the pass. The one truly capable of defending the pass has yet to arrive. Hearing this, Yu Chan immediately showed a surprised expression. "Taoist friend, are you referring to Upper Profound Sword Sect?" Among the 5 forces within the kingdom of Qing, the Upper Profound Sword Sect stood as the leader, having received support from Jiangnan, obtaining genuine sword cultivation inheritance. The sect master of the Upper Profound Sword Sect, the current Upper Profound True Person, was already at mid-foundation establishment perfection. It was said that with the support of the Sword Pavilion, he had recently entered seclusion, preparing to break through to the late stage. Once he succeeded, with a great true person personally guarding the pass, Zhelong Pass would immediately become impregnable. Exactly. Our task is merely to apply pressure and create a diversion. Yinshan nodded, finally revealing a faint smile. Yuan Tu has gone to deal with the one truly capable of holding Zhelong Pass. With true person Yinshan taking the initiative to retreat, the tense atmosphere within Zhelong Pass eased considerably. As for the reinforcement, the Black Iron Sword Master, he was treated with great courtesy. The so-called Black Iron Sword Master did not have a particularly handsome appearance, looking rather ordinary. At this moment, after restraining his sword intent, he did not even carry much of a sword cultivator's sharpness. At first glance, he seemed like nothing more than an old farmer. Only the black iron longsword hanging at his waist, faintly, emitted a sharp aura that made even Foundation establishment true persons uneasy. Black Iron Taoist friend. True person 5 Elements was the first to step forward, speaking excitedly. Fortunately, Taoist friend arrived in time, otherwise Zhelong Pass might have fallen to the demon sect today. After speaking, he glanced again at the longsword hanging at Black Iron Sword Master's waist. Black gold, black silver, black iron, the simpler the material, the sharper the sword intent becomes. The Black Iron Sword truly lives up to being the foremost among the 3 black swords of the Upper Profound Sword Sect. Overpraise. Black Iron Sword Master waved his hand upon hearing this, though from his expression, it was obvious he was quite pleased. After all, everyone enjoyed hearing good words, especially since he indeed believed he had made a significant contribution. At the same time, Zhang Xin also stepped forward with a smile and said, "When I learned of the demon sect's march south, I immediately sent a message to the Upper Profound Sword Sect seeking aid. Originally, I thought it would take much longer, but thanks to Black Iron Sword Master's profound cultivation and extraordinary sword escape speed, we were able to turn the tide at the last moment. Please come in quickly. I have already prepared a banquet to welcome and honor all the Taoist friends. Seeing this, Black Iron Sword Master did not stand on ceremony. Following Zhang Xin, the group of Foundation Establishment true persons entered the hall, and the atmosphere immediately became lively. That person we encountered outside the city earlier, was that Yuan too? Black Iron Sword Master's gaze sharpened as he asked in a deep voice. After junior brother Black Gold returned, he mentioned this person to me. I saw his sword heart waver, clearly harmed by that person. Unfortunately, that person retreated on his own, so I didn't get a chance to fight him. Otherwise, I would have wielded the Black Iron Sword and slain him before the formation, helping junior brother Black Gold to restore his shaken sword heart. Saying this, Black Iron Sword Master sighed again, looking somewhat regretful. Then he noticed that the previously lively banquet had, at some point, fallen silent. Duabo Boy and the others were all staring at him. What's wrong? Taoist friend, you might not know, Small KPS chapter is updated by Novelfire. True Person 5 Elements sighed and said, the person outside just now wasn't that fiend, but merely someone who accompanied him. Speaking of that fiend, I suspected he was a direct descendant of a true lord from some family seeking merit. After his defeat, I spent considerable effort investigating him. As he spoke, True Person 5 Elements took out a jade slip. But the more I investigated, the more I began to suspect he's a reincarnation of a true lord. Taoist friend, do you know how old that fiend is to this day? Black Iron Sword Master was stunned upon hearing this and cautiously replied, I heard from Black Gold Sword Master that he is at the peak of the Foundation Establishment mid-stage. Could it be that this person has just entered his second lifetime? He thought his guess was already quite bold. After all, for ordinary cultivators, building a foundation within 100 years, refining their life-bound divine abilities, and seeking heavenly gangs and earth fiends would already consume their entire first lifetime. To reach the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment in the first lifetime was already considered a heavenly prodigy. Not to mention reaching the peak of the mid-stage with 2 divine abilities. Such an achievement usually required at least 1 reincarnation. For instance, the sect master of their upper profound sword sect was already in the late years of his 3rd lifetime. However, True Person 5 Elements shook his head upon hearing this. A second lifetime. From what I know, that fiend has only cultivated for less than 100 years. Not to mention reincarnation, he hasn't even lived through half of his first lifetime. These words left Black Iron Sword Master speechless. Mid-stage Foundation Establishment in less than 100 years, and at the peak. What kind of joke was this? After a long while, he let out a deep breath and forced a smile, saying, cultivating quickly isn't necessarily a good thing. Advancing too fast makes one's foundation unstable, and their divine abilities likely aren't that high. As he spoke, Black Iron Sword Master fell silent halfway. After all, he had heard from Black Gold Sword Master that the other party had, right under everyone's watchful eyes, forcibly slain Elder Dragon Fisher, a mid-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator. No matter how one looked at it, that counted as having high divine abilities. So what if his divine abilities are high? Black Iron Sword Master gripped the Black Iron Sword at his waist tightly. As sword cultivators, we have always traveled the world with our swords. If he stood before me, I would still strike him down with a single slash. At this point, Black Iron Sword Master's eyes revealed a hint of pride. This Black Iron Sword was bestowed upon me by the Jiangnan Sword Pavilion. Not only is it a superior spirit treasure, but it also contains a mysterious ability called Barrier Breaker. It can cut through all obstacles. No matter what divine abilities he has, I can still shatter them with a single strike. At this moment, Duabo Boy suddenly let out a stifled laugh. Black Iron Sword Master immediately glared at him with cold eyes and asked sternly, what are you laughing at? Taoist friend, please calm yourself. True Person 5 Elements quickly stepped forward to hold him back, lowering his voice. The Black Iron Sword is indeed sharp, but that fiend has even more formidable spirit treasures. I saw it with my own eyes. He had at least 3 superior spirit treasures on him. Among them were 2 magic swords, one of which contained 3 mysterious abilities and the other one. In addition, he had a defensive spirit treasure. There might be other methods he didn't even use. The more Black Iron Sword Master listened, the more speechless he became. A magic sword with 3 mysterious abilities, at least 3 superior spirit treasures. At this thought, he looked again at the Black Iron Sword he had cherished for many years, which had only 1 mysterious ability. A wave of frustration suddenly surged in his heart. Damn second-generation immortals. Black Iron Sword Master gnashed his teeth and said, "For us sword cultivators, swords are merely external tools. The key lies in one's comprehension of sword intent. That is something these second-generation immortals will never understand." Taoist friend, you are mistaken again. True Person 5 Elements sighed. According to my investigation, this person has no background at all. Every step he took to reach where he is today was solely due to his talent and hard work. Black Iron Sword Master. There was no way to respond to that. At this moment, Zhang Xin, seated at the head of the hall, finally spoke up. Even so, he is still not at the late stage of Foundation establishment. We still have ways to deal with him. Indeed. Black Iron Sword Master finally regained his spirits at these words. Our sect master, with the help of the Sword Pavilion, has recently found the 3rd Heavenly Gang and Earth Fiend. He is currently in seclusion, preparing to break through to the late stage of Foundation establishment. When that happens, no matter how much of a genius that fiend is, he will not be able to withstand the sect master's sword. Upon hearing this, everyone's spirits lifted. Only Zhang Xin remained cautious, lowering his voice. Taoist friend Black Iron, since you came to reinforce us, doesn't that leave the upper profound sword sect undefended? Is their defense secure? Rest assured. Black Iron Sword Master replied with great confidence. Black Gold and Black Silver, 2 Foundation establishment early-stage true persons, are still stationed in the mountain. Small-time troublemakers are not worth mentioning. What danger could there possibly be? Wait. True Person 5 Elements suddenly frowned at these words. That fiend didn't show up here. Could he have secretly gone to your sect's mountain gate? After all, the enemy should also be aware of the threat your sect poses. Upon hearing this, Black Iron Sword Master's expression immediately changed. However, another voice quickly interrupted. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice. It was none other than Duabao Boy. Everyone, don't forget, Zhelong Pass is still here. Duabao Boy spoke confidently. With the formation at Zhelong Pass blocking spiritual energy, no one can traverse the boundary by breaking through space. And traveling by light flight wouldn't escape our detection either. Even if, taking the worst-case scenario, the formation was damaged during the recent attack, allowing that fiend to slip through. Unless he completely destroys the upper profound sword sect, leaving no one to report back, wouldn't he then become a trapped beast once we go to support them? Think about it, everyone. Could he do that? Would he dare to do that? After all, the sect master of the upper profound sword sect is also at the peak of the Foundation establishment mid-stage, with the same cultivation level as that fiend. Would he be unable to send out even a single message if attacked? This, Duaba Boy's words were reasonable and convincing. Even True Person 5 Elements, who had raised the concern, began to feel that he had been worrying unnecessarily. Kingdom of Qing, Black Sword Mountain. As the name suggested, this was the location of the upper profound sword sect's mountain gate. Because the mountain's shape resembled a sharp sword piercing the clouds, it was named Black Sword Mountain. Back when the founding ancestor of the upper profound sword sect established the sect here, it was precisely because of the exceptional feng shui and abundant spiritual energy. He had hoped that future generations would build upon this foundation and nurture a spiritual vein in the mountain. With the support of such a vein, the sect's legacy would be secure and long-lasting. Just like the Witch Ghost Path in the past. 1,000 years ago, the Witch Ghost Path had controlled an 800-mile Bone Mountain spiritual vein. Even true lords were wary of making a move against them, which showed the importance of a spiritual vein to any major power. Fortunately, this place doesn't seem to have nurtured a spiritual vein yet. At the foot of Black Sword Mountain, a handsome young man dressed in white, wearing a black cloak with wide sleeves fluttering in the wind, leisurely observed the scenery of the mountain. Halt! When the young man approached the mountain gate, 2 disciples of the upper profound sword sect flew out to block his path, their expressions cold as they questioned him. Who are you? What business do you have here? I am Lu Yang, please relay the message. Lu Yang cupped his fists politely and smiled. I have come here today to annihilate your sect and wipe out your entire clan. Massacre the sect and exterminate the clan. Such a casual phrase, spoken from the mouth of the young man in front of them, who looked like nothing more than a student on a spring outing, carried with it an overwhelming sense of unreality. The two disciples of the sword sect even thought they had misheard. However, they had no chance to ask again. Swish! Sword light flashed from its sheath, circling lightly around their necks, and in the next moment, two heads rolled to the ground as the scent of blood instantly alarmed the upper profound sword sect. Who goes there? Who dares trespass upon my sword sect? Sword lights soared from various points on Profound Sword Mountain, voices filled with shock and anger, yet the next second, their voices were cut off in their throats. At the summit of Profound Sword Mountain, the two Foundation Establishment true persons, the Profound Gold Sword Master and the Profound Silver Sword Master, were abruptly startled awake. They both felt through their spiritual senses that a great disaster had befallen them. Especially the Profound Gold Sword Master, whose face turned pale with panic as he quickly stepped out of his meditation chamber and looked toward the source of the commotion. The next moment, both of them showed expressions of utter disbelief. What is that? Profound Sword Mountain was situated among numerous peaks, its surroundings usually covered with flowers, grass, and trees. Yet at this moment, all they saw was a dark, overwhelming white tide. Boom! That surging white tide churned furiously as countless figures emerged from it, wave after wave, shoulder to shoulder, holding sharp weapons, numbering in the tens of thousands. At the forefront stood a man and a woman. The woman possessed unparalleled beauty and a cold expression, with a massive hall filled with sinister energy towering behind her. The man wore a bitter expression, standing atop a diagram of the yin-yang Great Tao. Both of them were clearly Foundation Establishment true persons. However, at this moment, these two Foundation Establishment true persons stood respectfully with their hands folded at their sides, flanking a majestic Taoist in a black cloak, holding a magical sword upside down. For a moment, the Profound Silver Sword Master was horrified. With his Foundation Establishment perception, he could naturally tell that the dark mass below was not real people, but some kind of puppet-like beings. Yet undeniably, even if they were puppets, they still represented a terrifying force. Although the opponent was just one person in essence, he was enough to rival the entire upper Profound Sword Sect. Thinking this, the Profound Silver Sword Master was about to step forward and question him. However, before he could move, the Profound Gold Sword Master beside him grabbed his arm tightly. Profound Gold. The Profound Silver Sword Master turned his head, instantly stunned, for the always proud and confident Profound Gold Sword Master now wore a face as pale as paper, filled with panic. It's him, it's really him. He's that demonic fiend. Upon hearing this, the Profound Silver Sword Master's face also changed. The Profound Gold Sword Master had fled from Jiangbei before, and the one he described the most was precisely this so-called demonic fiend. Activate the sword formation. The next second, the Profound Silver Sword Master shouted loudly, reacting with impressive speed. On Profound Sword Mountain, 10,000 swords rang out in unison, and the brilliance of the formation instantly illuminated the sky. Yet Lu Yang remained completely calm upon seeing this. He even smiled and said, "Do the two of you really think I'm the kind of fool who, overestimating his strength, would come swaggering in through the front door?" What? Upon hearing this, the Profound Silver Sword Master was momentarily stunned. Before he could react, countless screams suddenly erupted from within Profound Sword Mountain, which was now covered by the formation. Looking around, he saw that the defensive sword formation, originally meant to fend off outsiders, had now turned against all the disciples of the upper Profound Sword Sect. Countless sword lights rained down in an instant. Except for the disciples who had reached the peak of chi refining, the rest, completely unprepared, were instantly pierced through by the sword lights. In the blink of an eye, the entire Profound Sword Mountain was dyed red with blood. This is impossible. The Profound Silver Sword Master's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The Profound Gold Sword Master, on the other hand, stood frozen in shock, muttering, "How could this happen? Why would the mountain guarding sword formation betray us? There's nothing impossible about it." Lu Yang shook his head and said, "The fact that the upper Profound Sword Sect has a mountain guarding sword formation is no secret. Since I knew about it, how could I have come here without any preparation? He had always acted only when he was certain of success, playing the safest game. Without absolute confidence, how could he risk his own life? Just yesterday, he had used the star-concealing radiance to hide his presence, and leveraging his rank 6 formation master skills, had secretly modified the sword formation of the upper profound sword sect. Since I came here, it means this place is perfectly safe. Liu Yang smiled calmly and added, and since I said I'd massacre the sect and exterminate the clan, of course, I had already completed the job. Coming up the mountain today was just to wrap things up. After all, your sect does have one troublesome person. Before Liu Yang finished speaking, clang clang, a clear sword cry echoed from the belly of Profound Sword Mountain. It started as faint as a mosquito's hum, but soon resounded throughout the entire mountain. Immediately after, a tall middle-aged man in a Taoist robe appeared above Profound Sword Mountain. At a glance, his sword-like eyebrows were set deep into his brow, his expression firm. With a wave of his hand, he released thousands of sword lights to protect all the disciples. Only then did he turn to look at Liu Yang at the foot of the mountain. Their gazes met at that moment. In the next second, sword light flared. Swish! Without a word, a sword light shot directly along the line of their sight toward Liu Yang. Almost simultaneously, divine brilliance emerged on Liu Yang's body. However, the sword light that the middle-aged man had released suddenly missed its mark, veering tens of thousands of meters off course. Instead of striking Liu Yang, it landed hundreds of meters to Liu Yang's left in the forest, cutting down numerous trees but leaving Liu Yang standing with his hands behind his back, completely unharmed. Seeing this, the upper profound true person narrowed his eyes and looked at Liu Yang with a hint of surprise. You actually managed to evade my sword intent lock. His sword intent directly severed karma. Ordinary means could not evade it. Even those of the same cultivation realm in theory could only choose to take it head-on. Yet Liu Yang had managed to avoid it, proving that his divine ability was extraordinary. Sword intent, how impressive. Liu Yang sighed and said, I heard that you obtained the inheritance of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. You must have one or two of their secret sword techniques on you, right? What you want them? The upper profound true person remained calm, his eyes seemingly capable of dissecting Liu Yang. Your divine ability is powerful, but there is a trace of discordance within you. If I'm not mistaken, this divine ability comes from an external source. Your cultivation should not have reached mid-stage perfection yet, but rather, like the court's official positions, it is merely a temporary boost with an unstable foundation. In the end, you're nothing more than a paper tiger. As he spoke, the upper profound true person's sword intent began to intensify. The familiar needle-like pain made Liu Yang narrow his eyes. I've seen another impressive sword cultivator, and you're about the same as him. Liu Yang was naturally referring to Yi Xingfeng. To this day, Yi Xingfeng was the only one Liu Yang had ever seen who could, at the mid-foundation establishment stage, defeat someone at the mid-foundation establishment perfection stage, a feat known as surpassing levels. Though not a leap across major realms, it still reflected the difference between one innate divine ability and two, showcasing Yi Xingfeng's incredible strength. Compared to that, while the upper profound true person fell short in terms of spirit treasure, Tao foundation, and divine abilities, he had already reached mid-stage perfection. With a higher cultivation realm, he could compensate for all shortcomings. To be fair, with my current strength, if I were to fight him, I'd at best have a 50-50 chance. Moreover, I wouldn't be able to stop him from escaping or calling for reinforcements. Fortunately, Liu Yang had come prepared. With this thought, Liu Yang immediately formed a hand seal. Almost simultaneously, the upper profound true person merged with his sword light and slashed toward Liu Yang's head from a distance. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. The hundredfold peril-subduing profound cloak activated once again, leaving Liu Yang unharmed. His hand-sealing motion didn't pause, as a divine brilliance gathered at his fingertips. What began as a mere spark quickly spread like wildfire, merging with the great formation of Profound Sword Mountain, which Liu Yang already controlled. In an instant, the entire sacred mountain was sealed off, trapping the upper profound true person, the profound gold and profound silver sword masters, and all the sword sect disciples within the formation. Boom, boom, boom. During this time, The upper profound true person did not stop attacking. He unleashed 3 more sword strikes, all of which Lu Yang withstood using the mysterious power of the hundredfold peril-subduing profound cloak. So that's it. It's not about power, but about the number of times it can be used. The upper profound true person had cultivated for hundreds of years and had rich combat experience. Though he had only struck 3 times, he had already grasped the properties of the spirit treasure and immediately changed his tactics. The next second, he unleashed over 10,000 sword lights. Each sword light was less powerful than before, but by striking all at once, he could still break through the hundredfold peril-subduing profound cloak and injure Lu Yang's true body. However, at that moment, Lu Yang made his move. True person Yinshan attacked the execution dragon pass. Use the foul blood energy to temporarily weaken its formation power, allowing me to shift the void slightly on this side. Before his words finished, divine abilities burst forth. Fixing proximity and distance, great art of commanding mountains to move. I invite you all to take a trip to Jiangbei. Lu Yang let out a loud laugh as the radiance blooming from his fingertips filled the vision of everyone present, swallowing them all. When the light dissipated, the upper profound true person stood frozen in place. The surroundings had changed. Profound Sword Mountain was still there. However, it was no longer surrounded by dense forests, but by a flat plain. On that plain, one terrifying aura after another surged into the sky. At the forefront stood a man in black robes with a gloomy expression. It was none other than true person Yinshan. Besides him, Han Xiang and Yu Chan followed closely, along with numerous other Foundation establishment true persons summoned by the sacred sect for this battle, numbering more than 10. Yet all these true persons wore shocked expressions as they stared incredulously at Lu Yang, standing with his hands behind his back. Especially Han Xiang and Yu Chan. Only now did they understand why Lu Yang hadn't appeared at execution, Dragon Pass just now. They had thought he had merely gone to launch a sneak attack on the upper Profound Sword Sect. Who could have imagined that he had brought the entire Profound Sword Mountain here? What are you all still standing there for? In the next second, Lu Yang's eerie voice echoed. We, the heretical path, are we still going to talk about righteousness with these sword cultivators of the orthodox path? Charge with me. The latest /EP smallcap I /sods are on /the novel fire, smallcap NET. Take turns on him. Wait, there's been a misunderstanding. Before the upper profound true person could finish his sentence, more than 10 Foundation establishment true persons simultaneously unleashed their spirit treasures and divine abilities. Countless dazzling attacks swallowed him whole. Compared to honorable one-on-one combat, this was the true style of the sacred sect. So what if you're at mid-Foundation establishment perfection? If bullying the weak doesn't work, then bully you with numbers. As long as the difference isn't insurmountable, sheer numbers can bury you to death. Xianxia true person moved very quickly. Although he was already a mid-stage Foundation establishment sword cultivator at perfection, possessing 2 innate divine abilities and a superior grade spiritual sword, he was still no match for a crowd. No matter how strong he was not a grand true person. Even if he had perfected the mid-stage Foundation establishment, he was still at the mid-stage. What's more, he was not a direct disciple of the true lords of the 4 great powers. Therefore, when facing the siege of more than a dozen Foundation establishment true persons, he could only let out a few wretched howls like a defeated dog. Come fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. Beasts and beasts, all of you. Amidst the miserable screams, Xianxia true person was struck from behind by Yinshan true person's palm imprint, pierced through from the front by Yu Chan, and had his divine sense shattered by Han Xiang. His entire body was battered and bruised by the magic treasures and divine abilities of other early-stage Foundation establishment true persons from Jiangbei. Finally, a divine ability crashed down with a deafening roar. Embracing Mountain. Without any power to resist, Xianxia true person fell to the ground, the radiance of his divine abilities dissipating in an instant, his eyes tightly shut, appearing completely unconscious. As for the 2 early-stage Foundation establishment sword cultivators, the Xuanjin Sword Master and the Xuanian Sword Master, there was even less to say. Lu Yang and the others didn't even need to lift a finger. The Jiangbei cultivators, having witnessed the methods of the Primordial Saint Sect, swarmed forward without hesitation. Without any suspense, they captured the 2 on the spot. Well done. Lu Yang's expression was calm as he sealed Shangxuan true person and the two sword masters, Xuanjin and Xuanian, into embracing mountain one by one. This time you have all worked hard. After speaking, he took out a stack of jade slips. He infused a wisp of divine sense into each jade slip, and then distributed them to the cultivators of Jiangbe present. You have all earned this, take them. This is. A foundation establishment true person from a small sect received a jade slip, swept his divine sense over it, and immediately looked excited. The Tao method of 10,000 treasures river from Fenbao Cliff. I'm giving it to you, just keep it. Lu Yang's tone was indifferent. There are also the divine abilities and cultivation methods of Shangxuan Sword Sect. Once I extract them, everyone who participated this time will get a share. Since you all took the risk to act, I won't let you suffer a loss. As his words fell, Lu Yang waved his hand and directly threw the superior-grade spiritual swords of Shangxuan True Person, Xuanjin Sword Master, and Xuanian Sword Master to the three Foundation Establishment True Persons who had contributed the most this time. This made the eyes of the others turn red with envy. All their previous caution was instantly thrown out of their minds. Divine abilities, cultivation methods, spiritual treasures. The sects these people came from were already small, and some were even rogue cultivators. Being able to obtain these things was already like striking it rich for them. What more needed to be said? If before, the Jiangbe cultivators still held back a little, now they were fully fired up with enthusiasm and fighting spirit. Without this, how could they show their loyalty? The grace of the Saint Sect was truly endless. As for them, at this point, Lu Yang looked at the three captives again and shook his head. Their cultivation to this point was not easy either. Our Primordial Saint Sect has always been lenient with prisoners. Here's the plan. After I finish the interrogation, their Tao foundations will be fed to my Abai sword, their corpses will be refined into demon corpses, and their souls will be sent to the secret realm of refinement to reincarnate. Upon hearing this, Yinchin True Person frowned, then sighed. Junior brother, you are still too kind. Lu Yang also showed a helpless expression. I just can't change this nature. The two of them spoke so matter-of-factly. But nearby, Han Xiang felt colder the more she listened, and even Yu Chan's eyelids twitched slightly. Was this kindness? Did the Primordial Saint Sect have a misunderstanding about the definition of kindness? What they didn't know was that, in Lu Yang and Yinchin True Person's view, letting their souls reincarnate and start over was already considered mercy. If this wasn't kindness, what was? Moreover, after reincarnation, they might even return to the Foundation Establishment realm. By then, they could harvest them again. Next, Lu Yang dragged the three captives into a secret chamber, took out the 10,000 spirits banner, summoned Chen Zinan, and performed the Heavenly Mother's life-transforming profound light. A day later, Lu Yang put away the pale-faced Chen Zinan and casually ended the miserable lives of the already unrecognizable three captives with a single sword stroke. Then he began to count his spoils. First was the Abai sword, a mid-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator at perfection, and two early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators. Such a vast amount of resources fed to the Abai sword produced an absurdly great feedback. According to the Butcher-S feedback, all three of these sword cultivators practiced metal element Tao foundations. After killing them, the Abai sword's restraint against the metal element has reached 50%. In other words, any divine abilities or Tao methods of the metal element will have their power halved in front of the Abai sword. This was already worthy of being called the nemesis of sword cultivators. Especially effective for ambushing sword cultivators who knew nothing about this. It could make them overestimate the power of their divine abilities, and if used well, could even kill them unexpectedly. Besides that, there was the memory of Shangxuan True Person. There really is a sword pavilion cultivation method. This was Lu Yang's other major gain. The Xianxia Sword Sect had indeed received the support of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion, and had actually obtained a secret sword pavilion cultivation method. Its name was Tei Formless Sword. It's not a cultivation method, but a sword-forging secret technique. Using this method, one could refine a superior-grade spiritual treasure called Formless Sword, by combining it with a heavenly fiend or earth Sha evil. So that's how it is. Lu Yang rubbed his chin, finally solving a long-standing doubt in his mind. So this Xianxia true person wasn't actually in seclusion to break through to the late stage. He was in seclusion forging a sword. I knew it. How could he have the resources to break through to the late stage? Late stage foundation establishment was a heavenly chasm. Even in the Primordial Saint Sect, someone like the peak master of Mending Heaven Peak had perished while attempting to break through to the late stage. How could someone like Xianxia true person possibly have the ability to achieve that? According to Xianxia true person's memory, he had indeed obtained a heavenly fiend or earthsha suitable for him. But knowing he had no chance of becoming a grand true person with it, he planned to use it to forge the formless sword, enhance his combat power, and contribute more in future wars. But now it all belongs to me. Lu Yang smiled slightly, but soon his expression grew serious. He then took out a small jade bottle from Xianxia true person's storage bag. Inside the bottle was the heavenly fiend or earthsha that Xianxia true person had obtained. It was a strand of Zin metal qi. Zin metal among the heavenly fiends was named Changguang. What a coincidence! Lu Yang didn't believe it. Was this the hidden hand left by true person Changguang? Small kappa, letter 1D0F, letter 1D1C. Letter 1D21, letter 1D00, small cap and letter 1D1B. Letter 1D1B, letter 1D0F. Small cap R, letter 1D07, letter 1D00, letter 1D05. Letter 1D0D, letter 1D0F, small cap R, letter 1D07. Letter 1D0 for small cap H, letter 1D00, letter 1D18, letter 1D1B, letter 1D07, small cap RS. Letter 1D18, small cap L, letter 1D07, letter 1D00S, letter 1D07, letter 1D20, small cap IS, small cap I, letter 1D1B, NAV 3LF, small cap IRE, small cap N ET. Had Xianxia true person obtained this heavenly fiend, according to Chang Guang's plan to forge the formless sword? For a moment, Lu Yang was filled with countless doubts. But at this moment, the secrets of fate and cause and effect had all been suppressed by true Lord King Cheng Feixu. No one could divine them. So all he could do was speculate, unable to verify anything. Could it be that I ruined true person Chang Guang's plan? Originally, Xianxia true person, as a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator at perfection, was the stabilizing force for Kingdom of Qing. It was almost impossible for him to fall, given his strength. However, true person Chang Guang probably didn't expect Lu Yang to rely on his movement techniques and the combination of Dao methods and divine abilities to forcibly move the entire Xianxia sword sect to Jiangbei. There, Lu Yang created an opportunity to defeat many with few, and in the end, overwhelmed the sword cultivator to death. It's all because I'm too outstanding. Thinking of this, Lu Yang couldn't help but sigh, though he wasn't worried. I can still fix this. Anyway, the item is already in my hands. I can forge it myself. And this will also give the enemy some reaction time. Thinking of this, Lu Yang glanced again in the direction of Jia Long Pass. He knew very well that his southward mission this time was not truly to destroy the kingdom of Qing. His task was to apply pressure. What he needed to do was to engage in a tug-of-war with the kingdom of Qing, creating enough external conflict to give true person Chang Guang, who had reincarnated within the kingdom of Qing, an opportunity. And the destruction of the Xianxia sword sect should be enough to cause panic on the side of the kingdom of Qing. When that time came, what kind of response would they make? And how would true person Chang Guang act? Inside Zhilong Pass, the blood-polluted qi sent into the formation by true person Yinshin, using qi refining cultivators during the previous great battle, had already been completely cleared out, and the formation had been restored to its perfect state. Thanks to this, the mood of the gathered true persons had also improved significantly. Except for Duabao Tongzi, because at this moment he had already been faintly isolated. Although true person of the five elements did not speak it aloud, in his heart he was clearly still suspecting that Duabao Tongzi was a spy planted by the demon sect. This left Duabao Tongzi filled with stifled anger with nowhere to vent. He admitted that the death of Elder Fishing Dragon was indeed somewhat related to him, but wasn't that the demon sect's cunning trick, which he had carelessly fallen for. How could he possibly be a spy? Back then, he had even been robbed by the demon sect. He and the demon sect had a blood feud. Everyone understood this reasoning. However, the prejudice in people's hearts was like a great mountain. Once a fixed perception had formed, no matter how much he tried to explain, it was extremely difficult to remove it. Frustrated, he had no choice but to approach the Black Iron Sword Master. After all, among the gathered true persons, Only the Black Iron Sword Master had just arrived. He had no preconceived notions about him and would not exclude him, so at least they could have a conversation. As for how to interact with a sword cultivator, Duabao Tongzi was quite experienced. Just praise his sword. Daoist friend, may I touch your sword? Duabao Tongzi got straight to the point, and then expressed a few words of admiration for the Upper Profound Sword Sect. With a few exchanges, they quickly became acquainted. Actually, I think what the 5 elements Taoist said before was somewhat biased. Duabao Tongzi smiled and said, that Yuan too is indeed formidable but not invincible. With your strength as a sword cultivator, though you might not be his match, exchanging 100 moves or so shouldn't be a problem. As soon as these words came out, they struck right at the Black Iron Sword Master's sore spot. After all, the 5 elements true person had left him speechless with his earlier remarks. Now finally hearing a fair statement, how could he not be pleased? For a moment, he even developed a bit more goodwill toward Duabao Tongzi. Taoist friend flatters me. The Black Iron Sword Master waved his hand and said, if that devil is truly as the 5 elements Taoist describes, I fear that only the sect master of our sword sect could fight him. Upper Profound True Person. Duabao Tongzi's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and after another round of praise, he continued, speaking of which, I heard that Upper Profound True Person is currently attempting to break through to the late stage. Such an endeavor is extremely dangerous. The tribulation of heavenly thunder is hard to pass. Aren't you worried, Taoist friend? Hehasa. The Black Iron Sword Master burst out laughing upon hearing this. The so-called breakthrough to the late stage is just a false rumor we intentionally spread. How could the sect master be so reckless? This time, the sect master receives support from the Sword Pavilion and plans to forge a supreme spiritual sword. Once it is completed, he will immediately come to assist us. That's why I wasn't worried about anyone attacking Profound Sword Mountain before. It's because the sect master isn't in closed-door seclusion for a breakthrough. If a crisis arises, he can act at any time. If necessary, I can even contact the sect master. As he spoke, the Black Iron Sword Master took out a lamp from his sleeve. Before I left, the sect master specially refined this soul lamp and entrusted it to me. Within the lamp is a strand of the sect master's divine sense. With this divine sense, I can contact the sect master through the soul lamp at any time, keeping up with the situation at Profound Sword Mountain. What is there to worry about? As the Black Iron Sword Master spoke, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. Because Duabao Tongzi before him had, for some reason, turned terrifyingly pale, his mouth twitching uncontrollably, and one finger trembling as it pointed at him. Taoist friend. The Black Iron Sword Master was taken aback. He looked himself over, his clothes were intact, the lamp was extinguished, and his spiritual sword was undamaged. Nothing seemed wrong. The Black Iron Sword Master froze. In the next moment he blinked, and then this mid-foundation establishment true person, who was usually spotless, actually wiped his eyes. He hadn't seen wrong. The lamp was extinguished. Extinguished. With a crash, the lamp fell to the ground and shattered to pieces, as the divine sense and spiritual power that had sustained it had completely dissipated. At this moment, the Black Iron Sword Master instead wished that Upper Profound True Person was truly in seclusion trying to break through. Because at least then he could comfort himself, thinking the lamp had gone out because the sect master failed in his breakthrough. However, right now, he could not deceive himself. The extinguishing of the sect master's soul lamp could only mean one thing. The Upper Profound Sword Sect had fallen. Impossible, impossible. The Black Iron Sword Master's eyes dimmed, muttering to himself, as sword chi erupted from his entire body. He had actually lost control of his sword heart. However, in the next instant, a fierce slap landed hard on the Black Iron Sword Master's face, snapping him back to his senses. He turned in confusion to look at the one who had slapped him. It was Duabao Tongzi. At this moment, Duabao Tongzi's face was also twisted with fear, yet his eyes shone with clarity, calm to the extreme. Taoist friend, don't panic. Duabao Tongzi spoke in a deep voice. I have already sealed off the chi. No one knows about the situation at the Upper Profound Sword Sect yet. This is our chance. While there's still a time gap, we must quickly find a way to escape. There is no longer any need to defend Zhelong Pass. Duabao Tongzi saw the situation clearly. With the fall of the Upper Profound Sword Sect, the strongest reinforcement from the kingdom of Qing was gone. Zhelong Pass had instantly become a rootless tree, a source without water. In contrast, the demon sect's morale was at its peak. What was the point of continuing to fight? Staying in Zhelong Pass is waiting for death. Now, either we find a new backer or we flee. Or are you, Taoist friend, planning to reincarnate? Faced with life and death, the Black Iron Sword Master quickly sobered up. Taoist friend, you're right. With the fall of the Upper Profound Sword Sect, Zhelong Pass had become a death trap. If they didn't run now, they wouldn't be able to escape when the demon sect attacked from the south. However, he soon became dispirited again. But even if we escape, where would we go? To the south. To the Sword Pavilion. The Sword Pavilion had funded the Upper Profound Sword Sect precisely to have them fight at this moment. How could they allow him to desert now? To the east. The kingdom of Qing would definitely make an example out of them. To the north. To seek refuge with the Primordial Saint Sect. At this thought, the Black Iron Sword Master looked at Duobao Tongzi with a suspicious gaze. You brat, could you really be a spy of the demon sect? No, perhaps of the Primordial Saint Sect. At the same time, Duobao Tongzi noticed the half-suspicious, half-expectant look in the Black Iron Sword Master's eyes and instantly understood his unspoken meaning. I really am not. Duobao Tongzi looked helpless. At this point, he actually wished he were a spy for the Saint Sect, but he truly had nothing to do with those beasts in Jiangbei. I meant heading west to submit to the Pure Land. T small cap HE source of this letter 1D04 ONTENT small cap IS novel fire, net. As he spoke, Duobao Tongzi reached into his robe and took out a jade-carved Buddha statue. To tell you the truth, the Pure Land once approached me. He truly wasn't a Saint Sect spy. He was a Pure Land spy. The great Arhat of the Pure Land promised me that as long as I brought people into the Pure Land during this war, my future status in the Pure Land would rise. I could even establish temples and monasteries there. Duobao Tongzi spoke in a low voice, and you, Taoist friend, are the first true person I've recruited. Joining the Pure Land now has the greatest benefits. Later, you too can recruit others. The more people we bring in, the more cultivation resources we'll have in the Pure Land in the future. The Black Iron Sword Master fell silent for a moment. But when he thought of how his sword sect was already gone, what was there to hesitate about? He gritted his teeth and asked, what do I need to do? Duobao Tongzi was overjoyed. Just place your hand on the Buddha statue. The Black Iron Sword Master immediately reached out. In the next instant, he felt a burst of Buddhist light rise in his sea of consciousness, like a blazing sun, illuminating his thoughts. Immediately after, within the Buddhist light, a white lotus platform appeared, upon which sat a Dharma body. The figure had 32 perfect features, wore a fleshy crown, held a Dharma implement, radiated brilliant light, and bore a compassionate smile that exuded a transcendent aura far surpassing that of an ordinary Foundation Establishment true person. Amitabha. The four-character Buddhist chant resounded from the Dharma body, instantly calming the Black Iron Sword Master's earlier panic and fear, bringing a serene and peaceful expression to his face. Then he placed his palms together and sighed. Today I finally know who I truly am. Amitabha. Sky-reaching sea of clouds, sacred fire cliff. At the same moment, when the Duobao child took out the Buddha statue, revealing his identity as a Pure Land undercover, and attempting to recruit the Black Iron Sword Master, King Cheng Feixu True Monarch also raised her delicate brows. In the next second, she looked up towards Jiangxi. Those bald donkeys also want to interfere. Before her voice had even faded, a massive Buddha head, as large as a mountain, also rose within the Pure Land. Its eyes seemed to be made of glass, and as its lips parted, it let out a wave of Buddhist chant. Not exactly. In the vast hall, a grand voice echoed. It is merely that a junior wishes to take advantage of this great war, ferry some destined ones to my Pure Land for blessings. HMPH. A flash of crimson appeared in the beautiful eyes of King Cheng Feixu True Monarch, as if she could barely restrain herself. Fine then, I won't care about that person, but you better not interfere either. If he dies in Jiangbei, don't come blaming me. Amitabha, this is only natural. The Buddha head smiled faintly. After all, the one he had sent was a late Foundation Establishment Great Arhat. Unless a perfected Foundation Establishment cultivator made a move, who could possibly kill him? Yet all perfected foundation establishment cultivators sought the golden core, and the last thing they wanted was to offend a true monarch like him, who would risk offending a bodhisattva just to kill a late foundation establishment great arhat. It was simply not worth it, unless that person never wished to achieve golden core in this life. Thus the Buddha head remained calm. In his eyes, King Cheng Feixiu true monarch clearly could not withstand the pressure from the Pure Land, Tao Court and Sword Pavilion, and had no choice but to back down. A wise choice. Thinking of this, the Buddha head withdrew his gaze, secretly looking forward to the devil who cultivated the 9 transforming dragon art, corresponding to the city wall earth. Previously, when the vase water moon bodhisattva made a move, the effort was thwarted because of King Cheng Feixiu true monarch's intervention, but now presented a great opportunity. King Cheng Feixiu true monarch needed to protect Chang Guang and had no strength left to care for others. It was the perfect time to ferry that devil over to the Pure Land. At Zhelong Pass, looking at the dual Bao child and the black iron sword master before him, the Dharma body surrounded by Buddha light nodded in satisfaction and said, "My name is Vimatara, revered one." In the Pure Land, foundation establishment cultivators were known as arhats. And late foundation establishment, great beings were called great arhats, recognized as Pure Land revered ones who had achieved the 3 attainments of Slayer of Delusions, unborn and worthy of offerings. Slayer of Delusions, meaning the severance of all delusions and confusions. Unborn, meaning no longer reborn in the 3 realms. Worthy of offerings, meaning deserving of the greatest worldly offerings. As the name suggests, figures like Vimatara revered one could freely access the insights of the world-honored one, encountering almost no bottlenecks in cultivating divine powers. Moreover, with their Dharma body residing in nirvana within the Pure Land and their soul remaining solely in the Pure Land, they were free from reincarnation unless slain. Additionally, they received offerings from countless disciples, Dharma masters, and even arhats within the Pure Land, preparing them for their future achievement of bodhisattvahood. Thus they earned the title of Revered One. Upon hearing the name, Vimatara Revered One, the black iron sword master became visibly excited, his expression growing increasingly respectful. "Revered One, please save us from this sea of suffering." "No rush." Facing the black iron sword master's plea, Vimatara Revered One merely shook his head with a smile. "The world is foolish, drowning in the sea of suffering. I wish to save them all." Hearing this, the black iron sword master frowned at once. He had surrendered just to save his life, yet now he was being told there was no rush. What was the point of his defection then? "Rest assured. Since you have chosen to abandon darkness for light and join the Pure Land, how could I possibly abandon you?" Vimatara Revered One smiled faintly, then reached out to send forth 2 beams of Buddha light. "Take these methods to study. As long as you gather the required individuals, you can surely defeat the Saint Sect. Follow current novels on NOV letter 1D07L/fire. Net. This is. The Black Iron Sword Master and Duo Bao Child exchanged glances as they received the divine sense projection from Vimatara Revered One. In an instant, a cultivation method appeared in their minds. Great Mighty Virtue, Bullheaded King Empowerment Method. This method requires using a man born in a Yang year, Yang month, Yang day, and Yang hour as the medium to perform it. Only a pure Yang destiny can bear this Dharma. As long as you find such men and engrave the scriptures I have passed to you upon their bodies, I can cast the empowerment to transform them into mighty virtue kings. With my authority, they can temporarily exert the combat strength of a perfected mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Duo Bao Child and the Black Iron Sword Master were utterly stunned. Perfected mid-foundation establishment. That was already enough to change the course of the battle. No wonder this one was called a great being. Even with remote intervention, such divine power was astounding. I will make arrangements at once. Duo Bao Child hurriedly sent orders to search for suitable candidates. The Black Iron Sword Master's eyes shone brightly. With the Revered One's aid, we will surely achieve a great victory over the demon sect this time, and avenge the sect master and the sword sect. That is secondary. Vimatara Revered One pressed his palms together, smiling faintly. My Pure Land has not come merely for slaughter, but to ferry the destined ones. Duo Bao Child froze for a moment. Who are these destined ones? I see that Yuan Tu of the Demon Sect is greatly fated with my pure land. In this battle, I will have the empowered, mighty Virtue King capture him first. Excellent. Duo Bao Child let out a loud laugh, his face full of anticipation. Although this was not his own accomplishment, if he could use Vimatara revered one's power to severely punish Liu Yang and even force him to betray the Demon Sect and join the Pure Land, it would still count as venting his frustration. Moreover, it would be a chance to prove himself. Heaven and earth bear witness, the sun and moon can attest, I am truly not a Saint Sect spy. Then I shall entrust this task to you, revered one. Amitabha. Vimatara revered one nodded, recalling the Bodhisattva's instructions and feeling that his plan should not pose any great risk. Personally participating in the great battle carried heavy karmic consequences and risked post-battle reckoning. However, by using secret methods to borrow another's body without employing great being-level power in the fight, and with a Bodhisattva covering him, there should be little danger. Moreover, he was rational and not greedy. As long as he captured Liu Yang and ferried him over, he could even turn around and help the Saint Sect. Given the grand scheme of Chang Guang seeking the golden core, surely no one would pursue the matter. If there is a flaw, Vimatara revered one pondered. This great mighty virtue bull-headed king empowerment method does have a weakness. The requirement for a pure Yang destiny male is too strict. The Demon Sect once created a method specifically to counter it. The method's purpose was simple: to turn a man into a woman. Once the gender changed, the pure Yang destiny would collapse. As a result, the empowered individual would immediately die. The backlash of the Dharma would even affect his true body, causing him to lose several years of cultivation. However, that method only changes gender. Thinking of this, Vimatara revered one quickly regained his composure. Apart from targeting the great mighty virtue, bull-headed king empowerment method, it has virtually no other use. Surely no demon would bother to cultivate it. A secluded chamber within Gai Bamboo Mountain. Liu Yang sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, with strands of spiritual light floating before him. Each strand represented a type of spiritual material, totaling 3,600 kinds. These were painstakingly collected by true person Xianxia, nearly depleting the resources of the Xianxia sword sect. Yet before his death, he bestowed them all upon Liu Yang. Immediately after, a platinum-colored aura emerged. This was the Xin metal qi, also known as Chang Guang, which he now held in his hand. A stream of azure spiritual fire surged forth, continuously refining it. Fortunately, I possess a spiritual fire. Though it's intended for healing, it's still fire and can barely suffice for refining. As for my crafting skills, thankfully, the requirements aren't high. The key lies in the materials, which true person Xianxia has already prepared for me. Given my level, it's adequate. In the next moment, Liu Yang waved his hand. All the spiritual materials fell into his azure Luan Noon fire, merging with the Xin metal qi, gradually forming the shape of a long sword. However, even so, the final product wasn't ideal. Limited by Liu Yang's own abilities, the resulting magical tool was likely of mid-grade quality. Even if it reached high grade, it wouldn't be considered exceptional. Fortunately, Liu Yang had already prepared a remedy. Now's the time. Without hesitation, Liu Yang took out the Galaxy Sword Pill, gifted by Yi Feng, a once high-grade flying sword now mostly destroyed. Perfect opportunity to make full use of it. With a grand gesture, Liu Yang threw the Galaxy Sword Pill into the flames, using it to refine the invisible sword, aiming to enhance its quality. After a long while, a long sword finally took shape within the flames. Invisible sword. Everything proceeded smoothly. Once the magical tool was completed, it lightly fell into Liu Yang's hand, immediately emanating a strong sense of spirituality. As Liu Yang willed it, the spiritual sword instantly vanished from sight. Silent and invisible. The secret flying sword of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion truly lives up to its reputation, Liu Yang exclaimed with admiration. This invisible sword and the Abhai sword were two extremes. The Abhai sword required gradual accumulation of human slayer, favoring overwhelming force in combat, with grand and sweeping sword lights. In contrast, the invisible sword lacked even visible sword light. When wielded, not even the blade could be seen, completely blending into the ambient light, making it impossible for ordinary people to detect before being decapitated. One orthodox, one unconventional, perfectly suited for me. Lu Yang nodded in satisfaction, then infused his divine sense into the sword, intending to explore the wonders of the high-grade spiritual treasure he had painstakingly crafted. However, he was stunned the next second, because this invisible sword possessed 3 mystical abilities, each imbued with profound meaning, causing Lu Yang to narrow his eyes. The first mystical ability was named Pierce the King. As the name implied, this sword could sense the status and power of its target. The higher the status and greater the power, the more potent the sword's strike, increasing the likelihood of a one-hit kill. The second mystical ability was named Coiled Steel. Coiled steel defied logic and order, overturning conventions. Thus, this sword wasn't bound by rules. Any defensive divine abilities or techniques were ineffective against it. This was a sword meant to assassinate kings and emperors. Lu Yang felt a chill down his spine and turned his attention to the final mystical ability, named Changguang, outwardly manifesting as a radiant golden light. Is this the golden attribute? Lu Yang had encountered the innate Tao Sin before and personally experienced the transcendence brought by the golden attribute. At this moment, he felt the same sensation from the radiant golden light. Was this golden attribute condensed from Changguang? Instinctively, Lu Yang wanted to extract it but was repelled. The invisible sword radiated light, with the other 2 mystical abilities shining brilliantly. Pierce the King, Coiled Steel. A realization dawned in Lu Yang's eyes. Is this my reward? They want me to assassinate King Qing, and this golden attribute is my compensation. Previously, he thought that by killing true person Xianxia and seizing the Xin metal qi, he had disrupted Changguang's plans. Now, it seemed the opposite was true. True person Changguang had anticipated this outcome. No, that's not right. It's not anticipation, it's preparation. It didn't matter who the Xin metal qi ended up with. If it remained with true person Xianxia, he would still forge the invisible sword. In a confrontation, if he were defeated, the invisible sword would still fall into Lu Yang's hands. The result remained unchanged. The only variable was if Lu Yang lost and was defeated by true person Xianxia. What then? No, that's not a variable. Lu Yang pondered, his gaze growing brighter. Concerning the pursuit of the golden attribute, how could true person Changguang allow for variables? Even if they existed, he would eliminate them. In other words, he must be absolutely certain. He can be sure that regardless of how events unfold, true person Xianxia will ultimately die by my hand, and I will inevitably obtain the invisible sword. This was unsettling. How long had Changguang been reincarnated? Where did this absolute certainty come from? At this thought, Lu Yang had a hypothesis, aligning with his understanding of the Primordial Saint Sect's true persons and resolving his earlier doubts. With this, he felt more confident. Stowing away the invisible sword, Lu Yang opened the door and stepped out of the chamber. In the next moment, true person Yinshin descended with a flash of light, speaking gravely. There's movement at Dragon Guillotine Pass. They've launched an attack. True person Yinshin's expression was solemn. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Yang showed surprise. After the Xianxia sword sect's downfall, instead of fleeing, they dared to counterattack. Who gave them such courage? A true person has intervened. Letter 1D1B small cap H small cap IS. Letter 1D0 for small cap H. Letter 1D00. Letter 1D18. Letter 1D1B. Letter 1D07 small cap R. Small cap IS. Letter 1D1C. Letter 1D18. Letter 1D05. Letter 1D00. Letter 1D1B. Letter 1D07 small cap B. Small cap Y. NOVEL. Net. The next moment, Lu Yang suddenly understood, realizing why true person Yinshin's expression had turned grave, had evidently thought of the same possibility. What now should we engage? True person Yinshin spoke solemnly. If a true person is indeed involved, we are bound to lose. But the Primordial Saint Sect won't stand idly by. Someone will surely act. No rush. Recalling his earlier hypothesis, Lu Yang shook his head. Let's first assess the situation. If it's truly a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator acting, we'll retreat immediately. True person Yinshin nodded in agreement. As true persons of the Primordial Saint Sect, they wouldn't risk their lives for others. They'd fight favorable battles, endure challenging ones, but in desperate situations, they wouldn't hesitate to flee. Soon the two soared into the sky. Looking ahead, Yu Chan and Han Xiang had already led forces into battle. Countless divine abilities exploded in the heavens. while chi-refining disciples engaged in bloody combat on the ground. Seems manageable. Although Han Xiang and others were at a disadvantage, it was due to being outnumbered. If Lu Yang and true person Yinshin joined the fray, the tide could quickly turn. At that moment, Lu Yang and true person Yinshin's presence was noticed. Among the crowd, Duo Baotongzi's eyes lit up instantly. Pointing at Lu Yang, he shouted excitedly, "That's Yuan too. Please, Venerable, make your move." The next second, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Within Dragon Guillotine Pass, 3 men, their bodies inscribed with scriptures, let out agonized cries. Their flesh began to emit a golden glow. Amidst the radiant light, the 3 men's expressions gradually calmed. Though they had different appearances, they now seemed as one, brows slightly raised, smiles compassionate, hands clasped in prayer. Their aura surged, all reaching the peak of the Foundation establishment mid-stage. "It's the Pure Land." Han Xiang, Yu Chan, and others turned pale, gritting their teeth. "Damn bald monks, it's a blessing technique. A true person from the Pure Land is aiding them remotely." At this moment, the qualities of true persons from the Primordial Saint Sect became evident. While Han Xiang and other Jiangbei cultivators were still in shock, Yu Chan transformed into a streak of light, shielding them. True person Yinshin turned to flee. However, the next moment both halted. "Yuan too." True person Yinshin looked back in confusion, only to see Lu Yang not fleeing, but observing the 3 figures enhanced by the Buddhist light with great interest. These 3, something's off. Lu Yang sensed that the trio relied on burning their own yang energy to allow the Pure Land true person to elevate them to the peak of the Foundation establishment mid-stage. What if they ran out of yang energy? Amitabha. At this moment, the 3 mighty virtue kings stood side by side, pressing their palms together simultaneously, as Buddhist light surged like a breached flood, instantly filling more than half the sky. In an instant, the ground quaked and mountains trembled, and countless divine lights wrapped around the entire battlefield, giving rise to countless forms and appearances. There were pavilions and towers, with endless chanting of sutras, as if the battlefield had suddenly transformed into an ancient Buddhist temple, and before their eyes stood a towering figure of an ancient lamp-bearing Buddha. In the next moment, the ancient Buddha spoke. "Good, good, my Buddha is merciful, spreading across hundreds of millions of worlds, manifesting countless forms to save all beings burdened by karma. All of you are fated with my Western land." As these words fell, a pair of eyes as vast as mountains landed upon Lu Yang. "Halasa." Below, Duabo Boy chanted a Buddhist mantra while revealing a smile, and the other true persons of the kingdom of Qing showed expressions of excitement. Who would have thought Duabo could really bring the Buddhist sect here? I misunderstood him before. With such a powerful reinforcement from the Buddhist sect, a great arhat, this is the perfect opportunity to destroy the demon sect and teach these Jiangbei devils a lesson. In the next moment, the lamp-bearing ancient Buddha took a step forward. The 5 elements true person, Duabo Boy, the black iron swordmaster, and others followed closely behind with sinister smiles, clearly intending to take advantage of the situation and strike a drowning enemy. Seeing this scene, Lu Yang shook his head and formed a hand seal. Heavenly Mother's transformative radiance. Amitabha, benefactor Lu, there is no need to resist anymore. The Vimalakirti revered one, who had originally intended to continue his preachings, was suddenly stunned. He stared at the endless white radiance spreading from Lu Yang, his expression changing drastically. "What is this?" Before the Vimalakirti revered one could finish his words, he saw the yang energy on the 3 men's bodies suddenly reverse, transforming into the great yin mother body, freezing abruptly in midair. The next instant, they exploded with a deafening roar. Bang, bang, bang. The miserable cries of the Vimalakirti revered one were instantly drowned in the explosion. The lamp-bearing ancient Buddha vanished without a trace, and the 3 mighty virtue kings turned into fireworks. Seeing this, Lu Yang revealed a trace of delight, and without hesitation, he waved his wide sleeves, collecting all the broken limbs and remains of the 3 mighty virtue kings. He planned to feed them to the abyssal sword later, hoping it might develop a special attack effect against the Buddhist sect. These were all excellent materials after all. Only then did he turn to look at Duabo Boy and the others. At this moment, however, the sinister smiles on Duabo Boy and the others' faces had completely frozen. Just now, they had charged forward alongside the Vimalakirti revered one. But now, the Vimalakirti revered one was gone. They had instantly fallen into the encirclement of the Jianbei true persons. What are you all standing around for? Attack. Lu Yang laughed loudly. Taoist Duabo, your contributions this time are immense. You sabotaged the Tao Court, then the Sword Pavilion, and now the Pure Land. The Primordial Saint Sect will reward you handsomely in the future. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly showed expressions of realization. Duabo. The face of the five elements true person twisted as he once again glared at Duabo boy. You are definitely a traitor. Speak. Have you long been colluding with Jianbei? He had already figured it out. The Tao Court sabotage needed no further explanation. If not for Duabo boy, he would never have led the true persons of the kingdom of Qing to be tricked and slaughtered in Jianbei. As for sabotaging the Sword Pavilion, thinking back, when he had previously suggested that Lu Yang might ambush the upper profound sword sect, it had been Duabo who stepped out and dismissed his worries as unfounded. And what happened? The upper profound sword sect was truly destroyed. If he had returned in time back then, might things have turned out differently? As for sabotaging the Pure Land, that was exactly what was happening now. Look at the Vimalakirti revered one. Was he not miserably tricked enough? Everyone had heard the tragic cries of that great Arhat in Pure Land, revered one just now. Thinking of this, the five elements true person was seething with rage. You beast, you beast. Duabo boy. I didn't, I'm innocent. Though countless words filled his heart, Duabo boy no longer had the mood to explain. He didn't even understand why the Vimalakirti revered one had disappeared. How could they lose like this? But there was one thing he was very clear about. He truly wasn't a spy for the Primordial Saint Sect. So if he stayed here any longer, he would surely die without a grave. On the other side, the true person of Yinshan revealed a look of amazement. To be honest, when the Vimalakirti revered one appeared, he had already given up hope. Who would have thought that Lu Yang didn't even clash with him directly? He had merely used a strange Taoist art to effortlessly dismantle the opponent's means. At the same time, the true persons of Jianbei were also invigorated. With Lu Yang's generous rewards before them, they all knew that every kingdom of Qing, true person they captured would earn them greater benefits. What more needed to be said? Kill. In an instant, the entire kingdom of Qing army collapsed like a mountain. All foundation establishment true persons scattered and fled, using all their abilities. The Qi refining disciples, however, were slaughtered in droves. Zhelong Pass fallen. Half a day later, everything had settled. Lu Yang stood atop Zhelong Pass, silently pondering in his heart. With Zhelong Pass fallen, the monopoly of spiritual energy by the kingdom of Qing has been broken. Strictly speaking, the mission entrusted to me by true person Chang Guang is already complete. After all, true person Chang Guang hadn't asked him to wipe out the kingdom of Qing in one strike. His goal was to apply pressure from the outside as much as possible. With Zhelong Pass broken, the path south toward the capital of the kingdom of Qing was now wide open. This alone was enough to plunge the entire kingdom of Qing into a state of panic. Unfortunately, there's already a new mission. The latest novel is first released on Liu 9 Book Bar. Thinking of this, Lu Yang once again took out the invisible sword. The hidden metallic nature and mysterious power within the sword constantly reminded him of what he was supposed to do next. Assassinate the king. Unsurprisingly, this was the second task entrusted to him by Chang Guang. Assassinating the king of Qing, this really is forcing the impossible. Lu Yang shook his head. How could the king of Qing be so easy to kill? Not only was he surrounded by layers of guards and countless formations, but he also possessed immense personal power. Unless the king of Qing left the capital and came alone. Otherwise, just sneaking into that imperial palace was already nearly impossible. Even if the invisible sword could break through his protective means, it would still be futile. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yang decided to set this matter aside for now. Since true person Chang Guang entrusted me with this mission, he must have considered this as well and prepared the corresponding means. It's just that the time has not yet come. For example, that Pure Land revered one this time. Lu Yang suspected that the Pure Land was most likely set up by true monarch King Cheng Feixu. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? That a Pure Land revered one just happened to appear, and he just happened to have acquired a Taoist art from the Manifest Law Pavilion that could counter him. Just thinking about it made Liu Yang's back turn cold. In the next moment, Liu Yang flicked his wrist and took out the remains of the three mighty virtue kings, who had been transformed into female bodies and self-destructed earlier. Read full story at novelfire.net. However, to Liu Yang's disappointment, the powers of the three mighty virtue kings all came from the Vimalakirti revered one of the Pure Land. And with the withdrawal of the Vimalakirti revered one's power, the so-called mighty virtue kings revealed their true nature. They were merely mediums used for descent. Without their mastermind, they were nothing. Thus, even if he used the abyssal sword to slay all three, he would gain nothing in return. Even collecting them into the myriad spirits banner would only waste space for the banner's spirits. But Liu Yang wasn't entirely empty-handed. This is. Looking at the scattered remains, Liu Yang's eyes flickered as they landed on the Pure Land scriptures carved onto the bodies of these mighty virtue kings. With a sweep of his divine sense, the scriptures quickly pieced themselves together. Its name was Return to the Right Dharma. Liu Yang quickly skimmed through it and finally understood its purpose. In short, this scripture could summon the divine will of a Pure Land revered one to descend. The so-called Return to the Right Dharma was a method created by the Pure Land specifically for their external agents. It was used to entice and recruit more people into the Pure Land. As long as the scripture was recited, the divine will of a Pure Land revered one could descend to enlightened cultivators, turning them into Buddhist cultivators of the Pure Land. Seeing this, Liu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. This thing seemed perfect for setting a trap. The appearance of returning to the true Dharma instantly opened up Liu Yang's mind. In his view, this scripture was actually nothing special. The initiative was entirely on Pure Land's side, and whether it worked or not depended completely on whether Pure Land was willing to respond. Thinking of this, he immediately called for a chi refining disciple. Then he handed the scripture to him. After all, Pure Land's scriptures had always been strange and unpredictable, and who knew what hidden dangers they might contain, so he naturally couldn't risk going himself. So it was better to leave it to a reliable talent. Next, he began setting up arrays around the chi-refining disciple, the trapping god array, the soul-locking array. Layers of array patterns completely surrounded that chi-refining disciple. In the end, Liu Yang even activated a divine ability. Star-concealing radiance. This divine ability could perfectly hide causality and chi connections, and under the cover of this ability, all the arrays were completely concealed, making everything seem perfectly normal at a glance. That's right, he was setting a trap. Returning to the true Dharma could summon the divine consciousness of a Pure Land venerable, and using such a good thing merely to submit to Pure Land was simply a waste of heavenly treasures. Thinking of this, Liu Yang couldn't help but sigh. The demonic cultivators of Jiangbei are really of poor quality. Their thinking is so narrow. It's said that those near vermilion become red, and those near ink become black. These demonic cultivators have been under the rule of the Saint Sect for so long, yet they haven't learned any of the Saint Sect's thinking. Truly would that cannot be carved. The divine consciousness of a Pure Land venerable. It was equivalent to a fragment of the soul of a grand true person, which could be used to refine top-grade soul pills or greatly enhance the spirituality of magical artifacts. If I can gather several strands and feed them to the Abai Sword, the Abai Sword might even evolve again. One had to know that even the original owner of the Abai Sword, Blood Demon True Person, had only reached late Foundation establishment back then, and was considered an opponent on the same level as a Pure Land venerable. Thus, when he refined the Abai Sword, he had used the souls of true persons at mid or early Foundation establishment who were weaker than him. As for grand true persons, the Abai Sword had never tasted them yet. It was easy to imagine that if the Abai Sword could devour several strands of a Pure Land venerable's divine consciousness and use them for sword refinement, it would definitely experience a tremendous boost. It might even gain another profound ability. Thinking of this, Liu Yang felt even more motivated. Very soon, everything was ready, and at Liu Yang's signal, that chi-refining disciple immediately began tremblingly chanting the returning to the true Dharma scripture. Wrestle, wrestle. In the next moment, a beam of Buddhist light slowly emerged with his chanting, then spread out like a peacock spreading its tail, revealing a vast and boundless Pure Land scene, where a lotus platform hung high, and on the lotus platform sat a dignified Dharma body, complete with all 32 auspicious marks. It worked. Hidden in the shadows, Lu Yang's face lit up with excitement as he immediately activated his hand seals, and countless trapping god and soul locking arrays instantly activated, locking firmly onto that Dharma body. Amida Buddha, this humble monk is Vimalakirti Venerable. Before the Dharma body could finish speaking, it froze in place, realizing that its connection with the main body had been mysteriously severed the moment it appeared. Not good. Just as this thought arose, a silent, colorless, formless sword of law lightly pierced into the back of its head, emerging from its forehead. Schlick. In the next moment, Vimalakirti Venerable's divine consciousness was sliced apart by Lu Yang in a single sword strike, and the scattering divine consciousness was carefully gathered up by him. Next one, do we have any captives from the treasure dividing cliff? With one successful attempt under his belt, Lu Yang was even more proficient the second time, even optimizing the bait by using a chi-refining disciple from the same sect as the multi-treasure boy. This made it even more convincing. At this moment, in a mountain forest in Jiangbai, with a mouthful of hot blood spurting out and evaporating upon landing, an elderly monk with white hair and beard looked towards Kingdom of Qing with a face full of dread. Something was wrong. Vimalakirti Venerable's heart turned cold. Lu Yang didn't believe that suppressing the mighty Virtue King was a coincidence, so how could he not sense that something was off? First, the three mighty Virtue Kings he had painstakingly created had coincidentally run into their nemesis, not only achieving nothing but even rebounding and slightly injuring him. Then he sensed someone chanting the returning to the true Dharma again, and the cultivation seemed to be only at the chi refining stage, likely a contact developed by multi-treasure. So in order to investigate the situation on Kingdom of King's side, he specially sent out a strand of divine consciousness, only for it to go silent the moment it arrived. I've been played. Realizing this, Vimalakirti Venerable no longer dared to entertain thoughts of converting Lu Yang, and just felt that Jiangbai was nothing but a huge trap. Yet in the next second, another sensing emerged. Someone's contacting me again. Vimalakirti Venerable fell into doubt and probed the aura briefly, finding it was, once again, a chi-refining disciple, with nothing seemingly wrong around him. This person seems to be a disciple of multi-treasure. After sensing several times, his eyes suddenly lit up. Multi-treasure joined Pure Land long ago. His disciple shouldn't be a problem. Thinking this, he immediately sent out another strand of divine consciousness. On the other end, Lu Yang was overjoyed and immediately reeled it in. Gone again. Another strand of divine consciousness lost, leaving Vimalakirti Venerable slightly dazed. Although such losses were nothing to him, it was incredibly humiliating. Are they treating me like a fool? Before long, another sensing came. This time, Vimalakirti Venerable decided to go all out and directly projected a divine consciousness of foundation establishment level. Let's see who it really is. Boom! On the other side, Lu Yang was shocked to see the Pure Land Venerable still falling for it. Without hesitation, he activated the array again to capture it. In the next second, the projected divine consciousness once again went silent. Vimalakirti Venerable's body swayed. He was already injured from the backlash of a secret technique, and now, after repeatedly losing divine consciousness strands, especially losing a strong one this time, it truly hurt him. However, this also snapped him awake in an instant. No, why would I do something so foolish, harming my own path, losing merit and fortune, clouding my spiritual mind? Have I been tainted by calamity chi? Vimalakirti Venerable hurriedly sat down cross-legged. He began chanting a section of the Great Vehicle Fundamental Awakening Sutra, clearing his spiritual mind and quickly suppressing the various distracting thoughts that had just arisen. Yet his heart was still full of doubt. When did this happen? He had done nothing to harm his merits, so why would heavenly punishment descend so suddenly? It made no sense. Small cap R letter 1D07 letter 1D00 letter 1D05. Small cap L letter 1D00 letter 1D1B letter 1D07S letter 1D1B. Letter 1D0 for small cap H letter 1D00 letter 1D18 letter 1D1B letter 1D07 small cap RS. Letter 1D00 letter 1D1B. Nov I net. No, it might not be calamity chi. It could be something else. A true lord could perform such a method, but with a bodhisattva watching over me, how could I fall into such a trap? Unless the one making the move isn't a bodhisattva, foundation establishment perfection. No, more than that. There must be a treasure involved that relates to fate. The more Vimalakirti Venerable thought about it, the more terrified he became. Jambe is too dangerous. I must return to Pure Land. With this in mind, Vimalakirti Venerable was about to get up and leave when a hand gently reached out and helped him steady his body. Thank you. No problem. Vimalakirti Venerable's body instantly froze in place. What had just happened? Heaven bear witness, he was a venerable of Pure Land, a great Arhat. Shouldn't he be able to return to Pure Land with just a thought? Why did he have to stand up? And whose hand was that beside him? Vimalakirti Venerable turned his head to look behind him, and what entered his sight was a pair of golden, radiant eyes, dim yet unwavering, like the lamplight in a hall. It's over. At this moment, the heart of Vimalakirti Venerable sank more than half, only feeling his whole body turning icy cold, as if he had just wandered through an ice cave. He did not recognize Hongju. This was also normal, after all, even within the Primordial Saint Sect. Apart from the true lords and the few involved with overturning lamp fire, no one knew about Hongju. After all, back then, when Taoist Hongyun enlightened Hongju into becoming a foundation establishment realm cultivator at the Great Perfection stage, it was precisely to make him his trump card for regaining his position in the future. Since it was a trump card, what would be the point if it was publicly announced? Naturally, it had to be hidden in the dark in order to be effective. Moreover, true Lord Kinchin Faixu had intentionally concealed him. Therefore, no one had accounted for him. During the time when Chang Guang was seeking the golden opportunity, the entire Jiangbei region was under the watchful eyes of various true lords. All cultivators in the late foundation establishment realm, even those at the Great Perfection stage, were being monitored. Any movement from anyone would draw a corresponding response from various factions. Only Hongju stood alone. Thus, his sudden appearance was utterly horrifying to Vimalakirti Venerable, and those eyes shining like lamps pierced straight into his heart. Who exactly is this person? In this world, which Great Perfection Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator, fully equipped with divine abilities, is not famous and well known among the true lords of all factions? Why would such a person suddenly appear out of nowhere? Vimalakirti Venerable's mind raced with countless thoughts, yet in his vision, a sea of raging flames suddenly erupted, and only then did he realize that his eyes had been ignited. Flames surged out from within his body without any warning, burning through his internal organs, spraying out from his 7 orifices, and setting his monk robes ablaze. Throughout the process, Hongju did not even form any hand seals or cast any spells. He merely exchanged one glance with him, and that alone turned him into a human torch. Vimalakirti Venerable, now a man of flames, suddenly let out a thunderous roar. Buddha's chants echoed like thunder as he opened his mouth wide, unleashing an extremely profound Taoist art. Mind light escape technique. Where the mind reaches, thought follows. He had studied this mind light escape technique for hundreds of years. Among the venerables of the Pure Land, only he had mastered this technique to such an extent, making his escape speed the fastest. That was why the Pure Land had sent him to Jiangbei. With this mind light escape technique, even when facing a Great Perfection Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator, he still had a 50% chance of escaping, not entirely doomed. In the next moment, Vimalakirti Venerable soared into the sky. This sudden change rekindled a glimmer of hope in his heart, yet just as hope arose, his spiritual platform seemed to be shrouded by a layer of dust. Countless distracting thoughts erupted all at once. This person humiliated me so much, why not teach him a lesson before I leave? No rush, let's toy with him a bit more. I, Vimalakirti, have never lost to anyone in my life. Even if my cultivation is slightly weaker and my divine abilities slightly inferior, what is there to fear in death? At most, it's just a desperate fight to the end. By the time Vimalakirti Venerable finally broke free from these distracting thoughts, he realized that Hongju's large hand had already gently landed on the top of his head. Crack! One palm strike, shattering the heavenly spirit. At this moment, Vimalakirti Venerable's eyes widened in disbelief. His indestructible golden body, which he had always taken pride in, shattered like glass with a mere touch. From the shattered flesh and blood, his soul emerged. It was only then that a ray of white light finally emerged from the void, enveloping Vimalakirti Venerable's soul, preventing it from falling into reincarnation. Under the blessing of this white light, Vimalakirti Venerable finally understood why he had been so muddle-headed and utterly powerless against Hangju. Above his head, at some unknown point, a slowly flipping book had appeared. On it was clearly written a short line of words. Vimalakirti dies by my hand. So that's how it is. Vimalakirti Venerable's soul trembled with rage. A great Perfection Foundation establishment realm cultivator actually used a position-bearing treasure to ambush me. Such despicable behavior. A great Perfection Foundation establishment realm cultivator, capable of crushing him in direct combat. And yet, he still resorted to using a position-bearing treasure to scheme against him, tricking him into sending over his divine sense like a fool. This was nothing short of mockery, even a deliberate humiliation. However, Hangju paid no attention to Vimalakirti Venerable's anger. The Pure Land's guiding light. He withdrew his hand and took a step back, looking up to the sky. There, the clouds piled up layer upon layer, faintly revealing the image of a Buddha's head. Boom! Thunder flashed within the clouds, exploding in the eyes of the Buddha's head. Bodhisattva, please forgive me. Seeing this, Hangju let out a bitter laugh. I, a lowly one, only seek survival. I beg the great Bodhisattva to be magnanimous and not take offense at a lowly one like me. Before his words had even faded, a cold snort suddenly echoed. Bald donkey, get back. In an instant, snow flew in the summer sky. A fierce wind scattered the clouded Buddha's head image in the sky, cutting off the angry gaze from the Pure Land beyond Jiangbe. In the next second, all visions vanished. Vimalakirti's soul, under the Pure Land's guiding light, returned to the Pure Land. This was one of the benefits of becoming a great perfection cultivator in the Pure Land. There was no need for reincarnation. Even in death, one would simply reform within the Pure Land, free from the suffering of the cycle of rebirth. Seeing this, Hangju finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he first glanced in the direction of Jia Long Pass. After that, he turned back to look toward the Primordial Saint Sect. Soon, a faint voice drifted through the air. Since the Pure Land has made a move, you may make a move as well. As the voice fell, no one from any faction responded. It seemed they tacitly agreed to this decision. Seeing this, Hangju no longer hesitated and immediately stepped toward Jia Long Pass. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in a secret chamber. Inside the chamber, Liu Yang was still operating the formation, collecting all of Vimalakirti Venerable's divine senses. Almost immediately, Liu Yang raised his head and looked over. Greetings, Senior. Liu Yang reacted quickly, immediately bowing and saying, May I ask if that monk has been dealt with? Is there anything this junior can do to assist? Quite the quick reaction. Looking at Liu Yang, Hangju's expression turned somewhat complicated. After all, not long ago, he had racked his brain trying to take this person's life. But now he had to save him instead. The one who made the move was named Vimalakirti. Hangju got straight to the point and said directly, I clouded his spiritual platform, making him send several strands of divine sense to you. Can we consider our past grievances settled? As soon as these words came out, Liu Yang was slightly stunned. But he quickly reacted. The Saint Sect's great perfection cultivator who held a grudge against him. Was this person the very one who had initiated the heavenly killing intent against him? Realizing this, Liu Yang hurriedly bowed. Senior flatters me. In the past, it was nothing more than trivial matters. This junior has never dared to hold a grudge, so what is there to settle? I beg Senior not to take it to heart. Yes. Hangju let out a sigh. We are both true persons of the Saint Sect. Do you really take me for a fool? Saying you never held a grudge means you actually do hold a grudge. Talking about settling things means you are unwilling to settle things. This person really held a petty mind. This time, with True Lord's permission, I can lend you a hand. Hangju extended his hand, and in his palm floated a strand of golden mist. This is a portion of Vimalakirti's merit and fortune, which I extracted. Immediately after, he took out a book. This item is called Shared Fate Fortune-Changing Talisman Book. It requires the consumption of merit and fortune to leave inscriptions on it. Whatever is written will be pushed by heaven and earth to happen. After finishing his explanation, he handed both items to Liu Yang. I am lending these to you for now. You may write on it, but you are limited to one sentence. From now on, let us call our karma settled. We may still be colleagues in the future, so let's not pursue this further. Although in terms of cultivation, he could outpace Liu Yang by 10 leagues. Unfortunately, Liu Yang had strong backing. If Chang Guang successfully ascended to the throne in the future, Hong Ju would have to rely on Chang Guang for survival. In such a situation, offending someone like Liu Yang, who was a favored figure at Chang Guang's side, what if Liu Yang made things difficult for him later? The only choice was to spend wealth to ward off disaster. On the other side, Liu Yang stared directly at the shared fate fortune-changing talisman book, his eyes shining slightly. This was the miraculous treasure that could trigger heavenly killing intent. Truly foolproof, truly foolproof. I just wonder if this is Chang Guang's hidden move or true Lord Fakes' arrangement. With this in hand, assassinating that Prince Qing of the Kingdom of Qing will no longer be a problem. Qing Kingdom, the capital. As the capital of a nation, this place was the stabilizing pillar of the entire Qing Kingdom. Whether the Qing Kingdom was in chaos or not could be seen from the changes in the atmosphere within the city. Early this morning, the city was still peaceful. However, as the battle report of Zhelong Pass being breached at the front lines arrived, from the officials down to the common people, all fell into panic. All kinds of rumors spread more and more wildly, with some even claiming to have seen the figures of demon sect cultivators 800 miles away. Trash, a bunch of trash. Inside the Golden Hall, King Qing had already lost much of his former noble and majestic demeanor. His face twisted with rage, clearly furious to the extreme. Kneeling below was a young man, the top scholar of the most recent imperial examination, Zhang Xin. This once proud top scholar was now half covered in blood, his aura weak, yet he did not utter a single word, appearing ready to accept any punishment from King Qing. Your servant is incompetent. You are incompetent. I entrusted more than half of the Qing kingdom to you, ordering you to hold Zhelong Pass, and yet after just a few days, the dead are dead, the escaped have fled. King Qing grabbed the flower vase beside him and smashed it onto Zhang Xin's body. The vase shattered, but Zhang Xin remained motionless, still lowering his head in silence. On the contrary, after throwing the vase, King Qing seemed to calm down a bit. He hurried over to Zhang Xin and personally helped him up. I was blinded by anger for a moment. Beloved minister, do not take offense. Hearing this, Zhang Xin shook his head. Your servant has indeed failed your majesty's great expectations. Therefore, no matter how your majesty punishes me, your servant is willing to accept it wholeheartedly. You are just too loyal. King Qing sighed emotionally. Among all the civil and military officials of the court, not a single one is as loyal as you. At this moment, I fear some have already packed their belongings and are preparing to flee. After saying that, he picked up a pile of memorials from the desk beside him. Take a look. King Qing looked powerless as he sighed. Ever since the Northern Army approached Zhelong Pass, the entire Qing kingdom suddenly fell into chaos. There are actually 81 rebel forces. Behind these rebels, there is undoubtedly the hand of the demon sect. Chang Guang must be hiding among them. Speaking of this, King Qing kicked over the table and chairs beside him in fury, trembling with rage. If this continues, they might really break into the royal palace. Just thinking about it made King Qing feel a wave of terror. He was the king of Qing Kingdom, personally appointed by the Eastern Heavenly Sun, born with the mandate of heaven. The thought of those lowly peasants possibly stepping into his palace and overthrowing him made him wish he could grind everyone's bones to dust. The situation has come to this, we cannot wait any longer. With that in mind, King Qing immediately looked at Zhang Xin. My mind is made up. Today, I shall bestow upon you the Emperor's sword, the token and axe of command, to sweep away the internal and external traitors on my behalf. All of this was due to the overwhelming pressure brought by the demon sect. The system of the Tao court was based on governance and stability. Once thrown into chaos, order would collapse, and the official positions granted by the Tao court would weaken in their enhancement of one's cultivation. If this continued, King Qing feared that even if he empowered Zhang Xin with his royal position, it might no longer grant the power of a grand true person. By then, it would truly be a dead end with no hope of turning the tide. Therefore, he had to take advantage of the moment, while Zhang Xin could still exert the power of a grand true person and quickly send him to battle on his behalf. In this way, the situation would surely improve. With this thought, King Qing immediately began to make arrangements. He summoned the eunuchs to set up the ceremonial rites, brought forth the talismanic token and axe, and then drew the ceremonial sword from his waist. The token and axe of command allowed one to exercise authority on behalf of the ruler. Such a major matter could not be decided with just a single word. King Qing had to personally conduct the rites. Normally, a grand ritual ceremony would have been held. However, given the urgency of the current situation, everything had to be simplified. Beloved minister, everything will depend on you from now on. With a face full of emotion, King Qing personally handed the emperor's sword, the talismanic token, the axe, and other items to Zhang Xin. Along with them, he also transferred an official title. Lingxiao Qingyun, Universal Salvation Guardian of the North King. This was the highest official title in the Qing kingdom. Although it was merely a vassal king title within the Dao court system, it still carried unfathomable might. Zhang Xin said nothing and respectfully accepted it. Seeing this, King Qing nodded in satisfaction, watching Zhang Xin's aura rapidly soar, surpassing the limits of mid-foundation establishment in the blink of an eye. Of course, this was merely a temporary empowerment. The key to the token and acts of command was the word temporary. As long as King Qing wished, he could revoke this official position at any time, so he felt very assured. However, he quickly realized something was wrong. Because Zhang Xin's aura was still rising, showing no signs of stopping even after reaching late foundation establishment. One after another, radiant divine powers surged from within him. So powerful. At this point, King Qing still hadn't noticed anything amiss. He was merely surprised that this official title could elevate someone to such a high realm. But when Zhang Xin's aura broke through the bottleneck of late foundation establishment without any hindrance, revealing an aura of perfection and flawlessness, King Qing finally sensed that something was wrong. How could a temporary empowerment be even stronger than his personal control? Something's not right. In an instant, King Qing's pupils contracted. Almost by instinct, he tried to revoke the official title he had just bestowed. However, a sudden chill spread from his chest. All words were stuck in his throat. Because behind him, accompanied by a burst of brilliant divine light, a figure silently appeared, and an invisible sword blade had already pierced through his chest. Assassinate the king, Pan Gang. 2 layers of mystical empowerment. The invisible sword blade encountered no resistance. An assassin, impossible. King Qing's eyes widened. He could not believe that an assassin could have infiltrated the heavily guarded Golden Hall. This place should have been sealed against spatial movement. Who was it? Why? King Qing struggled to look back but saw nothing of the assassin, except for a single hand holding a talismanic book. The pages flipped rapidly, revealing the words. Lu Yang kills King Qing before the court. Heaven's killing intent, a fated death. With the empowerment of this heaven's killing intent, Lu Yang experienced for the first time what it meant to be divinely assisted, what it meant for heaven and earth to lend their power. From beginning to end, he had only done one thing. His innate divine power determined kinship and estrangement. Normally, he and King Qing had never even met, with no karmic ties at all. It should have been impossible to use determined kinship and estrangement to instantly teleport to his side. Yet under the push of heaven's killing intent, he not only clearly sensed the karmic link between himself and King Qing, but with a single thought, he had teleported from thousands of miles away to appear behind King Qing. Moreover, through instinct, he grasped the perfect timing and effortlessly killed him. Swish! The invisible sword flashed and vanished, carrying a spray of blood, slicing the wide-eyed, unresigned King Qing in half. Blood instantly drenched half of the Golden Hall. In that moment, heaven and earth fell silent. The surrounding eunuchs, King Qing's expression, and all sounds seemed to disappear at that instant. Dark clouds unknowingly gathered above the capital of the Qing kingdom. Rumble! The entire capital trembled slightly at that moment. The howling wind sounded like someone roaring in anger, slicing across Zhang Xin and Lu Yang like steel blades. Yet at that moment, Zhang Xin also raised his head. That face which had always been loyal, respectful, having served diligently for decades without showing the slightest anomaly, now wore a mocking smile. If King Qing had not died, he naturally could have reclaimed the official position. However, now he was dead. Not only had he died within this deep palace, but before dying, he had also transferred the token and acts of command. In just one move, Zhang Xin had become the highest authority in the Qing kingdom. Sirs, pardon me. As the words fell, Zhang Xin's face continued to change. Flesh and blood peeled away like a mask being removed, revealing a face that Lu Yang was all too familiar with. True person Chang Guang. So it really was him. Seeing this scene, Lu Yang immediately muttered in his heart. Zhang was Changguang. All the talk of recent reincarnation had been complete nonsense, fooling everyone. Even with the assistance of pure snow true lord, they had deceived even the heavenly secrets and karmic threads. No wonder he hadn't chosen to flee overseas back then. The one who had first appeared at Sacred Fire Cliff was likely just an avatar all along. The babies appearing across the Qing kingdom had all been mere distractions. He had actually reincarnated long ago. As for what true person Yinshan had told Lu Yang about relying on an uprising to overturn the Tao court system from the bottom up, it was all deliberately leaked misinformation to confuse and mislead. It was all a feint, concealing the real plan. After all, overturning the Tao court system in the Qing kingdom did not necessarily have to start from a bottom-up uprising. It could also be achieved through a top-down seizure of power. Changguang was about to achieve the Tao. At this moment, heaven and earth fell silent. In Jiangdong, Jiangbei, Jiangxi, and Jiangnan, towering Dharma bodies rose from the ground, breaking through the 36 layers of gang clouds, gazing into the distance toward the direction of Changguang. Above the firmament, the stars manifested. These were not real stars, but the manifestations of those holding fruit positions. Some radiated Buddhist light, some released rampant sword qi, and those at the foundation establishment realm were a tangled mess. However, in the next second, a violent wind swept through. The wind flew for 1,000 miles, snow drifted across 10 states, instantly cutting off all the strange phenomena. Surprisingly, it was true Lord Clear Snow in flight who had acted, blocking all prying eyes. At an unknown time, radiant light had already begun to emerge from Changguang's body. Not only from him, but the entire kingdom of Qing, from the highest officials to the commoners, all began to glow with radiant light, looking at their own bodies in astonishment. This light spread outward from them at the center, quickly expanding in all directions. Houses, cities, mountains, rivers, and finally, even the cultivators of the kingdom of Qing were tainted by it, from qi refining to foundation establishment to mid-foundation establishment, and even the escaping true person of the 5 elements was no exception. What is this? True person of the 5 elements looked astonished. As a true person at the mid-foundation establishment realm, he could see more truths than the clueless mortals. Thus, he quickly discovered the source of the radiant light. Official position. He had long since pledged loyalty to the Tao court and had received an official position from it. And now, it was this very official position he had accepted that was emitting radiant light. Something's not right. At this moment, true person of the 5 elements suddenly felt a sense of foreboding in his heart and immediately activated his magic power, intending to discard the official position on his body. However, how could a Tao court position be discarded so easily? Thus, as he activated his magic power, not only did the radiant light from the official position fail to diminish, it even expanded further, and at an increasingly rapid pace. It was like a single lamp. A single lamp might be insignificant, illuminating only a small space, but 100, 1,000, 10,000 lamps could erupt with brilliance like that of the sun. In the next second, the lamps were lit. The first to be ignited were the residents of the capital of the kingdom of Qing. They burned fiercely in their bewilderment, their flesh turning into lamp oil, their muscles and bones becoming lamp stands. This burning quickly spread. At first it was just the mortals, then the cultivators, followed by houses, cities, and finally, the entire kingdom of Qing was engulfed in flames. No one could resist because they were merely subjects, while Changguang was the sovereign. If the sovereign wanted the subjects dead, the subjects had no choice but to die. The flames consumed the entire kingdom of Qing, leaving only piles of white bones in their wake. All had become fuel for the flames. In an instant, countless astonished gazes from all directions converged on true person Changguang, staring into his gentle and calm eyes. Even Lu Yang revealed a hint of surprise. In the Saint Sect, true person Changguang had always had a relatively good reputation, considered one of the less beastly ones, and a good leader to his subordinates. Yet now he had done something like this. A blood sacrifice of the entire kingdom of Qing. This grand spectacle, this vast land, had suddenly been drained of all life by him, turning millions of citizens into fuel for his lamps. In the past, Lu Yang had also considered the fact that the kingdom of Qing, as a wonder infiltrated by the Tao court into Jiangbei, had long been deeply influenced by the true Lord's fruit position. It could be reversed, but never completely expelled. You could reverse it today, but the Tao court could restore it tomorrow. It would only result in a tug-of-war, so what meaning would that have? Now Changguang had provided the answer. Reversing the rules was only the first step. Now that the seizure of power had succeeded, he never intended to keep the kingdom of Qing at all, but planned to end it once and for all. By killing everyone, the kingdom of Qing would naturally cease to exist. Others might call it cruel, but in the Saint Sect, they generally called it efficient. Under heaven, only the Tao court system is capable of something like this. True person Changguang said with a smile, then turned his gaze toward Liu Yang. But next, Yuan too, you will have to suffer a bit. Liu Yang was stunned upon hearing this. What? Boom! Almost at the same time, dark clouds gathered above the firmament, with flashes of lightning appearing, clearly a heavenly punishment. But the target was not true person Changguang, it was Liu Yang. Why is it striking me? Liu Yang's face turned extremely grim. At this moment, the situation had been settled, and true Lord Clear Snow and Flight had released the karmic bindings, so he quickly calculated the cause. It's because true person Changguang is framing me. The kingdom of Qing, as a wonder, was not just part of the Tao court, but also a part of heaven and earth, once integrated by the Tao court's emperor. However now, true person Changguang had performed a blood sacrifice on the entire kingdom of Qing, turning it into the resource for his advancement to true Lord. This was equivalent to cutting flesh from the body of heaven and earth itself, harming heaven and benefiting himself. This act was far more severe than damaging the earth veins. How could such behavior not incur heavenly punishment? In an instant, Liu Yang came to a realization. So that's why he had me kill the king of Qing. Because I killed the king of Qing, Changguang could achieve all of this, making me the true initiator, allowing him to shift all heavenly punishment onto me. What a beast! Pretending to be a good leader all along, providing protection and casually gifting all kinds of spiritual treasures, just to set me up like this. Is this how a leader should act? Latest novel first published on 69 Book Bar. At this thought, Liu Yang couldn't help but look at true person Changguang. I trusted you so much. And this is how you betray such a loyal subordinate like me. Fortunately, I had long been prepared. In the next second, without hesitation, Liu Yang activated the heaven-deceiving great method he had obtained from true person blood demon, transferring all the descending heavenly punishment elsewhere. And the targets of the transfer were none other than the many foundation establishment true persons of Jiangbei who had previously received his generous gifts, countless divine powers, cultivation methods, and spiritual treasures. These were all karmic debts, now return them to me. In an instant, the dark clouds that had almost locked onto Liu Yang suddenly paused, as if discerning something. Then with a loud explosion in the sky, they shattered into pieces, splitting into more than a dozen smaller dark clouds, flying toward the direction of Zhelong Pass, no longer bothering Liu Yang. Oh! Seeing this scene, even true person Changguang showed a look of surprise. He immediately calculated with his fingers, then let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, well done. Truly worthy of being the pillar of my Saint Sect. As his voice fell, Liu Yang saw the invisible sword in his hand bloom with radiant light. A strand of metal essence detached from it, gently falling into his palm. You deserve this. True person Changguang's voice drifted over, and Liu Yang accepted it calmly. Because only he understood the true meaning behind true person Changguang's words. Why had true person Changguang used this strand of metal essence as a reward? Because with the protection of the metal essence, one would not be shrouded by the enigma of the womb during reincarnation. And in Changguang's eyes, after being struck by heavenly punishment, Liu Yang would surely end up like the former Arhat Fulong, utterly ruined, destined to live countless lifetimes as livestock. Thus, he had bestowed a strand of metal essence to prevent total downfall. After the tribulation ended, there would still be a chance to return. This was probably one of the few remaining bits of kindness from true person Changguang. After all, Liu Yang was indeed a fine talent and very handy to use. However, Liu Yang had not been struck by heavenly punishment. Since that was the case, this strand of metal essence was purely Liu Yang's reward, something he had earned through his own ability, and Changguang had acknowledged this achievement. All right, you may step down. True person Changguang waved his hand, signaling Liu Yang to withdraw. From beginning to end, he had never shown any vicious or ruthless expression, only calm and peace. Calmly igniting the kingdom of Qing, peacefully slaughtering everyone, including Lu Yang, whom he had unhesitatingly used to shift the heavenly punishment. Though he never said it outright, his every word and action conveyed one message: to prove my fruit position, your deaths were worth it. The lights were blazing. Duabao Tongzi stared blankly at everything around him. All he could see were the lit torches, with the most intense flames engulfing the Xuan Iron Sword Master beside him. At that moment, they were in conversation. The two had barely escaped from Zhelong Pass and were discussing plans to smuggle themselves into the Buddhist lands of Jiangxi, when a radiant glow suddenly emanated from the Xuan Iron Sword Master's body. Then he spontaneously combusted. There was nothing they could do, no time to react. Duabao Tongzi could only watch as the Xuan Iron Sword Master's despair-filled eyes turned into two fireballs, his mid-foundation establishment cultivation transforming into fuel, and the flames that ignited from him instantly spread across several cities. The world fell silent. Only the flames continued to spread quietly, turning the sky a fiery red. Duabao Tongzi stood amidst it all, feeling as if he were inside a pill furnace. Zhangbei Demon, Primordial Saint Sect, what a saint sect. At this moment, Duabao Tongzi's past resentment towards the Primordial Saint Sect was like the millions of lives, mountains, rivers, and valleys consumed by the fire, completely burned away. Only ash-like fear remained. Millions of people, countless cultivators. Even if he killed them himself, it would take 3 days and nights, yet now they were all ignited by a single flame. How could this still be considered human? The next second, a gentle breeze blew past Duabao Tongzi's face, carrying the scorching heat of the flames, causing him to involuntarily squint his eyes. Where did the wind come from? Duabao Tongzi looked around but found nothing, then suddenly realized. Foundation Establishment Realm. It's the Bai wind. The fire is reaching into the Foundation Establishment Realm. Boom! With this thought, Duabao Tongzi immediately fled into the Foundation Establishment Realm. As expected, what he saw was an endless sea of raging fire. However, amidst the towering flames, he also saw countless jade towers and pavilions being reforged in the fire, rising from the ground. Various landscapes transformed from illusions under the intense heat into reality, eventually radiating brilliant light in the Foundation Establishment Realm, like a sun about to rise into the sky. Rise! In an instant, a clear and loud shout echoed in all directions, and then he saw that sun-like blazing land actually ascending into the sky of the Foundation Establishment Realm. The blessed land ascends. It truly succeeded. Changguang has begun his ascension, seeking the golden fruit, and the blessed land is ascending. Once he attains the fruit position and transforms into a cave heaven, he will become a true lord. The Millennium Catastrophe draws even closer. At Zhelong Pass, true person Yinshin showed an excited expression. Zhang Xin. It's actually Zhang Xin. Senior brother's plans are far-reaching, fully prepared this time, and with true Lord Feixu protecting the Dharma, this ascension is almost certain. At the same time, beside true person Yinshin, a man in golden robes stepped forward. His chiseled face showed a hint of anticipation. It was none other than Hong Ju, who had previously sent Vimalakirti Venerable back to the Pure Land with a single move. However, now his body was covered with fine cracks. His time was almost up. After all, with the death of Taoist Hong Yun, Hong Ju, as his creation, was like water without a source. Every action consumed his limited lifespan. This time was his final gamble. If he succeeded, Changguang would ascend and he could extend his life, living freely. If he failed, he would return to the void, his consciousness dissipating without even reincarnation. Despite this, Hong Ju remained calm, because he still retained the memories of Taoist Hong Yun's ascension. In his view, Changguang True Person's preparations were far more thorough than those of Taoist Hong Yun. With a true lord protecting the Dharma, the Pure Land's intervention severed, the Tao Court and Sword Pavilion can only acquiesce. Changguang himself has refined complete metal nature, blood sacrificed the entire kingdom of Qing, using this spectacle as the driving force for his blessed land's ascension, and avoided the impact of heavenly punishment. That's a spectacle. Among all the resources usable for breaking through to true Lord, a spectacle is considered top tier. If not for the inevitable heavenly punishment upon acquisition, countless people would fight over it. With the support of a spectacle, ascending the blessed land is almost effortless. At the same time, he used the method of seizing power to reverse the Tao court's rules in the kingdom of Qing, causing the emperor to lose his position and order to collapse, undoubtedly attracting the favor of the fruit position. Thinking of this, Hongju looked up at the sky. Not the sky of the present world, but the sky of the Foundation establishment realm. There, a golden lamp light gradually lit up, manifesting the image of the overturning lamp fire. At this moment, Hongju reached his conclusion. The chance of success is 10 out of 10. Indeed, in his view, the probability of Changguang's breakthrough this time was 10 out of 10, with no flaws, theoretically absolutely impossible to fail. Meanwhile, within the Foundation establishment realm, Changguang True Person stood with hands behind his back, his entire essence, energy, and spirit, along with his 4 innate talents and perfected divine abilities, all supporting the blessed land of Dingyang behind him. The brilliance of the overturning lamp fire grew closer. At this moment, Changguang True Person felt a sense of relief, as if rising step by step from the depths of the sea, finally breathing fresh air. Soon everything changed. What he saw was a void. This was the sky of the Foundation establishment realm, also the location of the fruit position, described differently in various traditions. In Jiangnan and Jiangbei, the Ascension Tao described it as a realm of light surrounding the Dharma realm, the void shining with the heart of heaven. In Jiangxi's Pure Land, the Buddhist cultivators described this area as neither born nor destroyed, clouds dispersing in the azure sky, mountain colors pure, neither coming nor going, wisdom returning to meditative tranquility, the solitary moon wheel. In Jiangdong's Tao court, the description changed to entering sudden enlightenment from gradual practice, entering non-action from action, entering true emptiness from non-emptiness. All these descriptions ultimately referred to it with a simpler term: the Sea of Suffering. Above the Foundation establishment realm lies the Sea of Suffering. All beings in the mortal world are tumbling in the Sea of Suffering. The fruit position is like boats on the Sea of Suffering. Only by becoming a true Lord can one ascend the blessed land, float above the Sea of Suffering, and take control of those boats. So where does the Sea of Suffering come from? Before long, Changguang True Person developed many sensations, vaguely seeing many cultivators who had practiced techniques related to the overturning lamp fire. Qi refining cultivators were meaningless. What was useful to him were cultivators who had established their Tao foundation. With his ascension, the fruit position, as a boat, became much heavier with someone boarding it. In an instant, countless ripples spread. These ripples were insignificant in the Sea of Suffering, but when they fell into the Foundation establishment realm below, they turned into a powerful wind capable of eroding souls. The Bai Wind. Every true person who had established a Tao foundation related to the overturning lamp fire endured the Bai Wind, using their own Tao foundation and lifelong cultivation to support the overturning lamp fire. Why did the Foundation establishment realm have the 3 great tribulations of wind, fire, and thunder? It was because of the fruit position and cave heaven above. So that's how it is. A look of realization appeared in Changguang True Person's eyes. This was a secret only true lords could see and comprehend, forever inaccessible to those who hadn't become true lords. But it made sense. Foundation establishment true persons are people, while Golden Core true lords are lords. Looking at the world, where is there a lord who doesn't levy various harsh taxes from the people? This was also one of the reasons Golden Core true lords controlled the number of Foundation establishment cultivators. Because if the taxes were too heavy and there were too many people, they would rebel. If there were too few people, the taxes collected wouldn't be enough, affecting the lord's condition. The mortal world is a vast sea of suffering. Thinking of this, Changguang True Person couldn't help but sigh. However, this sigh quickly turned into excitement because he was about to reach the shore. But at that moment, as he got closer to the overturning lamp fire, he suddenly noticed that the overturning lamp fire before him was different from what he had expected, causing him to freeze in place. But how could it be? Golden Core, huh? Lu Yang withdrew his gaze with undisguised envy as he watched True Person Changguang and his Dingyang blessed land soar higher and higher toward the overturning lamp flame. No rush, I will reach that day as well. With the book of 100 lifetimes in hand, Lu Yang had never doubted his future. As long as he followed the path step by step, he would definitely ascend to the peak. Of course, that was a matter for the future. Thinking about the Golden Core now is too early, Better to check the harvest first. Lu Yang shifted his gaze to the metal essence left behind by true person Chang Guang. Then he froze, because at that moment, the illusory panel of the Book of 100 Lifetimes suddenly materialized out of thin air and, like a mad dog pouncing on its prey, devoured that strand of metal essence. What the hell? In that instant, Lu Yang almost felt his soul leave his body. Metal essence was something that naturally drew attention. What's more, with true person Chang Guang currently undergoing a breakthrough, at least 2/3 of the true persons in the world were watching in the open or in secret. And now the Book of 100 Lifetimes had directly devoured the metal essence. Wasn't this obviously suspicious? Thinking of this, Lu Yang's hair stood on end. He feared someone might suddenly appear behind him and coldly ask, "What are you doing?" before a giant hand descended from the sky to grab him and refine him in an instant. After a while, Lu Yang subtly let out a sigh of relief. No one came. You really are something, Book of 100 Lifetimes. This cheat was truly different. To swallow a strand of metal essence right under the watchful eyes of so many true persons and not be discovered, that alone greatly reassured Lu Yang. However, after the relief, doubt arose in his heart. Since his transmigration, the Book of 100 Lifetimes had never shown the slightest interest in anything other than himself. This was its first time actively devouring something external. This made Lu Yang involuntarily have a thought. Could the metal essence replenish the book's pages? 100 lifetimes were still too few. In this treacherous place, every step of cultivation was like walking on thin ice. With just 100 lifetimes, Lu Yang was confident in reaching the golden core, but he had no certainty about reaching the nascent soul. But if metal essence could replenish the pages, that would change everything. After all, right now, he already had 2 metal essence refresh points, Chang Guang and innate Dao Xin. He could harvest them once every lifetime. It was equivalent to infinite extra lives. Thinking of this, Lu Yang excitedly looked toward the interface of the Book of 100 Lifetimes. Yet as the information flowed into his mind, his expression turned strange. The bad news was that metal essence could not replenish the pages. The good news was settling someone else's life. Lu Yang stared at the data on the Book of 100 Lifetimes panel, a peculiar expression on his face. Metal essence is useless to the Book of 100 Lifetimes. What it values is the life experience contained within. The so-called metal essence was the essence of a person's soul. It was the refined true nature of one's entire lifetime of thoughts and experiences, containing their whole life story. This was what the Book of 100 Lifetimes wanted to devour, essentially a phantom simulation. After devouring it, the Book of 100 Lifetimes can settle that life. This kind of settlement is different from the settlement after each of my restarts. It cannot bring back treasures or cultivation. The only thing that can be brought back is talent based on that life. What a treasure! In an instant, Lu Yang's eyes lit up. Although he could not bring back cultivation or treasures, the ability to derive talents was already incredibly powerful. He had always been well aware of how strong the talents provided by the Book of 100 Lifetimes were. Unfortunately, each time he reincarnated, he had more important things to exchange for, so he had never drawn talents until now. But this time was different. Chang Guang's talent must be golden. After all, he had been a true person at the peak of Foundation establishment, with such a rich life experience that he could be called a legend of his generation. It had to be a golden talent. Thinking of this, Lu Yang immediately activated his intent. Settle. In the next moment, a faint light began to appear on the Book of 100 Lifetimes. The light transformed into streams of data, finally forming dense text. Settling the life of Chang Guang. As a strand of Xin metal Qi, one of the heavenly stars and earthly fiends, you encountered a great opportunity and unexpectedly gained sentience, becoming a naturally born celestial spirit. That celestial spirit. Lu Yang paused, recognizing this term. Back then, the blood demon true person had been struck by heavenly punishment precisely because he had mistakenly slain a celestial spirit. Celestial spirits were naturally born and nurtured by heaven and earth, possessing an innate status. Once they gained sentience, they would receive the blessing of heaven and earth, making them naturally born Foundation establishment true persons. Moreover, a celestial spirit's strength was fixed, determined by their foundation before gaining sentience. The strongest celestial spirits could even rival the peak of foundation establishment. So true person Chang Guang was the reincarnation of a celestial spirit. No wonder his Tao title is Chang Guang, which is another name for Zen metal Qi. With such a deep foundation, no wonder he was valued by the true persons of the Primordial Saint Sect. Meanwhile, the settlement content from the Book of 100 Lifetimes continued to appear. As a celestial spirit, you had great ambition. Unwilling to accept the limits of your strength, you pondered deeply and finally chose to reincarnate and join the Primordial Saint Sect. You gained the favor of the true persons of the Primordial Saint Sect. At the peak of foundation establishment, you finally reach the most critical step of your life, to ascend to the golden core. Succeed and you transcend, fail and you sink again. At this point, the data stream abruptly halted. Perhaps because true person Chang Guang had refined this strand of metal essence only up to this point, there was no further information. Soon, all the data streams began to collapse and converge, until finally, golden brilliance burst forth. Wow, a golden legend! Lu Yang immediately perked up, staring intently at the information on the panel. You have obtained the golden talent, innate celestial spirit. Innate celestial spirit. When you restart and reincarnate, you can use this talent to change your foundation and designate yourself as a celestial spirit with an innate status. A talent usable only during reincarnation. Lu Yang immediately realized how powerful this talent was. A celestial spirit, blessed by heaven and earth, with maxed out comprehension, talent, and fortune. However, he quickly furrowed his brow. But it's not without drawbacks. Changing my foundation means I have to start over, doesn't it? And the starting location might be different if I become a celestial spirit. Currently, he only had 2 starting locations. One was the day he first entered the Primordial Saint Sect. The other was after foundation establishment on Mount Liufeng. And this golden talent, innate celestial spirit in a sense, provided him with a temporary starting point. It could only be used once and could not be restarted again. At first glance, it seemed not very useful. However, Lu Yang saw the critical point. The ability to designate himself as a celestial spirit meant he might not start within the Primordial Saint Sect. There was great potential to exploit this. After all, if I want to master the first-grade true Qi in the future and walk the path of emptiness realization, I must seek wisdom from all schools and gather the strengths of many. But his current foundation was too rigid. Starting directly as a disciple of the Saint Sect, with such a pure and legitimate background, only the Pure Land might be willing to accept him. The Sword Pavilion and the Tao Court would definitely never accept him. However, with innate celestial spirit, everything would be different. After all, being born of heaven and earth, who could have a purer background than a celestial spirit? Overseas, the Sword Pavilion, the Tao Court, wherever he wanted to start, he could. Then he could return to the Saint Sect in a future restart without any karma attached. Thinking of this, Lu Yang could not help but get excited. However, at that moment, boom! Suddenly, a thunderous roar exploded in the sky above. It echoed not only in the mortal world, but also spread within the foundation establishment realm, carried by the mighty wind. Immediately after, everyone heard a shrill, desperate, and indignant roar. No! At this moment, Jiangnan, Jiangbei, Jiangxi, and Jiangdong, all directions stirred. Who is it? The first to stand up was true Lord King Cheng Feixu. Her beautiful eyes faintly glowed red, and her originally stable aura suddenly turned frenzied. Almost at the same time, the other true lords revealed expressions of surprise. In the next second, within the foundation establishment realm, in the present world, countless visions emerged, filling the skies with brilliance. Foremost among them was the shadow of a towering tree that reached the heavens and pierced the earth. Everlasting Chuan Tree. Ranked among the heavenly gang, formed from the Qi of Jia wood, it was Yang wood. When its roots and branches were severed, it turned into dead wood. Only after being nourished by the waters of rivers, ponds, and marshes could it form the foundation of eternal life and immortality. Next, the towering tree shadow slightly trembled, and the tree crown scattered countless raindrops. Each droplet seemed to carry the weight of a mountain as it fell into the vast land of Jiangbei. Every drop merged into the earth, bringing with it heavy yin qi, integrating into the earth's veins and spreading in all directions. It gathered to form the qi of water and earth. Yin dragon water. Ranked among the earthly fiends, formed from the chi of Chen earth, it was the world's most yin-rich earth, yet it was the tomb and treasury of water. Thus, though it was earth chi, it appeared as water to the world. For a moment, countless Foundation establishment real persons showed puzzled expressions. Has senior brother succeeded, his divine powers manifesting to announce it to the world? While true person Yinshin was pondering, he turned to look at Hong Ju beside him. However, he saw that Hong Ju had widened his eyes, his mouth slightly open, and his face was full of despair. No, this isn't right. Why? Hong Ju murmured softly, a sense of unease crawling up his heart in an instant. Because according to what he knew, if it had succeeded, there shouldn't have been such a huge commotion. Success should have been like nourishing things silently. That was the sign of a successful ascension. Now, such a grand scale, a manifestation that almost summoned the attention of the entire world, actually indicated that true person Chang Guang had already lost control of his aura. In the next moment, another vision emerged. The towering, everlasting Chuan tree suddenly burst into radiance, unexpectedly sprouting lush branches and leaves. As the tree crown swayed, it erupted with boundless vitality. Dread of chopping, ranked among the heavenly gang, formed from the chi of Yi wood. Unlike dead wood, this was living wood, yin wood, perfectly complementing the yang wood of Jia. And above the tree crown, the figure of true person Chang Guang appeared. However, he did not look at anything else but stared blankly at the overturning lamp flame above his head, as if deep in thought. While he was contemplating, a starlight glowed in his palm and then transformed into a sun disk. Rigid flame furnace. Ranked among the earthly fiends, formed from the chi of sea fire, it was the fire of furnaces and smelting, a yin fire. At this moment, it was held in the palm of true person Chang Guang, radiating countless beams of light. At this moment, all four of true person Chang Guang's innate divine powers manifested fully. Immediately after, the four divine power visions began to collapse with a roar, all converging into true person Chang Guang's palm, finally imprinting onto an ancient scroll. This scroll seemed to melt completely, containing countless scenes, mountains, rivers, sun, moon, palaces, all outlined by densely packed tadpole-like runes. At first glance, it looked like just a painting, but upon closer inspection, one could perceive the profound truths of the Tao within, each word a precious gem. Innate divine power, bright flying scenery scroll. The four innate divine powers completed his innate divine power, merging with his Tao foundation, forming the Dongyang blessed land. Everything proceeded smoothly, without any flaw. But why? In the next second, blood tears flowed from true person Chang Guang's eyes. Why can't I succeed? Why does the overturning lamp flame reject me? Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Looking across the world, apart from the true lords, all the Foundation establishment real persons who had reached perfection already reacted, sighing with a touch of desolation and helplessness. Failed. In the next moment, true person Yinshin looked in horror at Hong Ju beside him. He saw this Foundation establishment perfected real person shaking his head, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. How bitter! As soon as the words fell, a loud bang sounded, and his Dharma body exploded, turning into a sky full of brilliance. His cultivation, like a castle in the air, vanished in an instant. At the same time, all cultivators in the world whose Tao foundations and cultivation methods were related to the overturning lamp flame felt a response. Those with high cultivation felt as if they had been struck hard, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. Those with lower cultivation went into chi deviation on the spot and would be unable to recover for days, each one looking toward the sky in shock. Then they heard a long sigh. In the sky, the light and shadow formed by true person Chang Guang shook his head, his eyes showing a bit of realization and unwillingness. His lips moved, letting out a hoarse roar. Not my fault, not my fault. Before the words fell, his figure dissipated. Boom! The exploding brilliance instantly filled the sky. The overturning lamp flame once again disappeared without a trace. In the Foundation establishment realm, a burning sun disk fell with a roar. Blessed land collapsed. Because he had personally witnessed the fall of a true Lord's cave heaven before, Liu Yang saw everything clearly at this moment. This was not fake, nor was it a deliberate trap. It was a real failure. He failed to refine the golden core, and the blessed land collapsed, affecting all cultivators related to the overturning lamp flame. Although not as earth-shattering as the fall of a true lord, it was still shocking enough. However, Liu Yang could not figure it out. How could it have failed? True person Chang Guang's preparations had been flawless, and no one had even tried to stop him. One must know that he had true Lord Qingcheng Feixu personally overseeing the process. A mid-stage golden core true lord, carrying the momentum of having slain another true lord, and with no more rivals like Taoist Hong Yun vying for the position. He had favorable timing, location, and people. Everything had been calculated perfectly. In Qi refining terms, this was the foundation of a perfect foundation establishment. How could it have failed? However, he had no time to think further, because in the foundation establishment realm, with the collapse of the blessed land, that sun disk was getting closer and closer, showing signs even in the present world. At a glance, it was clearly an arc of light. The light was illusory, reflecting countless jade towers, trees, rain, furnaces, all the divine power visions that true person Chang Guang had previously displayed. Dingyang blessed land. In an instant, countless foundation establishment real persons fixed their gazes on it. After all, this Dingyang blessed land gathered all of true person Chang Guang's lifelong treasures and insights. For foundation establishment real persons, it was an incredible opportunity. When a whale falls, all things thrive. At the same time, true lords from all sides projected their divine senses toward the Dingyang blessed land. Zhu Feihong, this time you can't stop us. Since Chang Guang has failed, the blessed land he left behind should be divided as we agreed. Indeed, failed to refine the golden core, the various families shall share it. Above the sky-reaching sea of clouds, true Lord Qingcheng Feixu showed none of the anger others expected. She only said calmly, "Very well, then let all families rely on their own abilities." She was a madwoman but not a fool. For the sake of Chang Guang's golden core refinement, she had formed alliances to gain the support of the Holy Sect, withstanding the pressure from the other three factions. However, now that Chang Guang had failed, a dead man was naturally not worth the Holy Sect wasting any more effort on. Although the Holy Sect was powerful, it could not fight all three factions alone, let alone do so for a blessed land left behind by a dead man. So even with true Lord Qingcheng Feixu's dominance, she had no choice but to compromise at this moment. However, no perfected real persons are allowed. Only mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators may enter. As her words fell, the true lords from all sides looked at each other. However, since Qingcheng Feixu was a mid-stage golden core true lord, although she compromised, she still held some authority. They did not want to completely enrage this madwoman either. Thinking of this, the true lords all nodded. Agreed. In the next moment, Liu Yang heard a cold voice in his ear, like the calm before a storm. Enter the blessed land. I must know the reason for the failure. A thorough investigation.